All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free or for low buy-ins and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
A wise man once said, "Nobody wins afraid of losing." Day 5 players of this Prague main event would do well to heed those words. The blinds will flatten your stack if you become just a spectator at the table. Sure, there's money with every bust out now, but there's a lot more zeros up for grabs the longer you can hang on to your chips. It's a balancing act, for sure, between laddering up and going for the win, while trying to get a read on the motives of those around you. It's a game within a game within a game. Good luck with that, with the final table oh so close. But nobody wins afraid of losing.
And with that, we bring you back to the beautiful new home of WSOP Europe, back to Prague, and back to Day 5 of the biggest European Open event of all time. The penultimate day of the tournament will lead us to the final table, will lead us to six-figure payouts, and will lead us to a €2 million first place prize and that oh so cherished WSOP bracelet. This is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Welcome back to King's Casino at Hilton Prague, where just earlier Stephen Jones was eliminated in 24th place. His two-pair no good against Rokas Asapauskis' flush. Jones out in 24th. We now have 22 players left, 16 countries still represented, everybody on stage, including 3 Frenchmen. France with the most players left still in the mix. In fact, all 3 Frenchmen are behind me. Sonny Franco and Thomas Etienne are seated next to each other. Benjamin Chalot also here. He's seated next to one of 2 remaining Americans, Mike McNicholas, as we check in over here at the main feature table. And the other player representing the US of A, Big Hooney, won a 100K high roller at the World Series of Poker a couple years ago. He's one of 4 remaining bracelet winners. Rokas Asapauskis from Lithuania won the Super Colossus bracelet event at WSOP Paradise. 2 more bracelet winners over here. Seated next to our GG qualifier, Giovanni Zaned, is Yuhan Wang. He won the mini main event at World Series of Poker Europe last year. And in seat 7, the experienced UK star Tom Hall won a World Series of Poker bracelet online, looking for his first live win. And we are looking for you guys to kick things off in the broadcast booth.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Allez les Bleus is certainly the cry coming from within the borders of France as their 3 runners, aforementioned, the highest number of delegates remaining of these 22. Ali Nejad alongside Karai Aldemir, a first glimpse there then at one of our featured tables. None of the Frenchmen here. In fact, no 2 representatives from a single country, a very diverse field, as to be expected here. Blinds 100, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. We are picking up the action here. 1 level into the day. Stephen Jones, as Jeff mentioned, falling to Rokas. 2 pair versus flush. We will bring you some replays.
All in.
How much? 4,525.
Thanks for your patience while we ironed out some audio issues here at the top of the day. Warm welcome to those of you joining us for this 5th day of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Ali Najad alongside Karai Aldemir. Taking a peek at Yuhan Wang. Earning one with pocket threes to start his day. The mini-main event champ from last year. 5.4 million in his stack. And well, Karai, we've got plenty to sink our teeth into in terms of storylines, all of which Jeff Platt walked us through moments ago. Now we walk over to this gold feature table where those 3 Frenchmen that he mentioned are there. That is the greatest number of runners remaining in the field from a single nation. A very diverse and international field that began 2,617 runners strong, now sitting at just 22. And Allez les Bleus most definitely is the cry being heard from within the borders of France and perhaps beyond it as well, as some of Chalot and company's crew are no doubt sweating things from not far away. And he is going to take us upstairs here with an ace-8 offsuit out of the cutoff.
Yeah, he's raising into the chip leader's big blind, always a little bit scary. He's hoping to steal the blinds here with his offsuit 8. Opening from the short stack.
Zhu may have a good bit of resistance available to him here with King-Queen suited. Concession not in his future. Just look at that massive 20 million that he has compiled. Really, his chip chart has been up and to the right consistently throughout the course of the last few days, but top 2 pair for Chalot, and this is going to be a small hiccup without question. No heart on board either, and no real reason for Zhu to stay interested.
Yeah, Zhu could have re-jammed pre-flop here. King-Queen suited, certainly a good hand. He tried to keep some of the weaker hands of the opener in there and just defended pre-flop.
How many weak hands do we anticipate Chalot would be opening from the cutoff off of that chip stack, though?
Not weak hands per se, but some King-Jack offsuit, some King-10 offsuit that we dominate.
Yeah. Lower end of the range. So Chalot c-bets and takes it. Benjamin, a seasoned professional. Almost $1 million in career live earnings. And, you know, I think oftentimes when you see some of the real brass on the business end of these tournaments show up with live earnings that perhaps we scratch our temple and go, I thought they would have more. Let us not forget that there is a lot happening online as well. A lot happening for Rokas Asipauskas, claiming the pelt of Stephen Jones, 12.1 million, the only 8-figure stack, but knocking on the threshold are Konishi and Panayotidis. Karai at the top of the day did a little investigative work to help us in our effort. Now, hang on now. This is not Greek defection, is it? What? The flag has been swapped. And Queen Jack of diamonds covering Garcia here. All the chips in the middle for the South African. An open-ender versus a set. Sweaty moments, the turn. Doesn't cause a problem, but a 9 or an ace, and we're down to 21 runners in this 3.2 million chip pot. What's it going to be? The upside down 9. So a double for Garcia as he keeps his seat.
Yeah, Panayotidis felt committed to the pot after opening, and Garcia jammed his less than 10 big blinds into the middle. A crucial double for him.
Most def. Antonio Garcia, to be exact. Well, there's the man that said goodbye in 25th. Marcus Bonus of Switzerland. GG's to him. A good run. There's Jones. You can see disappointed. Wanted to be a part of this FT without question. So much personality and so much talent all wrapped up in one bundle, but a bundle of 50,000 euros is all that there was to talk about at the back end of that. Of course, worthy of mention, Asipauskas looked like 17.1 was the tally after that one, so perhaps lost a significant pot on the heels of that. Then Vyacheslav Sultanov, 23rd, 60,000 euros. A little bumpy, along with the fist bumps. Did you have the particulars by chance on in terms of any of the updates for those hands? I don't believe. We're grinding poker news as well here, trying to see if any of that outer table action was captured in greater detail. Meanwhile, Kavesti, the opener here, in trouble against Tkachuk, both pre-flop and post. Nut flush draw, not likely to want to step aside.
Yeah, another king queen of hearts here in the big blind, another pre-flop defend, and Kavesti does have one of these slightly weaker offsuit kings that I was talking about in the previous hand. Let's see how he wants to handle this situation. He does have the better range. He has the shorter stack though, so he doesn't blindly want to c-bet everything. Decides to see the turn for free.
And the check back doesn't immediately suggest that he doesn't have an ace here. We know that pot control will be an idea. You see his chip stack depth.
Right, I think you would c-bet his better ace axes, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, but probably look to check back some of the weaker ones.
And that, of course, allows him to make decisions on later streets. The lead now from Tkachuk. 500,000 into 1.1.
Yeah, this is a bit mergy. He does have showdown value with his king-queen high here. He does have a flush draw as well. He decides to put immediate pressure on some of the weaker pairs here, maybe from Kavesti. Could try to represent on the river, and yeah, interestingly, Kavesti calls with a weaker hand here. Thinks he's beating enough of the draws, and Tkachuk gets there on the river. So now we have a clear value bet, of course. 2.1 million in there. How do we size here? We can go huge here, trying to target these ace axes. Maybe even a weaker flush once in a while. 1.2 million, around 60% pot. Kavesti has the jack of hearts, just king high though. He calls. Wow.
I'll tell you what, that's a guy who perhaps has seen a thing or two out of Tkachuk that left him questioning.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misstep here. He put his man on busted diamonds or some sort of 5-3.
I mean, the thing we know that it implies is that Tkachuk was peeling without an ace or a 6 when we make that call on the river. And, you know, board texture such as this,
yeah,
we've not observed every hand Jan has been involved in, but Kavesti just playing sheriff there and proved costly. For what it's worth, even if it wasn't a heart, the king-queen would have been good.
Yeah,
so
that's
don't feel too bad about the flush coming in. Meanwhile, we got some overlap here with 3 offsuit Broadway aces. The initial raiser, Panagiotis, with the ace-jack, ensnared.
Yeah, Asipauskas folds the ace-queen.
Yeah.
Bebop has queens behind him. 25 big blinds, 24 big blinds to start the hand. This is an under-the-gun open, early position. And Nyholm's 3-bet does look strong. Queens.
I mean, it was
too good, though,
it was strong enough to shed Rokas, despite the fact that Asipauskas has all those chips and was on the button. Plenty lending to the idea that maybe we want to take some ace-queens in there, but not against under-the-gun open and 3-bet of a sizable nature behind. And of course, we're going to be quite pleased with our choice when we see Bebop activate for all 4.8 behind us, cutting through the remainder of the field. Back around now.
Yeah, this should be an easy fold for Nyholm. He used this offsuit ace-10 as a 3-bet bluff. He's posturing a little bit. Doesn't want to make it too obvious that he was trying to steal here.
4,750,000.
He does get a good price, of course, but ace 10. Not even close to being good enough here. And Bebop adds almost 2 million to his stack without seeing flop.
Feels so good, doesn't it? No sweat, big boost there. As much pride as the French no doubt have in their 3 runners. You have to believe that Bulgarians are elated to see their runner Bebop still in the hunt this deep. In a flag we don't see all that often, that of the nation of Georgia. One that rests beneath the ace-queen offsuit of Kalabashvili, who has min-raise opened. One of the beautiful things about online poker is the way in which it has brought the game to the doorsteps and keyboards of people that maybe don't have a local casino or are in an environment where poker is not regulated or allowed. Can still get involved and then show up and plant their flag. Franco defending the Jack-10, queen in the window, top pair versus second pair. Issues on the horizon for the Frenchman.
And Franco defended off just 7 big blinds to start the hand here. Just trying to flop any pair of sorts. He does flop middle pair here. That's a big problem though, since Kalibashvili has top pair, obviously. Kalibashvili started the day as a short stack, now up to 10 million, and this is another very good situation for him. Just c-bets 1 big blind. He has the strong range. He can do that with all of his range. And Franco with the decision, does he want to just put it in here or does he just want to call?
All in.
Keep some of the bluffs in. Yeah, it makes sense. So much in the middle already, he just puts it in. Tries to run it against ace-king, ace-jack, pocket 9s.
Well, might those 3 runners become 2? Certainly looks like that is going to be the case. 83% of the time, to be specific.
Good luck. Thank you.
Jacks and 10s needed. Instead, the deck brings a 5. 2 of those 5 outs. Grayed out, 3 remain. And instead, it's just a 3 of diamonds as the GGs are heartbreakingly issued by Sonny Franco. Nice to have secured that 10,000 euro ladder.
No, it's okay.
And you know, when you get down this deep, there's a sense of camaraderie that begins to form amongst the remaining runners, and you feel exiled. You feel like I wanted to hang out with everybody just a little bit longer. Never mind the economics, but just that, you know, that brotherhood of a deep run in the main.
Yeah, you've played a few days together, most likely at this point. You get to know each other a little bit. And he did get a pay jump, you're right about that, but at this point I think most people are looking to make the final table here, obviously, where 6 digits are looming. Wang opening the ace-10 off here in early position. Tika check here on the button, big stack. Especially as the big stack, you want to call a lot of hands in position. You can put a lot of pressure on your short stacked opponents post-flop.
By the way, that hometown stack was not big for much of yesterday's play.
True.
He really was suppressed and then found that breakout. And it's been green candles since. Speaking of breaking out, Tom Hall breaking out his whole stack here with this ace-queen out of the big blind. He held chips for a good bit of the coverage yesterday, but a low water mark, it would seem, and electing to try to find the bounce with 15 bigs.
Yeah, easy rejam for him pre-flop. Ace-queen, good hand. Ace-10, this is just 15 bigs, but he does have to fold, and now this is relatively close for Tika check. Asks for a count. He's gonna be flipping a lot of the time, but of course, if he's not, he's usually being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen.
You can see how troubled he is by this specific holding in the face of the action brought forth by Hall. How well does King Queen off perform? It does have blocker attributes.
It does, but would Hall really rejam here with a hand like King 10? I kind of doubt it. I think maybe King Queen suited good enough to call here. The King Queen offsuit, I think he could get away from this one. It's close though.
Implied by the amount of time being taken, time banks utilized. Every decision so critical.
There is some extra money from the open raiser in there, an extra 400k. That's certainly to be considered. He does get away from it though. Good fold.
Yeah, and when word comes down from his camp, he'll be quite pleased, given that he was dominated. Pleasure, of course, for Hall, as he hauls in the 4.2.
Yeah. Outside.
$3.5 million winner across the course of his professional career. Understands the assignment. Flipping back over to Bebov, and is this deja vu, Karai? I thought I just watched this man play queens.
Yeah.
He'll be the opener on this occasion, however. Up to 4.25, and Big Hooney with an ace-10 on the button.
And Big Hooney does have him covered here. This is button versus cutoff, so he's for sure going to play this one.
1.1.
He's now deciding, does he want to, does he want to 3-bet bluff this? I think this is the more standard approach. He could have called in position, but I like the 3-bet. Just putting immediate pressure on a lot of Bebov's range.
$1.1 million chip 3-bet smoldering in front of Hooney. Is the decision that made a little bit easier for Garcia, who in the time between the last pot and this one has apparently switched passports back to Spain. I've placed a little bit too much trust throughout the course of coverage in whomever's operating the flags. Either they're testing us or they're trolling us.
Like it.
But, you know.
And Bebov here with the queens, cutoff versus button. This is good enough to play for it all. He could 4-bet small here. 33 big blinds to start the hand, roughly. Big Hooney would certainly 3-bet jacks, 10s for value here.
All in.
Oh.
Yeah, he just puts it in. This is a kind of the traditional road. Back in the day, you would have always just jammed it in here. In recent years, people are more likely to 4-bet small of this kind of stack size still. You can still bluff with a hand like ace-jack off.
By the way, Bebov has just gone into his shell here. Under the hood, head down on the rail after this jam. Hooney's not going to be able to
Hey, that's my kind of play.
pick up much from him. Was that your move?
That was my move. Not pre-flop, though. And yeah, Hooney does have to get away from this. I mean, this is late positions, sure, but ace-10 off.
It's just not enough hand. I mean, even the ace-jack off has issues here.
5 seconds.
Well, he's really chewing on it. And this suggests that perhaps he's observed frisk from Bebov.
No, I think Bebov's range is mostly ace-king, ace-queen. As you can see, queens, jacks, 10s, maybe ace-5 suited sometimes, a hand like that, but still.
I mean, Hooney does unblock the jacks through kings.
Right.
Wow.
I'm surprised he's thinking about this that long.
I don't know if you clocked what he just murmured kind of under his breath. He said, I just don't believe you. Well, that could be an expensive feeling, Hooney. Yeah, it is. Step away from the ledge.
I mean, Hooney's been around so long. He's a little bit of a field player as well. He usually has very good live reads.
5 seconds.
And he doesn't believe Bebov.
Does have 26% equity.
I mean, of course, it's easy to sit here seeing the cards and saying that this is an easy fold. But yeah, he comes to the right decision. I would have been very surprised, to be honest, had he called here.
Those are the sorts of deviations, though, that are required, I think, Karai, where you understand, you know, what the game structure and architecture is pointing you toward. But what separates good from great is recognizing the moments in which you crumple that up, throw it in the wastebasket, stare through a man's soul, and say, you know what? Nah.
Yeah. Yeah, very right. And maybe he was playing with his image here a little bit as well. He knows people are going to watch the stream, and if he's making it look like he's ready to call it off loosely here, this might help him in the future.
Think twice. Meanwhile, a little thought being given out of the big blind to the Queen 4 offsuit from Thomas Echen, one of the 2 remaining French runners, is man down early. Sonny Franco's departure.
Yeah, down to just 13 big blinds. This is a close one. Should he defend? Should he let this one go? Does he maybe even want to consider a small bluff 3-bet with this one, with this high card, low card? Button open from the chip leader. This is, of course, a very wide range. Interesting pre-flop tank here.
Oh, wow. He's elected to go with it here. Shields had the genuine article in the ace-jack. No hesitation, of course, at that size for him to give the spin. And suddenly a pivotal 5.6 million chip pot as the French delegation stands to potentially lose another runner. 36% equity for Echen.
Wow, he was thinking that Shields just opens a little bit too much on the button. Tried to steal it.
Oh, and he's found a queen. Note, however, that the presence of the king alongside does provide Shields with the Broadway draw. Tens and aces are the problems. Pair of jacks, add that to the mix. Holding his breath and avoiding elimination is Thomas.
And nobody likes to see that. Echen, very talented player. You might think, what's he doing? And of course, this is definitely not standard, and I'm surprised.
Did you have thoughts of what's he doing with the Queen 4 off when it happened?
Yeah, I was thinking, is he just considering between call and fold? Does he want to 3-bet small? I didn't really expect the jam. But if people aren't calling you enough, then this can get profitable.
You saw some of the profits earned in the PLO Colossus event. Colossus, I suppose, is what we've gone with.
Yeah.
Now Nyholm, the Finn, King Queen offsuit, mucked around to his small, 3.1 behind. And he takes us up. Standard 3x open into Konishi, who's got the computer hand. Queen 7.
Yeah, Nyholm is raising to get it in here. He doesn't want to raise fold of 15 bigs, 16 bigs. He wants to raise call. This is close for Konishi. Yeah, I would have thought he could lay this one down, call with Queen 9, maybe Queen 8. He does decide to call in position.
Swing and a miss on a King 6 deuce board for Konishi. Quite the contrary for Nyholm, who was always sitting pretty. Top pair and the betting lead.
Yeah, very nice flop here for Nyholm.
350. 350,000. 350.
He does have more ace, king, king, queen, so he can bet with a lot of his range. This time he just has it. And Konishi here with a queen high. He does have the 7 of clubs, calls in position, really doesn't believe his man.
I mean, this is a serious float. I would certainly have preferred the Queen of Clubs to the 7 of Clubs if we were going to elect to go this route. The Jack on the turn doesn't strike me as problematic from Nyholm's viewpoint. Could easily be targeting 6x or a weaker king.
Yeah, Nyholm is still liking this situation. He does check though. This is a little bit of a trap. He wants to balance his checks here. Maybe he has seen Konishi do a float like this before as well, and this could work out very well for him here. Yeah, people are like going for it.
Yeah,
here.
and I confess I'm a little bit surprised because we're just 20 bust outs removed from 2 million euros and a bracelet in the main. Now, I'm not suggesting everybody tighten up to the point where it's ABC or nothing, but every chip's so precious, and getting into these sort of murky waters, the gray areas, the fringe of the game could prove very costly. And for Konishi's 625, the future is bleak. Nihom, however, is giving it a chew with 2.3 back, trying to determine how he wants to proceed. Do you like flat, or do you just check jam with some perception that you have, you know, equity denial available?
Yeah, I think King-Queen is good enough to just get it in here. He should get called from King-X every time, basically. And as you said, he doesn't want these draws to be able to realize their equity. He doesn't want Konishi to be able to check back on the river should he have hit a jack here, for instance.
All in.
And that is a deflating sound into the ears of Konishi as he sheds his queen 7.
Yeah, cool hand by the Finn. He extracted some extra value on the turn by checking.
And by the way, cool is a really nice adjective to assign to Nihom. Of course, when we see that Finnish flag, we think all the way back to Patrick Antonius as one of the early legends hailing from that nation. But so much talent, a lot of it in the PLO streets. But Yuna saying, hey, I got this 2-card thing under control as his stack heads in the right direction. Now we head back over to see Yuhan Wang operate with ace-7 offsuit in the cutoff.
Yeah, this is a close one. He could have let this one go. I think he would have folded in the hijack. He opens in the cutoff, and Giovanni with the aces.
Loaded for bear.
Makes sense.
He indeed is playing under the South African banner, by the way, although Italian by heritage. Not that I've run a 23andMe, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Giovanni Zanetti. Where else are we from? You know? 1.1 million. 3-bet on the button. Suited king for Kuzmanos. Withers, and now Tkachuk with ace-queen, Karai.
Oh, wow. And yeah, these are late positions. And we've seen a lot of lighter 3-bets here before, so this, of course, is not always aces. Ace-queen for just 25 bigs, even a little bit less. I think he could just be all in here.
It looks so tempting, right? Cut off button. And we've seen how much jockeying seems to be in the air with hands that we might not have anticipated looking to float, flat, 3-bet. But it's 1-1 for Zanetti and potential disaster for Tkachuk's ace-queen. Oh, wow. Tip your hat. Take a bow. Ace-queen in the bin, Karai. That took quite a bit of restraint.
Strong fold here, unconventional one. I would have been all in here.
Oh, I'm gift wrapping the double over to Zanetti. He might even feel cheated when he looks back at this one over an ace-queen.
It's not a fist bump jam here with the ace-queen, but you expect to have some fold equity, and even if you're getting called, you're flipping sometimes.
Yeah, it has chunky equity, even in kind of the poor spots. All right, take the pot, Bru. That's my best South African. That's all I got. Let's give you a glimpse here at some of the numbers as we have throughout the course of this main event. Just 21 souls remaining on board of the original 2,617 in this main event vessel. Next pay jump will come when we breach 15 players. It'll be worth 15,000 euros. of the total 13+ million gathered up, 5,300 euros at a time. Picking this one up in progress. Couple of offsuit jacks, blind versus blind. This was limped pre. See the check from Bebov. Hooney checking back, and now a duckling for Bebov, finding the pair and the lead. Note that Hooney has both a flush draw and a gutter.
Yeah, bad flush draw, bad gutter, but still, he can represent a lot of these pairs as well. That's 2/3 pot.
Bebov keeping an eye on him for two bigs.
Yeah, this should work always against queen high, king high as well a lot of the time. With the pair though, he does check call.
We like this 9 of clubs if we hold jack deuce.
1.2 million.
The check back on the flop. As we see the 1.2 announced, this is very hefty. Does it remove 4x, 6x, and 9x at all? Do we expect an limp pot pre for Hooney to be plugging chips forward with a pair on the flop?
I think he can still do this with a good 6 for sure. He got checked to twice here, so it seems unlikely that Bebov has a flush. He is targeting also one diamond kind of hands, say ace high with a diamond.
Okay.
But he's putting these pairs into a tough spot as well. So yeah, Hooney is saying he has maybe, yeah, jack 6 plus. He could have a flush here as well, of course. He can have 5-3. He could have checked back on the flop with 9-3 sometimes. Difficult call to make here for Bebov. Almost pot-sized bet here. Does pick up calling chips.
Hasn't delivered them yet.
I think this would work against me. I think I'm getting away from the jack deuce here. Often he does call though.
Oh, man. And Hooney's thinking, if you're willing to call 1.2 with the deuce, I got to give credit where credit is due. He certainly threw as much weight behind that one as he could responsibly. You dial up an overbet and it starts to feel really ridiculous. But Nikolai Bebov surging into an 8-figure stack now, man, with just $123,000 in career live earnings. But more and more we see that Bulgarian banner playing host to very talented play. Meanwhile, picking this one up in progress, Chalot has slammed this flop. Broadway, nuts, no waiting. He was the pre-flop raiser from the hijack. Both blinds stuck around, and of course it's Zhu who will continue to do so with top pair and a Broadway gutty, not to mention the backdoor hearts.
Yeah, Chalot has the king of spades just in case as well. Zhu just called here pre-flop with the ace queen suited. He could have decided to get it in pre-flop as well, and this is a big flop for him as well. Little does he know how far behind he is.
Yeah, I wonder how player dependent that is with respect to the ranges that have been shown by Chalot, who doesn't really appreciate the queen on the turn. Four-liner on board, any king X, which certainly could be in range for Zhu, could potentially be chopping with Chalot now. As we can see, it's top 2, however, and an opportunity to maybe fill up and scoop this one for Zhu. Let's see, with 2.2 in the middle.
He hasn't checked yet. He would probably lead with some of his range, with some of his king X's. Ace queen, no reason to bet though. Clear check, and Chalot, yeah, he doesn't like the queen. He still has the nuts though. So I do expect another bet most of the time. He could check it back sometimes with the king just to balance his checking range here. More often than not, we will see another barrel here. Just protecting against 2-pair. There's some value to be received as well. There could be some 9-8 in the small blinds range. Zhu here with top 2, as you mentioned, can still improve here, so I think he does have to call here every time. He beats all the bluffs.
Yeah, I think there's really no other option. For $1 million, another 2 into the middle, and very inconsequential looking 7 on the end. Now sub 1 SPR, Chalot has the nuts. Do you like dialing back in an effort to capture hands that don't contain a king here?
Yeah, I think so. He doesn't have to go all in here. I think he can definitely bet smaller here, maybe half pot or so. Just leave himself a little bit back. Because he doesn't have a lot of natural bluffs here anyways. What sizing did he choose?
I didn't clock the declaration. 2.1.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's 50% pot, as I suggested. This is difficult for Zhu. He doesn't beat value here, I don't think. This is a king or nothing. This is not pocket jacks for value here. And so Chalot would need to turn a hand like pocket 9s into a bluff right away on the flop here for this to be a good call.
I tend to agree with you. It would seem like we'd be quite content to check back with any less than ace-queen if we were Chalot. And even, as you pointed out, with some of those sets. So some polarity to this 3-barrel line.
Yeah, and important to notice that Zhu can have a straight here as well. This is the key point. He can have a better hand here, so ace-queen is not that high up here in his range.
If he had a straight on the turn, though, would he have taken the approach of not only checking versus betting, but then flatting?
He could go either way with a straight. These spots are a bit weird. Both players are just representing a king here when they value bet, so you sometimes wanna raise, you sometimes wanna check call, keep the bluffs in. Not an easy one here. But good fold by the Finn. Yeah, he's just making a lot of correct decisions.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, the fact that he chose to flat that one pre as opposed to 3-bet, also worthy of note. Unclear what Chalot's reaction would have been if he had been asked for much of his stack prior to the flop, but here he is with a positive outcome. 38 big, 7.6.
1.6.
Uh-oh. Someone just turned down the thermostat as an Arctic wind carries across Kuzmanas' queens. The only good news, he covers. The bad news, he's crushed as he's run into kings. It was an open from Yuhan Wang. 3-bet became 4.
2.2.
This is a tiny, tiny 4-bet, but this is just a cooler, unfortunately, for the Lithuanian.
And now he's just going to volley right back with another 600,000, 5-betting it to 2.2.
Not 50.
Seldom does the 5-bet come in the form of something other than an all-in, Karai, but that's precisely where we find ourselves. And for Wang,
yeah, no reason for him to wait any longer. Yeah, they're all in.
You know, you really don't love it once the man's 6-bet jams on you and you're sitting on queens. You're thinking the ace-king is the best case scenario, as jacks likely don't behave this way. Maybe we're faced against the other 2 queens, perhaps, but as he's found out, the Cowboys have thrown a lasso around a good chunk of his stack.
I'm feeling queens are going to scoop this one. I'm feeling queens are going to win this one. Maybe not. Still think it could happen.
Some suspicions that queens are going to win this one, I overheard. Massive 10 million in the middle. Queen 8-4, the prophecy. Somehow, some way, Flopstradamus appears to have nailed this one. No spade on the turn. No pull at a flush, and Wong is now left with 2 outs once. And that ain't it. An absolutely savage eviction from the main event for the Chinese delegate.
Oh, and someone said that they had a queen.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm glad they waited until he walked away. So Stone one outer. That is just a disgusting way to get a 60K paycheck. Look at Kutsmanos. He knows he really got away with murder there. Granted, it's not as though he did anything wrong.
No.
But 18 million in front of him now as we flip it back over to Big Hooney. Small blind versus big blind, and it looks like Panayotis got out of line with an 8-5. How did we arrive at this point? Hooney limped, and then the jam came in. He was trapping with the suited ace, and boy, that is an awful lot from 8-5. I mean, we don't need to send the whole platoon to the battlefield.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep here. It seems Panayotis really didn't expect Big Hooney to have a strong hand here that would that would be able to call.
That's a good pot.
Good night, sir. And good luck.
How much go?
Wow, not an easy call there for the ace-8 suited of Big Hooney. But he did discount some of the good hands in the Greek's range here.
You know, when you limp, it's a little bit of a leveling situation because you know you've under-repped the quality of your holding. You know you've incentivized your opponent to do things such as this without a good hand, but, you know, it's risky business. But no risk, no reward. And the reward for Big Hooney is an almost 8-figure stack on the back end of that one for Panayotis. He slips a couple of slots down to roughly 5.2. So chips are flying here, and some wings on the chips of Norway's Stormir. On the button, his 1.4 takes flight over the top of the Kutsmanos Open. Queens last time we saw him, but here, the dusty offsuit king.
And this rejam is pretty loose once again. People really aren't shy to
Yeah, Hall didn't call the 5s, by the way. I think we just watched him muck that. So
yeah, but the ace-4 offsuit, I mean, it's just 7 bigs, but... Oh, he
did he?
jammed. Okay.
Yeah, it's an open jam from Stormir. I believe that Hall has folded.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't we see him push his cards forward? I see that shoulder of Zanete's in the way.
Super speed.
Kutsmanos' king 6 off was the open for 400, and so now he is going to provide the spin for the nominal additional chips required. Disregard the 5s. Let's get those out of there.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at this rejam here with the ace-4 off. Ace-4 off without fold equity isn't really that good of a hand. He did catch Kutsmanos with a very light open raise here pre-flop, but he's still basically just flipping here. Kutsmanos, yeah, he felt obliged to get it in here. He's getting a very good price. Just 5 big blinds more.
$10-8 tray. Ace high. Hanging on. Stormir knows better than to celebrate early. Now a heart on the turn. Is Kutsmanos gonna do something dirty twice? No. Double pairing the board is that 8 and doubling up Stormir's stack as well.
There was no sweat, how could they make a TV show?
Sandre. Stormir. He's got the Scandi celebrating. Of course, the big story out of Norway this main event was Annette Obrestad making her return to big-time poker and making a very deep run in the process, picking up where she left off like she never took a break.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, breaking back over to find another all-in jam. This one as an open from the hijack of Mamon. Ace-Jack offsuit, count requested by Ju's Ace-9.
2.6, 1.6.
Yeah, 1.6 million, 8 big blinds. Close one for Ju. I think he would call with Ace-10 here. He would probably call with Ace-9 in the big blind. There's 3 people behind him, though, that have an uncapped range. So I think Ace-9 just slightly too weak here. And yeah, he agrees. Good fold. Oh, Brandon with 10s, though, on the button, and they're certainly qualified.
Yeah, Shields will be a stopper. How do you prefer playing the 10s on the button here with 13 million in front of you? Do you serve walking papers to the blinds with a little 3-bet, or the flat is already mighty enough?
Yeah, I would just flat with my whole range here.
He agrees.
If this was just 3 big blinds, then I would raise and trying to protect a little bit. But for 8 big blinds, you can just call with everything.
Nothing of interest delivered to those blinds, so folds from Aishan and Kalabashvili, and we're on our backs here. 2 overs versus the pair. Another runner at risk here on day 5 of the main with 20 remaining. I'm on 36%, but a dog. Who finds a bite on the Jack 7-4 board, top pair, well out in front of Shields now. Another stick hits the turn. And nothing dramatic hits the river. So we stay static at 20 runners.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate here for Shields. He already lost the hand before against Aishan, all in preflop where he played it well, of course. Just some standard stuff for him. He just lost both of these flips. But still a very good stack for him. So
yeah, 11.5 million.
Yeah.
Plenty off of which to operate. Zanetti here, defending his big against the Tom Hall button open. Jack 10 versus Ace 4, and not one but 2 aces on the board. Zanetti has linked up with that 10, 1.1 in the middle. Chips rate to be delivered across at least 1 street from Zanetti to Hall.
yeah, great flop for Tom Hall's hand, of course. Also great flop for his range. He has all of these big aces. So he can just bet very small here with everything. And Zanetti knows that, so Jack 10, feeling good about this one. The fact that there are 2 aces out there, of course, make it a little less likely that Tom Hall really has one of those aces. Just a call, no need to raise.
Now the Jack looks like it's useful, but really it's actually not a great card. The 3rd diamond out there, King Queen, shows up.
Yeah, you're right. At first glance, this seems like it does improve him, but it kind of doesn't. And yeah, 3 diamonds out there as well now.
For that matter, Hall not in love with it either.
No. I still think with 3 aces here, we can definitely value bet again.
5 seconds.
We still beat all these 10x's now, and a hand like 10-8 with the 8 of diamonds will always call.
Now look at this, the very unwelcome 4th diamond from both vantage points after the check back from Hall.
So he used one of these, his weaker aces, as a check back here, as a little bit of a trap.
And let's see, has Zanetti dialed up enough? 200K, a single big. It's just aces full. We're going to punish this.
So this is a little block bet from Zanetti. This is almost the same as a check. He's trying to get a hero call from maybe King 10 without diamonds sometimes. Doesn't make that much of a difference, though.
Just
here.
A desperate block.
Yeah. And Hall knows he has the nuts here, the literal nuts, because Ace-Jack and Ace-10 would just rejam pre-flop here. So he always has the best hand here with Ace-4.
Ask yourself how many times you've made deductions in a big multi-table tournament such as this one, Karai, and then wound up being shown the hand that they cannot have. They're not allowed to have. There's no world in which you have that, and you're just on your way to the parking lot talking to yourself.
But still, of course he comes with a value raise, and now Zanette has seen enough.
All he needed to do was sneeze, and Jack-10 was done with it. So Hall lurking, hovering around that 5 million in front of him. So much talent hailing from the UK, of which he is included, of course, but just number 41 all time on that nation's money list. As you kind of look at the remaining runners here, these 20 names on the sheet, Karai, not necessarily those who are up there top 3 or 4 chip stacks, but one who you're going, if there's going to be a dark horse that I think is going to play perfectly and position themselves to maybe join everybody at the FT and make a run at this, but we wouldn't expect it based on their chips now, who would that be for you?
I think we shouldn't forget about Thomas A. Chen. He is a short stack still, even after doubling up, but he's such an accomplished player. And all of the other players really don't want him to double up again, because he, with chips, very dangerous.
Yeah. You can almost feel the groan in the room when a player of that caliber winds up at risk and then finds the double. They're like, ugh. Even with no pay ladder, you know, being denied, it's just, I'm still potentially dealing with this guy. Button versus big here. Panayotis with the Queen-9 suited. Fans on a 7 high board. Nyholm defends, and it bears fruit with top pair and a gutter.
I really like Nyholm's demeanor at the table, by the
too.
way. The smirk on his face every time he plays a hand. I like it.
He's just unbothered, relaxed in his lane. Two quick checks. 6 pairs the board.
Yeah, Panayotis realizes that the 7-6-3 isn't that great for his opening range. Nyholm has a lot of these 7-axes, 6-axes, has more 2 pairs than Panayotis, so he decides to check it back. Nyholm, good board for his range and also for his actual hand, so he bets half pot. And a little surprisingly to me, Panayotis with a quick call here.
Sure.
Gets rewarded on the river. Oh, so Panayotis, of course, ahead of all the bluffs, but that was not a small bet on the turn. So I would have expected him to lay some of these hands down.
1 million.
Well, we already saw the man stuff it on Hooney with 8-5 off, and boy, this barrel here, if called, could very much leave Nyholm talking to himself. What's it take to get Queen-9 in the bin on the turn?
Yeah, after checking on the river, Nyholm just knew he was going for the check call. He's just a little bit too high up in his range to fold here. And it would have worked if the river was a jack. Panayotis would have bluffed, and Nyholm would have won. He just got unlucky here with a queen.
I suspect the Greek has left more than a few people talking to themselves on his run down to these final 3 tables. Meanwhile, doing a little bit of talking on the button is Chalot. Deuces, rips it. Obviously, this is in consideration of the lack of chips in the blinds, but not a lack of hand from Amon, as he'll take a spin once more. It was ace-jack against 10s that doubled him, and now he's sitting even prettier with 9s versus deuces, and it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of risk associated with this, but we have seen filthier, namely Kuzmanos' queens against the kings of Yuhan Wang. 7.3 million in the middle, and top set versus bottom set. Nina was needed. No one outer here. My goodness.
Yeah, standard jam here on the button by Charo with the pocket deuces. These very small pairs want to just apply maximum pressure.
Sure.
Want to use their fold equity. He just got unlucky to run into it this time.
So Maxim really surging here. But 2 doubles and you're still sat with just 37 bigs. This late in the tournament, 20 runners remaining.
700.
So much ICM, you know, lurking on the horizon here. 37 bigs, you cozy, or are you still thinking I got to do some more work?
No, you are relatively cozy. Of course, you know once you get a good hand, you have to go with it usually, once you have pocket jacks or something. But yeah, you can still wait. You want other people to bust before you. This is the main consideration now.
Well, guess who? Panayotides involved once again. Ace-10 versus Huni. It's turned into top 2 pair.
Yeah, this time Big Huni did not limp pre-flop. He was the open raiser here. I think he made it 700,000 pre-flop. 3.5 big blinds. Panayotides, Ace-8 suited, calls in position.
Oh my goodness, and he turns inferior aces up. This could prove very costly for him if a lot of that aggression, dare I call it, or maybe even bordering on a touch of recklessness.
Yeah, blind versus blind, this is a huge problem now for Panayotides. Big Huni, of course, top 2. A monster here. Queen Jack does beat him, but well, these ranges are wide. He's definitely going for value.
Wow, zero hesitation jam here from Panayotides.
Go straight.
Huni's asking for the count.
I can beat the 2 pairs.
He's going to call Ali.
Straight.
I don't like hearing that.
I have full house outs. You want to just tell me you got the straight? I probably ain't pulling
Well,
those.
he's trying to tell you that.
Oh my goodness.
Just doing it with his
I have
chips.
top 2. I got to call. I thought, fuck.
And you know what's crazy is Huni just never expects an ace-8 to have done this, but
It ain't over yet.
it is specifically
Give me a second,
this
please.
man here.
This is a pretty big
No, but it's way more likely that Big Huni has Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Ace-Jack, so I don't really hate this jam from Panayotides. He's just very unlucky that he ran into a better 2 pair here. This is just a big setup.
Very much so. And it could set the stage for departure for the Greek, which it does. The 9, by the way, was a little sweaty.
Sorry. You need me to sign something?
Panayotides.
No, it's okay. It was just
You got to hand it to him, Karai. He played his game, and it's a game that earned him a top 20 finish here in the main, but finish is the key word as
Thank you.
60,000 euros.
Yeah, rough way to go here. He was so happy seeing that 8 on the turn.
Yeah.
So we
No,
I
I
had to,
don't
like,
think he's
double
nearly
check,
as
like,
happy as Huni
it
is
looked
to
kinda
be
like, hey, I had a double glance back there.
sitting on a
And he
monstrous
didn't move
16
right away,
milli.
you know, he didn't, when the river hit, like.
Yeah, the 9 really looks like an 8 when it comes fast.
Yeah. That would have been crazy. That would have been a crazy one.
And Big Huni with double the average now.
That's a dangerous reality for the remainder of this field. He really reminds me a lot in terms of his style of the grinder. You know, you called it field play.
Yeah.
A lot of times you'll hear street poker thrown in there as well. There's a fearlessness and a confidence that comes together with Huni that can be very intimidating to contend with. And let's see what kind of contention Garcia is going to provide here as Huni opens to 1.6. This is 8x, but certainly in mind was the depth of the stacks behind him, and he is dominated, so perhaps there'll be some transitive attributes to Panayotides' chips. So it might be doubling back in the other direction to the Spaniard.
Yeah, after Panayotides' bust out, there was no small blind in this hand, so Big Huni just put Garcia all in here. He woke up with the goods here. Ace-Jack, good situation.
To the flop we go. Merciful king 6 deuce for Garcia. Turn is uncomplicated, and now only a 10. We don't accept prepays. This we know. Now. Are you superstitious at all, Karai? About such things? I'm a psychopath. Like, I really, all of it matters to me. Every little thing.
It does matter a little bit to me as well, I have to admit. Yeah.
Do you do the, like, stand up, grab your things? Do you try to?
I do not stand up.
You know, you mentioned you had that conversation with Shaman O'Dwyer.
Yes, the first time I played a very big high roller back in 2016, I really remember this. I was standing up after being all in, and Steve O'Dwyer was, I think, on Scott Sever's rail, and O'Dwyer told me to sit down. I have to sit down, so I did sit down.
And by the way, he's not, like, kidding.
No.
Like, he comes up to you, and it's just kind of like a fact. Hey, listen, young guy, I know you're not used to these high rollers. I'm just going to give you a piece of advice here. You never stand up. And the way in which he communicates it to you, you're like, oh, he must know something I don't know.
You know what? I had the ace-king, was up against the 9s. Nothing happening until I sat down, and boom, king on the river.
Well, there you go. He'll make a believer out of you. To this day, I still travel with a little Buddha trinket that O'Dwyer, who loves Japan, picked up at like a temple of luck, like some place that studies the science of luck, and gifted it to me, and I'm too afraid not to keep it with me. I don't want to be,
you have to keep it.
Cursed by some sort of shaman voodoo. Meanwhile, undaunted by the losses moments ago, the King Jack of Huni rips it, and he'll snack on 2.5 bigs. Rebate.
Yeah, it says cutoff. There was no button this hand, so this is effectively a button jam, just covering the shorter stacks in the blinds. And yeah, as the big stack, you can just go all in a lot here with these kind of hands. Just put the pressure on the blinds.
Very much so. Well, if you're out there and looking to get in touch with us, the primary way to do it in terms of Karai and I is to grab your keyboard and hop into that chat on our YouTube stream. But there are other means by which to make your thoughts and feelings known. X, Facebook, Instagram. A wealth of content being pushed, by the way, to the platforms by the teams who've been working tirelessly across the course of these days to try to capture all of the stuff in between the lines out here. Kalabashvili, Queen Deuce offsuit, found bottom 2 here in a blind versus blind limp pot. Shalom with King High, specifically King of Hearts, peels and finds himself the nut flush draw.
Yeah, huge flop for Kalibashvili here, of course. He doesn't really like the 7 of Hearts too much. He still has too much hand to do anything but putting in another value bet here, I think.
You know, I confess I've seen a number of memes in which these scarves that players wear get kind of utilized. I don't think I've seen this particular configuration before. It almost looks like an air filtration sort of deal. Okay. Shalom showing us a different look as Kalabashvili shows him another barrel, 700,000.
Yeah, and Shalom does have the King of Hearts here, key card. He's definitely going to call here. He is ahead of all the bluffs, and he can improve to the nuts. So, totally standard up until this point. Let's see what the river brings. The river brings another heart.
That
so
it does. And you know, if you're Kalabashvili, you really loathe this particular card as played. Because the one pair hands, you know, maybe not the ace-x if it had checked back, but things like a deuce, things like a queen, we block both, of course. They wouldn't really be apt to continue absent a heart, one would think, on the turn.
yeah, I think some of the queens would still call on the turn even without a heart, but of course, yeah, we don't like this at all. He could have maybe thought about a block bet here, tiny one. We've seen it before. A check makes a lot of sense though. And now Chalo just has to figure out the right sizing here with the nuts. Could go different ways here.
5 seconds.
2.1.
With the nuts, you can always go big. You
2.1.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can just value bet with the best hand that you can have. You could go smaller sometimes though, getting called a little bit lighter, maybe induce something. Goes for a relatively hefty size. I think this is around 80% pot here, 2.1 into 2.6.
And this is such a gross thing to be confronted with for the Georgian. Stone bluff catching.
Yeah, very tough spot, very annoying spot.
Remember, limp pre, we bet 300, then 700. Got called on flop and turn. Now suddenly we slip it over and we face this big 2.1.
Yeah, I think we have to just get away from this one, as unfortunate as it is. We can still have some hearts, some weaker hearts that would make it an easier call.
Good fold.
Yeah, just a good fold here.
Shallow. Up to 5.9. Rates to break that 7-figure live earnings barrier if he can just squeak into the top 15. Ace-10 suited now for Japan's Konihiro. No, Akihiro, is that right? I'm just going based on memory right now. I'm not looking down at the paper. It is Akihiro Konishi. Welcoming the blinds to dance with them for 2 bigs. Asipauskas may very well be prepared for some disco. Ace-10 offsuit in the small.
1.4.
Yeah, we haven't seen him getting involved that much in the last few hands. He was probably just stealing some smaller pots.
Comes with a 3-bet to 1.4. How awkward is it to navigate this sizing out of Rokas from Konishi's perspective, given he's 4.9 back?
Ace-10 suited on the button is a pretty big hand, and Asipauskas is certainly capable of having bluffs here, having raised folds here. Yeah, Ace-10 suited is a tricky one. It's such a nice hand that you could just call this in position and play your hand, hope to hit a big flop. You could also just jam it in here. That would probably be a plus EV play. But sometimes you want stronger or weaker hands, basically, and this Ace-10 suited is maybe just good enough to call in position.
Care and consideration being given to every one of these situations by all those who remain. And ultimately, did Konishi just say all in? Yes, he did. And Rokas had a 3-bet fold in range.
Yeah, Konishi at this stage of the tournament just didn't really want to make too many big post-flop decisions, so he decided that his hand is just good enough to get it in here.
No, is there a redraw at 16?
Rojas Asipauskas decides to 3-bet fold this one. He may have 3-bet called Ace-Jack.
Konishi, by the way, was among the biggest stacks remaining in this field some time ago, but trying to work his way back into that designation. As we work our way back over to a Brandon Shields King-10 suited open. Kalabashvili bruised after the altercation with Shallow blind versus blind, but undaunted and on the button. He brings forth 1.2, 3xing the open. Nicholas's suited connector would have been willing to partake, absent the 3-bet. Instead, into the bin he goes, and Shields leans in for a look.
Yeah, I like this 3-bet by Kalibashvili. It's always scary, of course, putting so many chips in, and this is a 3-bet bluff. You want Shields to just fold maybe the same hand, maybe a hand with equity, like King, Queen offsuit, would probably have to fold. King-10 suited is a tricky one. Yeah, he does lay it down. I think he would have called against the smaller 3-bet, against the 3x out of position, decides to let it go.
3.6.
We always enjoy taking one uncontested. Little rebate, and we always enjoy a mystery hand. On this occasion, it will be the Finn Nyholm, whose 400K open is obscured, allowing those of you who are streaming us live, along with you, Karai, and maybe to a lesser extent yours truly, to try to figure out and deduce what exactly he's working with. Monotone queen high board top pair for Big Huni after defending his big.
Yeah, so we know that Nyholm opened off a relatively short stack, around 18 big blinds. So this is of course all the good hands, all the good pairs, all the ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks, ace tens. This is not necessarily small pairs, I want to say, of the stack size. Maybe deuces and threes don't want to open. But yeah, Big Huni, top pair here, small bets, no reason to do anything but call.
So, another $500,000 into the middle, and now a king on the turn. Second check from Huni.
Yeah, the king is annoying, of course. Now, all the king axes beat us, obviously. Nyholm will open with king jack, king 10 offsuit here. He bets relatively big, 1.1 into 2.6, 1.1 into 1.6, so 2/3 spot, only 1.8 behind. And now we only have a bluff catcher here with a queen 6. We don't have a spade in our hand. Yeah, I think this is already pretty close. Yeah, I would have called with queen 6 with a 6 of spades for sure, without a spade.
Now the fourth spade showing up. Really hate this if you're Huni. And I feel as though, you know, he's had the front row seat across all of the pots that Nyholm has played, but the ones that we've checked in on, which he's obviously observed as well, does feel like he likely thinks this is a player of a fairly high caliber that he's dealing with. And sometimes when that's the case, Karai, you give credit for the bluffs more so than you would to a rec.
Yeah, Nyholm can definitely have bluffs here. He can just try to use the king. That is very good for his range to get one through with a hand as weak as maybe ace-9 of diamonds here. He could just go for a no equity bluff here in a way. With his bet, he represented something like king-jack plus here, I want to say. Let's see what's happening on the river here. Now he would, of course, not value bet a king anymore. He'd need a flush. Even a hand like 3 kings would probably check back here without a spade.
Using time banks. 1.8 left. It would seem if he's going to bother to bet, the bulk of that, if not all of it, is going to be required. Could you foresee bluffs for all of our remaining chips in this particular spot?
I think if he got here with a bluff, he's gonna bluff on the end as well. He can so easily rep the ace of spades here.
What would make sense for you in terms of the natural bluffs that don't contain the spade and barreled away?
Yeah, as I said, this could just be ace 7 of clubs, something like that. The king and the queen are just so good for his range. He has all the aces, ace kings, king queens.
Oh boy. Here comes the all-in. I'm inclined to think there's a spade lurking. But that's me. What do you think, chat? What do you think, Karai?
So first of all, I think queen 6 off. We kind of have to fold. But I don't believe the fin.
He's under suspicion?
Huni seems to be in the same camp here. I mean, Huni can easily have a better hand here. Huni can have the nuts here himself. He could easily have ace 8 with the ace of spades. Something like that.
It was an open 250, 1.1,
Yeah.
and then 1.8, and it was air. Ace jack. And he's going to show it.
Lucky one.
Yeah, good river and very nice hand. Big Huni has to fold his hand. So
yeah, of course.
I was falling on the blanks.
Yeah.
And he's advising Nyholm, I was calling on the blanks, but
sure
conversely, perhaps Nyholm wasn't betting on the blanks.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure if you had the balls to bluff there or not either.
Now you are.
Nice
Nicholas. King 9 offsuit. Limps in, and Mamon looks down at an ace 5. He's enjoyed a couple of doubles on the day and enjoys position here. Do you favor the raise or check back here? Just a little of both?
Yeah, this is just 17 big blinds, so he uses this ace as a jam. I like this. McNicholas just has to fold a lot.
Well, he hasn't done it just yet.
I think he needs to fold his king 9 here. He knows he's ahead sometimes, but I think this is just one of the best hands he has to let go.
Yeah, he gave it a little chew.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, if you're up against a professional caliber opponent, sometimes you know that that's a king X offsuit with a baby card, sometimes even queen X, like queen 4, queen 3, that just wants to get it over with. You perform very well against those hands, but giving credit appropriately on this occasion.
Yeah, it could be, but with the ICM involved, you need a little more equity than usual to make this call.
That's a great point. Meanwhile, Kuzmanas, who did the dirty at the top of the broadcast, queens versus kings now. Venturing out with a couple of 5s, puts king queen into the bin. Another king queen in the cutoff, approaching things as a 3-bet.
Yeah, Tikacek actually 3-bet here with king queen to 1.1 million. For a second, it looked like he folded.
Yeah, forgive me. It was indeed Tikacek that brought the king queen. Guys, you're really throwing a lot of curveballs at us here. Flags, guys mucking and then coming back from the dead.
I like this 3-bet, by the way. This is big stack versus big stack. Kuzmanas has opened with a lot of hands, so these offsuit king.
Okay, this is
jacks,
the mark
king
of the
queens.
beast, Karai. You know, I've seen enough horror movie trailers to know you never want to look up at 666.
Just fold everything you're saying?
Just something's wrong. I might walk out of here now. This is alarming. Note that Kuzmanas has chosen to both call pre and then check it over. This seems fairly standard from your vantage point.
Yeah, I would say so. He's opening so widely pre-flop, so 5s are good enough to call, even out of position. Tikacek will c-bet everything here on this board. He has aces, kings, queens, jacks. And Kuzmanas flopped a full house here, of course, but still, these small pocket pairs on these kind of flops aren't doing that well. He knows all of these overcards have equity against him. King, queen, total bluff, but still 27%. Sometimes you'd rather call with ace, queen high than pocket 5s here. On the flop he has to call though, but let's see what develops on the turn.
That's the one piece of paint that Tikacek doesn't benefit from, as the pot grows to 4.4 million after the check call. And
Yeah.
once Kuzmanas check calls, of course, we really don't feel like we ever have the best hand, right?
Right, yeah. Tikacek knows that he's bluffing, and the jack is a good card for him in a way, because as you mentioned, some of his bluffs get there. The king jack, the jack 10 suited.
In spite of that, though, he doesn't lean into it, checking back and allowing the backdoor flush to show up. Not that that rates to be a consideration.
Yeah.
Now, what do you favor for the Lithuanian now after that check back on the turn? Do we target a big ace?
He
Do
can
we
definitely
block,
do that.
mergey kind of?
I think I like a small bet here. A block bet just to target these ace kings, ace queens that seem very likely after the check back on the turn.
And a full shutdown from Tikacek, allowing Kuzmanas to collect the pot.
I think a turn barrel would have worked here in Tikacek's shoes.
You know, it's so much easier from in here than it is from out there to deliver those turn bets with 19 runners left and 2 million up top. So no criticism of Tkachuk, but he is left with fewer chips than he had as the balance transferred puts the chip leader here at table 108 further in that lead, up and over 14 million for Kuzmanas. Meanwhile, his fellow countryman, Rokas Asipauskis, has found aces. Konishi has found a defendable king-jack in the big, heads up with 1.1 in there. Raise came from under the gun. And the gut shot came from the queen-9 deuce for Konishi.
We haven't seen it, but I just assume Asipauskas is opening a lot here. Just in general, so aces welcome sight. Just bets quarter pot, probably a range continuation bet for him.
$300K.
Yeah, Konishi doesn't love this as much against under the gun as he would against a late position open. He still has to call here with a gutter to the nuts.
Yeah, now he's picked up this jack. Obviously it improves us, but we're still not taking huge amounts of pride in our holding, especially against that under the gun boss stack of Asipauskas. 1.7 in there.
Yeah, I'm curious whether Asipauskas checks this one back. He doesn't have that strong a hand now anymore. A lot of two pairs are out there. He could be drawing dead sometimes against king 10 or 10-8. I don't think he can go for 3 streets every time. It is still good enough to value bet though, so he decides to bet this time.
1 million.
Also sometimes if you expect your opponent to bluff raise a little less often, then it's a bit easier to make these thinner value bets.
Yeah, excellent consideration, of course. If we are going to fire at board texture, which does leave a lump in our throat from time to time with the aces.
And yeah, so I assume would Konishi raise here, Asipauskas would get away from the aces, and that's a good fold from the Japanese.
Super disciplined fold from Akihiro-san. Well, Rokas has looked good, and so too does his chip stack, but perhaps beside Jeff Platt, it's a tall order to look quite as good. Let's send it down for a chat between those two.
Well, Rokas, what has this run been like for you, consistently having one of the bigger stacks in the room, at least over the last couple days?
I mean, one of my friends, who's a wise guy, told me to keep my stack over 100 big blinds. So I've been trying to do that, and it's going according to the plan so far.
He's a real wise guy, isn't he?
That's why I'm listening to him.
That's very good advice. How much confidence did your bracelet win in Paradise instill in you?
That's a good question. Actually, I mean, I feel like I'm calmer and more collected in high stress situations. I mean, I imagine that's the takeoff I would take from that win, from the final table as well. Yeah.
Learn some lessons. Hope to apply them today. Thank you for the time.
No
Appreciate
worries.
it. Best of luck rest
Thank
of the way, guys.
You know, I guess it's good advice. Just keep your stack over 100 big blinds. But I will say that he has been very calm. We have picked up on that energy out of Rokas here. And now picking up 2 queens and putting further energy into this pot is the dangerous Frenchman, Thomas Eichan, against a Mamon King-Jack suited open. King 10 suited in the big for McNicholas. Again, a hand that he would have likely played for a single raise. But for 3 scoops, this is problematic.
Yeah, and note that Eichan did 3-bet small here off a stack of just 20 big blinds in position. He would do this with a bluff sometimes. A hand like, again, maybe ace-10 off that we've seen before. And he would do this with all the good hands. Aces, ace-king, kings, and queens.
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
He's the under-the-gun raiser.
Mamor decides that there's enough 3-bet bluffs in there, that he's getting a good enough price to continue here with his king-jack suited.
Which has flopped the best hand, but the ace-high board is obviously concerning to him. So he will slip it over to the queens, which now trail behind and lack a heart.
Yeah, you hate this flop with the queens. Now it's a little bit of a decision. Does he want to bet small with his whole range? Then of course he do this with queens as well. This is one of the first hands you would want to check back though. Not a lot of value to be gained. You also not really folding out better hands. He decides to do the former. Just bets 1.5 big blinds with everything. And Mamor, with the king here, such a tiny bet, always will call. It's a similar spot. There's no value in raising. He cannot fold, of course.
So after the check call, the third heart shows up, and both players like their hands even less.
Yeah, and Aishan doesn't know this, but another bet would probably work.
Yeah, good luck trying to deliver it. I mean, not impossible if you decide you're just going to try to barrel off and turn it into a bluff. When you do have an under-the-gun opener who you 3-bet, has made the call, and has stuck around on this particular flop, you have serious concerns about ever being good.
Yeah, Aishan is thinking what is his weakest hand in the range here. He probably has pocket jacks as well, maybe pocket tens. So
But in that case, wouldn't you try to just hunt cheap showdown against those hands rather than feel the need to barrel?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I think queens will just decide to check, and because they have a little bit of showdown value, they still beat a hand like pocket jacks. Should he have pocket tens here on the turn, I think he would have considered a bluff.
Now, he did check back, and the fourth heart rolls off, and one wonders whether or not Mamon now is considering with his king turning it into a bluff against what feels like a potentially pot-controlling ace.
Oh, and he does. I was going to say he bets super small, though.
But this is a kind of novel concept. I mean, not foreign to Top Shelf, but 700 into the 3.3 feels laced with value.
Yeah, yeah. And Aishan just has nothing, so he gets away from it. I don't know if I like the small bet with this particular hand, because as we've seen, queens is basically the next best hand and snap folded. I don't know if he'd get so many better hands to fold. So, yeah. I think with this hand I would have bet bigger as a bluff.
But you don't think like an ace there without a heart finds the bin against what feels like milky sizing?
Yeah, maybe.
That's the one for me. But how many of those aces didn't hook up with two pair, obviously, as a 3-better pre? You know, some ace-queen maybe in there.
You're right, yeah.
2 queens for Nyholm. Raising it up front. Didn't work out so well for Thomas. Let's see how the Finn fares. You know, I hate to mention this, but chat was all over it. Rokas was just interviewed by Jeff.
Oh,
Correct.
no. I forgot about that.
Historically speaking, that is the kiss of death. We don't wish such things upon the Lithuanian, but here he is 3-betting ace-10. It already feels like maybe the impact is revealing itself. It would take a whole lot, of course, for him to go broke on this particular hand.
And he's below 100 big blinds, so I think he's...
Oh, my God. He's in the danger zone.
Yeah, he 3-bets with the ace-10 off. This is, again, one of these 3-bet bluffs that you want to have. Nyholm with a real hand under the gun.
Just keeps it simple.
Yeah, 28 bigs, just 4-bet jams. Makes sense.
Second time an ace-10 offsuit, by the way, has been binned after 3-betting for Asipauskis. It was against ace-10 suited last time out, this time against the queens. And you're not just continuing to look steady. 7-3 in front of him.
And then they'll fold because they don't have it. That's
Michael McNicholas here on the button with pocket 8s, 14 bigs to start the hand. Decides to min raise, and this is a min raise trying to induce and get it in against the raise.
That it is. King 6 suited in the big for Zhu. He's got so many chips. Just a dream.
Yeah, King 6 suited, nice hand in the big blind. He has two options. He could just call, play this hand as the chip leader, and this is the second option. Just put it in.
Yeah. You know, we see some of this out of the suited kings, especially against kind of a late position opener. McNicholas on the puck here, and
he would get some better king X's to fold. A hand like king 9 offsuit would fold.
That's a key attribute, obviously, of the jam, is denying the equity and blasting through dominant holdings. Instead, it's bottom set for McNicholas. Gutter, however, for Zhu. There would be some real filth associated with the arrival of a 7. Nobody with any diamonds, and a stick. The only thing that McNicholas needs to ward off, and there it is.
Oh,
a black 7 from outer space. What a nasty exit for the American. Set of 8s versus king high. And just 3 of those 7s were available. All going Heng Tao Zhu's way across the better part of the last 2 days here in this main. Karai now sits 24 million.
He's playing well. He's running even better.
Yeah, he better go grab some sunblock on this break, because the heat, the sear of that star has really been shining down on him. Here is a look at your remaining runners and how they stack up. Just a pretty fair and even distribution all the way up, but that gap between Heng Tao and Rokas widening. You see those top 3 stacks. Karai and I are going to step aside for about 15. Don't go anywhere. More from the main after this.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Seconds. Ollie.
How much?
4,525.
4,525.
That's good.
Thank you.
My supervisor was like interested in gambling science, so he was like, "Yeah, I love poker. Like, do what you want, really."
Call. Call.
Let's shoot.
Sorry.
Check.
That's 300,000.
Did you do any studies?
Yeah, I'm schooling for finance.
1.6.
It is 1,600,000. Seconds.
2.2.
2.2. 2 raised to 2,200,000.
Is it both?
Yeah.
That's
minimum.
not 50. Not 50. This time. Ollie.
All in.
Roll.
And C3.
Kings are queen with us.
Yeah.
What a spot. I have a feeling queens are going to scoop this one. I have a feeling queens are going to win this one. Sleeping. Nah, maybe not.
Could happen.
Still think it could happen.
Okay. Yeah. How do you know?
He had a queen.
He did know. I had a queen.
He had a queen as well.
Me too.
1 minute, 1.6.
I thought it was 2005 with the clicking wall.
425.
I thought it was 2005. Click, 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 click.
My instincts were better right for myself as well.
I wasn't. Yeah. If he makes it 2. If he makes it 2.8.
And good. That's exactly what I asked before.
Thanks.
Sorry if I bust you with this. It's a little ugly.
That's going to be painful if I lose like this. Yeah.
But you have 15 bigs, you flat.
I have 23 bigs.
Yeah, no, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Or 22 bigs.
I was asked to do it.
I'm scout.
That's a good flop.
It's decent. How much go?
6-4. Nice call.
Thanks.
$4.8, 75. 4,875,000.
Fold.
Sorry, no. You have more. Just running super.
That clock's running at double speed again.
Too fast, yeah.
Super speed.
Oh, shit.
Call.
Call? Call. And a call.
Yeah, you have to call anyway.
Yeah. Or then a call.
You have to call 7 deuce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I swear. 900 into 2.4.
Yeah, the service point here. No. I'm back in there.
Interesting.
What? Yeah. Have to make it fun.
Yeah.
If there was no sweat, how could they make a TV show?
Call, please. Two point six. 1.6. Yeah, 1.6.
6. Call 1.6.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Welcome back to Prague, where just 19 players remain here in a hunt for glory in the World Series of Poker main event inside the Hilton Prague Atrium Hotel, which is thinned out steadily from the over 2,600 who began the journey. Who will remain when we get down to one final table? That is still to be determined. As you see, six-handed poker on display here with Garcia bookending things. On the other side of Asipauskas, and the blinds up to 125, 250, each orbit costing us 625,000, and the orbits have tightened with fewer players at the table, Karai.
Yeah, I mean, this is now one of the most important stages of the tournament here. Now the big stacks want to get even more chips to be able to pressure the final table. The short stacks want to survive, just get some ladders.
Garcia with a suited one-gapper in the cutoff. Brief pause over to Nieholm, who's looked very good on the day, but his hand not so attractive. Jack-6 off. Into the bin he goes. Konishi. Small blind, Jack-9.
Yeah, this is Asipauskas' big blind, so a little bit scary. I think he will just limp most of his range here. And yeah, interesting that Asipauskas checked back. A lot of people would have raised here, but it makes sense to check back with these smaller pairs sometimes. If you would raise and get 3-bet, it gets a bit annoying. So it's just a nice hand to have in range when check.
Ace-9 deuce board gives Konishi the lead with middle pair.
Konishi can go either way here. He doesn't need to bet his whole range here. He could check with Jack-9, but he decides to value bet in small. Asipauskas cannot fold here for 1-bet. Just a big blind.
7 on the turn. And if we're Konishi, we're not particularly concerned about the ace.
We're not super concerned, but I think we want to still control the size of the pot. I like a check here. We open up the possibility of Asipauskas bluffing us with some low equity hands.
Bet 800,000.
He disagrees. He bets relatively big here, 2/3 pot as well. He's trying to get some calls of weaker 9x. Pocket 5, just let it go. Yeah, Konishi is one that likes to do the betting himself. I think he doesn't want to check and have to be put in a difficult spot.
So a nifty little pickup off the chip leader as we look at other pastures here. Six-handed action where the two Frenchmen are at the back of the pack, trailing the peloton. Heng Tao Zhu is wearing the yellow jersey. 50 bigs, clear of Brandon Shields. Just an unbelievably dominant scenario.
He's never washed his clothes in his
On the
life.
topic of dominance,
Okay. Now I understand. Yeah.
the indomitable aces under the gun for Kvesti.
€8
And
per
Kvesti
t-shirt.
now with a first world problem.
Yeah,
Nice decision to have.
Yeah,
The
the city is
decision
cheap.
is, does he want to
Yeah,
open
I
jam
know,
or does he
I
want to
know,
min
it's
raise
a
here with
choice,
pocket aces of
Just go buy
the
new ones, they're
small
cheaper.
stack?
I considered it. Enough time.
There's your answer. Rip City for 2.1.
It's the same as Vegas.
See
Yeah.
if
You do it
anything
in the
brews
hotel, you're dead.
behind.
If you just
Yeah,
have
he
2 blocks
decides to
away.
just open jam his whole range here. Doesn't want to make it too obvious that he has a huge hand.
Over to the big. What's Thomas Hall got under the hood?
You tried, eh? You tried.
The dealer was sweating there.
Nothing.
Oh, yeah.
You tried.
You pray a guy had.
He really tried.
That's got to be worth €10.
Something.
By the way, I mentioned there were 19 remaining
Bribery.
in the field. It is, in fact,
very good man
18,
so
and
far.
we
I
will
like
be
you
doing a
very much.
redraw at 16. But for the time being, we got 3
Now it's
tables
150
playing
euros.
six-handed, and we got Peter Kvesti, who I'm not trying to put on Front Street, Karai,
I
but
promise I'm not
isn't that the same kit he was wearing yesterday? Is he superstitious?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. If the outfit works out, then why change it?
Well, I mean, I can think of a few reasons to change it, especially if you're under the sort of stress that a run in the main is associated with, you know, unless you're doing laundry every night, which I don't think most of us are. Anyhow, I digress.
Maybe he just has a couple of those outfits.
You gotta love the defense to which you come for the fellow German, as Chalot
So you have
on the
one green
offense with
stack.
blackjack.
Or like one full green stack.
2. I mean, yeah. 2 with this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
5 million.
You have around 5 million?
familiar.
Hold on. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Brandon Shields with 10s.
This could be very enjoyable for the jacks.
And Chalot opened with a 20 big blind stack. So pocket 10s good enough to get it in here. He just jams. Thomas Asian shortened the big blind. And Chalot will definitely call this off here for his tournament life.
The next pay ladder comes at 15. So no immediate jumps to be considered. But there will potentially be a jump on the horizon for Chalot should his hooks hold, and this is a very consequential pot.
Yeah, another unfortunate situation for Shields, who made the right play but is running into it again.
So 10.65 officially. That's what Chalot is drooling over, but look at this. 8-9 queen, both parties interfering with the gutters. Chalot, of course, doesn't need to hit. Shields very much does. The 10 on the turn now gives him a pull at a full house. Note the straight now for Chalot. And he does fill up.
Wow.
A queen on the end. That is savagery.
What a run out.
Lucky.
Wow. That was good for momentum.
Chalot's disgusted, and
That was
I
very good for momentum.
cannot blame him. I think he
Biggest first world problem
muttered
I've
something
ever
to the
had.
effect of, "I've been unlucky this whole tournament." But obviously, some things went right to get down this far, but you can't fault one for having that perception, because you remember all of the beats that you take, and that one really was so critical. He would have been up in that 8-figure territory. Instead, he's out in 18th. Meanwhile, ace tray, chips flying around the room, and this time it's Stormir's. Sandre over the top of a Tkachuk cut off open. Dominated, unclear what kind of appetite Tkachuk's going to have for the extra 1.8. Is it compulsory if and when it gets back around?
I mean, first of all, this is a very similar rejam from Stormir to the one he did earlier with the ace-4 when he had 7 big blinds. Now he has around 9, and I again think he maybe could have folded this one because he doesn't have a lot of fold equity. And ace-8 is one of the worst hands to call with here, but even this one is kind of close. I think he could still fold though. Let's see what his decision is. He gets a slightly better price against the button jam compared to a big blind jam, because now there's an extra small blind and an extra big blind in the middle.
Taking all of that into consideration as he deliberates, and he does deposit the call. You see, Stormir didn't love it.
Indeed.
Much prefer to take that one without having to see 5. And he's a near 2 to 1
How much are you going to
dog.
pay for it?
How many euros are you going to give?
North of 5 million in the middle. The mood's considerably lighter on those uninvolved in this pot.
Oh my god.
7 tray deuce.
I see my trick.
Into the crab pot comes the 3 of hearts. Pairing Stormir. He knows he's not out of the woods, and boy, things just got more forested on the turn. Queen of diamonds giving to Tkachuk all those diamonds plus the 8s. And instead, it's a clean and cozy 5.
Running very good.
Dare I call it higge,
Don't jinx it.
which is the Norwegian term for coziness and warmth. It's an idea, a philosophy.
How do you know that?
H-I-G-G-E.
Well, we've had enough now, all right?
Higge.
Of your lucky all-ins. No more of that, all right?
That's the only way I can win against you guys.
Shut up.
I could just be making it up, by the way, Korai. You never know. I mean, you gotta. I'm balanced.
I mean, I believe this one. Yeah,
This
there
is
was some
true.
other stuff.
This one's true. Yeah, some other stuff certainly needs to be called into question. No question's going to be asked by the 6-4 offsuit of Mamo up front, but pausing ever so briefly. Now he flicks it back. King 10 suited. Tasty looking one off of 24 milli.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to get them there eventually.
Yeah, Zhu, our chip leader here with the King 10 suited, he's never cashed an attorney with a 4-digit buy-in before. I looked it up on Hand and Mob before, and now he's here chip leading this one.
How about that, huh?
So not a ton of experience in high-stakes poker, but he's playing so well.
Not performing so well, though, against a king-queen suited, which is precisely what Kalabashvili is looking down at.
I expect him to just defend this pre-flop. He has 36 big blinds to start the hand. He doesn't want to bloat the pot.
A7 deuce, very dry board here. Interactions with that ace of spades for Zhu, plus the betting lead and position could all come together for a comfy c-bet.
Yeah, I think, again, he's going to c-bet his whole range here as the big stack. He doesn't expect to get check raised too often here.
300.
$300K into the 1.3, very standard.
Yeah, just slightly over one big blind. Kalibashvili can have the best hand here. He knows that. He has the backdoor hearts as well. So he's probably going to call.
When you make this call, though, you're playing a bit of chess insofar as you're thinking moves ahead and trying to ascertain with what frequency you think your particular opponent is going to continue to barrel away at you, because you know your hand lacks any real durability. None of the backdoor equity in the form of Broadway or hearts shows up. Let's see how Zhu approaches things with almost 2 million in the middle now.
Yeah, you're basically just hoping that your opponent shuts it down here. A hand like King 10 could do just that.
So the check back brings a deuce, which pairs the board.
And the reason for King 10 to check back is that he sometimes has the best hand. He could beat Queen Jack of hearts here maybe, for instance. And he blocks the King highs from his opponent's range, which would be one of the first hands that would be folded. And yeah, interestingly, Kalibashvili doesn't want to show this one down. He thinks he's not going to be ahead often enough. Decides to turn this into a bluff, and despite betting having the best hand in this case, this is a nicely played hand.
That's no bluff. That's a value bet, correct? Come on now.
No, I think a hand like pocket fives would be in a very tough spot.
Yeah. Part of the calculus when he activated. Those have been tough chips to pick up on the day. Those Zhu bucks. Konishi now. In the small blind. Content to limp. Certainly had to contend with this monolithic holding of Asipauskas to his left. Rokas checking back. Jack, Jack 10. 2 spades. Nobody linking up with the texture.
Final two.
Redraw. Yeah.
Final two tables.
Yeah, Konishi with ace high here checks it over. Doesn't want to bet everything. Asipauskas king high also looking to get to showdown.
That card actually makes things slightly more interesting for both parties, as Konishi has the two-way straight draw to go with the ace high, but he's spadeless, as is Rokas, who's got an open ender of his own.
Yeah, I think he still can just check. He doesn't need to bluff this. He's ahead of all the 9 highs, 8 highs, and so on.
Well, this is a weird way to make yourself a queen high straight, as the 4th spade roosts on the river for Konishi.
Good check. Yep.
And it's a full shutdown.
The smallest possible pot. Still feels good to win this.
You know what's weird? It's almost as though Asipauskas is somewhat insulated from playing big pots unless they're on his terms with his stack. You know what I mean? People are just going to tread so lightly against you, and it's so beneficial.
Yeah, he's just very good at picking the right spots. He knows when to be aggressive and when to just play it like slow.
Well, the World Series has already picked some spots for its vlogger program, but others are available, and the salary, well, it's handsome, $100,000 a year. Apply now at vlogger@WSOP.com and join our team. By the way, if you have like 10 followers, you know, and an iPhone 4, and that's, you know, how you're doing the vlogging thing, just maybe don't apply. You know, I don't want to dash anyone's dreams and hopes. You know, we're equal opportunity, but you know, bring us something, if you would. Meanwhile, bringing forward all 3.8 is Zanetti with King Queen. Kuzmanas awakens to 10s.
Yeah, and Kuzmanas is going to call this jam here, of course. Small blind against button.
He's actually going to jam over the top of it, just to further influence Tkachek's hand to never call. And classic declared. Couple of overs against a pair. $8 million chip pot. Giovanni Zanetti back up against the wall. Ace, king, 3 board puts him in front. And now the pressure is on the 10s. Oh my goodness. 10 ball, corner pocket, a gut shot for Zanetti. It's not over yet, but you can see deep concern washing over his face for good reason. And that is not the first time that Kuzmanas has done someone dirty. Granted, 10s were best pre-flop, but after the flop, you really don't expect to be collecting this one. And the Lithuanian
This only happens online.
telling Rokas, I'm not going to leave you alone with a big stack, my friend.
Yeah, GG to Giovanni Zanetti. He finished 33rd in the 2024 WSOP main, so another very deep run in the WSOP main event for him.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's not thinking about any of that right now. He's thinking about what could have been. 60,000 euros are delivered his way, and a redraw is upon us. Marius, all smiles. And we will pause the action. It will take about 10 minutes, I'm being told, for the administrative duties to consolidate 3 tables down to 2, but don't go anywhere. We're going to shuffle the deck and see how everything plays out as the redraw is upon us here in the main.
You're not greedy, at least it's good.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
That's 275,000. That's 200,000. Seconds. Seconds. Raise 1,600,000. 1.2.
Floor. Floor. Possible use some more waters? Thanks. Thank you. That's usually the flop on those.
Check. $600,000. Check.
$1 million.
1 million. 24 bets, 1 million.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Welcome back for continuing coverage of this 5th day of the marathon that is a World Series of Poker main event. European edition, of course, here in Prague, Czechia, inside specifically the Hilton Prague Atrium Hotel, which has been, I'm not going to call it a summer camp, but a spring camp of sorts, with so many people from all corners of the globe descending upon the opportunity for glory, which still is available to these 16 as you get a look at one of our 2 remaining tables. And you don't love having to be at Heng Tao Zhu's table if you have a stack as big as Chris Unikin's. 15.5 million, trailing by 10 million. As we get the cards back in the air, blind staying static at 125 and 250. Alinejad alongside Karai Aldemir. As we see the Finn Nieholm on the button with the suited one gapper.
Yeah, these table draws are very important elements this late in the tournament. Here, Nieholm a little bit unlucky, sitting on the right of the chip leader.
Yeah, the seat draw, never mind the table draw. Conversely, Rokas being on the left of Zhu much prefers his positioning, as you see some weight being thrown around with the baby suited ace.
Frustrating.
Yeah, Zhu just keeps putting pressure on his opponents, and 9-7 suited looks nice on the button, but he does have to fold here. He knows Zhu can very easily be bluffing here, but 9-7 suited just not good enough to continue.
I gotta say, on the whole, that which we've observed from Zhu really points to a guy who, independent of all of these chips, is very much capable of taking this thing down. I mean, he's got all the ingredients, and we've seen them. The bluffs that took a little bit more than average courage in spots, and has earned those chips without question. Meanwhile, Kuzmanas, the other Lithuanian runner in the field, is the boss stack at his table, ahead ever so slightly of Brandon Shields, with the drop-off coming down to Nikolai Bibov, the German, with the sub-10 big blind stack. Peter Kovezdi needing to make something happen. Not pictured here, where Stormir has made something happen, raising it up to 500,000 in early position. Bibov respecting it with his 9s, playing as a flat.
Yeah, Bibov feels like his 9s are a little bit too weak to get it in against an early position open. Decides to just call in position here.
What you got? 16.3.
So if I play a hand, so if I'm going to be all in, can I stand up during a hand and go to the table? No, I cannot, right? It's not possible. I have to stay.
No, and you can't check the app.
Because I'm second short, so I'm gonna have to see for the
Deuce Deuce 6 is troublesome for Bebop's purposes.
If you're going all in, stay.
Okay.
Yeah, Konishi folded a deuce in the big blind. He has to fold, though, of course, with the offsuit deuce. And both players don't mind this flop at all.
Cool.
Let's see how Stormir wants to proceed. He could just bet here. He could check and maybe raise, maybe check call. Everything seems logical.
It's easier online when you can see the
Yeah, this is basically the easiest way to play the hand. Just bet yourself.
Super frustrating.
You will get value from
I saw you.
pocket
You had
nines,
no
pocket
chip at
eights,
all.
pocket sevens, protect against like queen jack.
That's how it goes when you have
4.25 ahead, taking us to the turn.
That's
And
how it is,
Bebov
how it is, how it is.
taking it to Stormir. Nines full. This is tragedy.
This is a lot of trouble for Stormir now. He knows his opponent can have pocket nines. It's a relatively narrow range that flats here in position pre-flop.
And so he comes with check Karai. Surely you're applauding this choice.
Yeah, for now I'm applauding. Let's see how this hand's gonna develop.
Well, would the standard thing to do have been to bring another barrel?
Yeah, I think I would have put in another smallish bet here maybe. I understand the check though. He has better hands in his range, and at this stage of the tournament, you
Well,
want to.
who has better hands in their range? Forgive me, Bebov?
No, Stormir knows that he has aces, kings, and queens as well. Maybe he would have bet with those and decides, okay, I'm gonna check my tens, just control the size of the pot.
And of course, when Bebov brings forward this 650, you're left questioning how to proceed. And if we do make the call, then, you know, the pot sits at 3.7, and we've got a little over that left behind. He does come with the flat. This could, of course, be a couple of overs and clubs that were hunting backdoor equity as a flat caller pre, but as we can see, it is the far better nines full that would spell the end of the road for Stormir if somehow his 4.3 were to work its way into the middle.
Yeah, on the turn, this could have been just pocket eights and pocket sevens as well still. That would have bet for protection and some value. So he has to call on the turn. On the river, let's see what sizing Bebov's going to choose here.
Do you like the polarity of the overbet?
Yeah,
Make it look a little bluffy, or do you just stick with what you think can target range?
I think with a little bit over pot left, I would just bet it all here. Yeah.
This is a gross feeling for Stormir. I mean, he's not supposed to be up against Jack X, right? Does this man move all in with busted clubs that turned into jacks up?
No, I think this would be too thin because Stormir can have aces and kings still.
Okay, so if we safely remove jacks and deuces, now the tens are really in this tricky spot against the flat pre. What a golden opportunity to maybe click call and haul in a huge pot. As we can see, though, the alchemy is quite different. Gold is far from what's available right now. This is just tarnished copper.
Very, very difficult for Stormir. This looks a lot like pocket nines.
5 seconds.
Are pocket sixes calling pre-flop? They certainly could. He's also trying to figure out what bluffs Bebov would have here. Is this a hand like king, queen of hearts maybe, that peeled on the flop with a backdoor flush draw?
Well, jacks plus would have 3-bet us pre.
I think queens plus for sure. Maybe jacks call here sometimes as well.
So is that the one that we're maybe worried about? But would jacks jam on the end? Does that still track for you?
Yeah, they could.
Okay.
They could jam. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, totally. This could be jacks as well. Just targeting aces and kings.
This decision for the Norwegian is for his tournament life. As he tries to unpack things.
And only Stormir knows how he constructs his range exactly. Maybe he would have just jammed on the turn with aces.
Well, he has found the fold, and in doing so has found salvation, Karai. As we will stay static at 16, but Bebov's stack far from static as he moves handsomely up to 13 million.
Yeah, very good fold. This was a pure poker hand. The guy just has it or doesn't.
Do we play down to 9?
I confess, especially in the main event, I absolutely love the opportunities that we tend to get to observe the has it or doesn't moments. It's a lot of what strips away any of the computing power and just brings it back to man on man. Who wants it more? Meanwhile, you observe Mamon under the gun, making it 550. He's picked up both 10s and ace 10, case 10 on the board. Jack 10-6 giving Aishen middle pair, but of course, Asipauskis with middle set, far and away the best of it. The pre-flop opener, backdoor spades and an open-ender.
Yeah, very similar spot to the one before. We again have a call in position with a medium pocket pair. This time Aishen called from the big blind though, and yeah, everyone likes this flop somewhat. Maman could just check this. I would have liked to check in this spot because the Jack 10 hits the cutoff range pretty well. He does have a good hand though, so he decides to bet himself.
800 into not one but two opponents.
Thank you.
Slightly less than half pot.
Yeah, and he wants to make 8s and 7s fold here right away.
He's certainly not going to get a set of 10s to fold as Rokas stays aboard. Now Aishen lean on chips. 1.7 left. This is a request for almost half of that.
And there's so much in the middle already. Aishen knows both players can easily have a jack, but ace 10 may be too strong to fold.
You know what? I think the ace may be viewed upon as a dirty out, Karai, with king, queen, and ace jack specifically lurking potentially, and he just didn't know where he was trying to go from that point forward. So into the bin he goes and spares himself.
Very good fold.
King on the turn, though, and Mamon has hit the straight.
Okay, this is a big setup now. Mamon, after betting on the flop, of course hitting the gin card here, I assume he's just going to bet again for value. Knows that Asipauskas can have jack 10, can have pocket 10s, can have king jack, king 10. All of those hands he could stack here. He's playing 2x pot. What's the right sizing here? I assume something like 2.2 million, something like that.
2.5. A little north. Boy, for Asipauskas, the ace-queen is on our mind. Perhaps less so the queen-9. King-king, not impossible. And of course, in that same vein, jack-jack.
Yeah, not everyone would open raise with a queen-9 suited preflop under the gun, so
Yeah.
he's discounting that hand at least somewhat.
At the same time, we're not really in some hurry to get the remaining 4.6 into the center either. There's a lot of texture to this card. You know, the flip side of things is equity denial, but the flat call is the way forward. Deems Asipauskas bringing the pot to 8.6. Can he pair the board? No, he cannot.
Yeah, and Asipauskas doesn't love this. This isn't just a trap here. He knows he can definitely be behind here. All of those hands that you mentioned make total sense. This could be pocket jacks, pocket kings, ace queen. There aren't so many natural bluffs. This needs to be something like ace-9 suited, but, well, it needed to start off with a c-bet 3 ways. That would not happen every time. Maman only a little more than half the pot left in his stack. I think he's going to go for it all.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
And into the blender goes Rocas.
A really folding set.
Yeah. And
525,000.
How much is it?
4,525,000.
Three hands specifically. The ace, queen, kings, and jacks.
Yeah, I wanted to hear him talk there. He knows this suddenly is pretty much a bluff catcher. This doesn't really look like it's king jack anymore.
5 seconds.
Well, you heard him say, am I really folding sets? And if you want to make it down this far, you have to make difficult folds. It's just the reality.
And this is so annoying. He knows he's kind of supposed to call.
I have tens.
But he doesn't
What do you
believe
think
that
about
his opponent is bluffing.
Little speech play now. Said I have tens. What do you think about that?
Music to your ears.
Mamon giving nothing away.
He's trying to count all the combos that beat him here. He's trying to figure out what the bluffs would be. I think he's capable of laying this one down.
I
as
do too.
difficult as it is.
So fucking disgusting, man.
He expressed a little concern that he was up against a set of sixes, maybe. Not sure.
Yeah, he's really trying to figure out if he beats value or not. This is the key element of this hand. Because if he doesn't, I don't think it's enough bluffs. Of course, hearts miss on the river. This could be something like ace-5 of hearts. Maybe they give up sometimes as well. And again, they would have needed to c-bet on the flop.
He's doing a little math to see what he would be left with if he clicked call and was wrong.
I mean, I guess sixes. What would you do with king jack?
It seems
king jack a diamond.
It seems like he's calling himself in. He's talking himself into calling here, thinking that he does beat value.
One thing he's not doing is getting Mahon to say a word.
Nice fold there.
Top class. Sparing himself further losses.
He said he
Primer,
can.
river bros.
Can he do like that?
Can do that.
Okay. Just asking. You fold a pocket tens?
Mamon, by the way, quick to call the floor over in an effort to potentially penalize Rocas. I don't know how that's going to go over as we send it over to Jeff Platt, who is with your 24th place finisher,
Stephen Jones, nice enough to come back, join us, share his thoughts. I know you had a decision on your final hand. Don't need to get into the specifics of that hand, but when it is a decision like that, does that linger with you for a little bit longer than a normal elimination?
Yeah, when you make the wrong decision,
Sure,
it does.
sure.
Yeah, it's always brutal. And then the time bank things, you know, most tournaments don't have time. I mean, it's good. I think the time banks are good, but when you're not used to them and then you're kind of like thinking about that and you're like, I don't want to use all of them, that messes with you too. But at the end of the day, you know, I ran well to get here, so I'm not too displeased, I guess. But in the moment, yeah, it takes a couple hours to get that out.
How are you able to navigate these big field events so well?
I don't know, man. Some kind of magic. I just have a knack for people, I think. And then I'm very good at knowing what my image is to every different person, so I know how to combat whatever they're going to throw at me, I guess. And just take it one day at a time.
Did that main event experience give you any extra edge for some people who are unaccustomed to the cameras, the spotlight, etc.?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there was definitely some people that were very comfortable regardless in there, but I could tell there was others that weren't, and I've been there before, so I was definitely feeling very chill. Yeah.
What takes up most of your future, poker or reality shows?
I guess we'll see, right? Yeah, maybe a bit of both. Well, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely, the series is coming up in the summer, so there'll be that in my immediate future. But beyond that, I can't say. I can't say for sure. Yeah.
And finally, I have to ask, a new location for World Series of Poker Europe. How have you enjoyed your time in Prague?
Oh, I love it out here. Even though I haven't been able to explore yet this time, I'm about to. Yeah, I've been here before, and it's so much better that it's here than in Rosvedov. You're in the city, and you can do a lot more. So that's why I'm here. That's why I came, because it's in Prague. So I will be back next year.
There we go.
I will be back.
Great to see you here.
Yeah,
hope to see you in the future, like you said, guys.
All right. 5 seconds.
Well, he'll be back, and we'll very much be looking forward to it. GG's to Stephen Jones and Stormir. He's back in the mix with a King 10 suited up against Peter Kovesti, the short stack with aces.
Okay.
This was open 3-bet jam call. 2 diamonds, 2 jacks on the flop.
Yeah, this is just 8.5 big blinds for Kovesti.
No backdoor clubs and no path to victory for Stormir as the aces lock it up on the turn. Always a nice feeling in the German doubles.
Doing a very good job today.
Is there a German word for the Norwegian equivalent of what I described? Hygge? Like something warm, cozy? Probably Glühwein.
Glühwein, yeah.
A winter favorite out in the Christmas markets.
Yeah, there's usually a German word for everything.
Schadenfreude is the greatest German word for me. That is fantastic.
It's a good one.
To pack all of that into a single word. Keep it right here on the back end of the Kovesti double. As we re-rack. Beep off. Dust.
7 bets.
Garcia peeling.
8 bets.
Disinterested. And the King 8. See if Peter's new chips will go to work. Seems engaged.
5 seconds.
Yeah, we don't know what he has just yet.
Kill the suspense. Queen 10 offsuit. And by the way, you would have heard from Kalabashvili. Who looks down at jacks.
2 raise, 500,000.
He'll speak.
Yeah, this is Marius Kuzmanas' big blind, the big stack, so this is always going to be taken into consideration when deciding whether to open or not. Pocket jacks, of course, going to open either way.
Shields with the tempter.
The powerhouse.
4 raise, 1,500,000.
Occasional booth colleague David Lappin was kind enough to send some support. So he's watching the show out there. Shout out to you, David. Often refers to it. I like that, the tempter.
The tempter, yeah. Ace-5 suited almost always wants to play, sometimes as a flat and very often as a 3-bet as well. The reasoning is that a lot of better aces, ace-x hands, have to fold. And it has some nice board coverage as well.
Kalabashvili is contemplating how he would like to proceed. He knows that Shields can afford to lean on some folks with a broader array given the depth of his stack. He is opening from the hijack.
3 million.
All of this on his mind as he makes the decision, and he comes with the 4-bet to 3 million. Your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward stack size, just south of 40 big blinds to start the hand. Should he just have 30 big blinds, he would definitely just 4-bet jam or get it in. Now this is kind of in between. He does decide that it's just good enough against a capable player to get this in here pre-flop.
All in.
Oh.
Shields stuffs it. Kalabashvili is prepared, and suddenly Brandon has bloated one. He is the covering stack. On his feet just due to the gravity of the moment, not being at risk. That reality is, of course, the one that confronts
Karma is coming out.
I hope so.
Kalabashvili.
If this is it, this is it.
Prepared to accept his fate.
Eight of spades. You cannot be done on the turn.
Biggest hurdle cleared
wow.
by the jacks. Spade on the turn. Now all of a sudden, we need to fade aces and the flush draw. 19 million in the middle and send it to the Georgian.
And this might look a little bit like a punt to some, but believe me, it isn't. The ace-5 suited wants to do this sometimes. It has equity against almost every hand. After 3-betting, you sometimes just want to 5-bet jam this.
Now, you mentioned that it was an awkward stack size off of which to kind of operate. Is everyone clicking call with jacks there in Kalabashvili's spot for that much more? Was that a given?
I think after he 4-bets, he does that with the intention of calling it off. But I think he definitely just could have called it pre-flop, just called the 3-bet pre-flop.
Sure.
So yeah, Shields recognizing that Kalabashvili is capable of having 4-bet bluffs here. This is of course key for the hand.
You know, I think oftentimes we can be very tempted to be critical based on the outcome there for Brandon. But just consider that Kalabashvili had to really have a lot of hand to be able to call the heat. And yes, the 4-bet makes it look like he's there in that narrow range, but I think some of that associated with credit being given to the Georgian for also having a cheekier range.
Yeah, and we've seen so many 3-bet bluffs and 4-bet bluffs today and yesterday, so I understand the decision with the ace-5 suited.
Boy, and I think we need to keep an eye on Brandon Shields in the back end of that one just to see how he's processing it, because not everybody deals with the trauma the same. I think he's very much a well-established kind of don't worry about me character, but again, the heartache is real when it doesn't work out. On the flip side, of course, the heartbeat is quite a bit stronger now for Kalabashvili than it's been at any point that I can recall. 19 million, let's call it, in front of him. Yeah, you see Brandon clearly thinking through it. Now, perhaps the deck has mercy on its mind for him.
Yeah, you're always questioning yourself after a hand like that. Sure. Did he really have enough bluffs? But yeah, he knows that that can happen. Sometimes you're just going to run into it.
And what's curious is this is the very next hand being played by Shields. Everybody bore witness to him going hard with the ace-5 suited. Now here he is suddenly opening off of a much leaner stack. And that does play a role contextually in some of our perceptions of range moving forward. Bebov, the only patron, defends his big with the suited jack. Doesn't find anything of interest on a queen 10-4 board. Overs and the Broadway gutter for Shields.
Good flop for his range as well. I expect him to c-bet. He has more of these high cards, so a queen and a 10 out there does help him more often than it does the big blind.
Seconds.
375.
4-bet, 475,000.
It was free. It was 375.
375. 4-win.
Formality, as Bebov was never interested, regardless of the size. Brandon is collecting this paltry pot in a manner that suggests he is still dwelling a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same.
It's allowed.
Yeah, he needs to focus again. 30 big blinds still a
Yeah.
lot to play with.
How much you playing? Like 4.5?
You know, if you reek of defeat, that is something that is very quickly
more,
sensed
5,
by the
5,
wolves
5.
that surround you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, ace queen squaring off with 8-9. Yuna opened under the gun. Tom defending and finding a gutter on the heartless board.
Yeah, 2 of our middling stacks here. Let's see if Nihom wants to c-bet this. From early position, once again. Of course, he has the strong range here. There's some middling cards though, so there could an argument be made
Is there an
about
all-in
checking
over
the
there, or
spec
you'll
sometimes.
Everyone's just chilling.
Third pot from Nihom. And Tom does have the nut gut shot. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw though.
Is going to peel at that price, so another 900 into the middle. Was check fold allowed? Oh, as we see him bink. Note that Nihom does pick up the Broadway gutter, but going back to the question is, you know, we defend our big third pot c-bet, just draw to the nuts, even without a heart out there, we must peel, right?
I think against the third pot bet, yes. Against half pots, then it gets a little bit closer, but for that side thing, he can call because good things can happen, as we see here.
The best of things, in fact. Sat there with the nuts is Hall, slipping it with the flow of play. Let's see if Nihom takes another nibble. He does.
And Nihom really isn't afraid of bluffing. I like this. He has some equity. He has the stronger range. He's gonna make 7x probably fold almost always, unless the 7 has an 8 or 9 along with it. Now, how does
Well,
Tom Hall play
there's
this?
your answer. As he didn't take long to say all in, and I think we're all out of options here as Nihom with ace-queen.
Yeah, Tom wants to stack the good hands that Nihom can have. With a straight, it makes sense. He unlocks all the sets, for instance. So it makes some sense to just jam it in here with 9-8. Just trying to cooler the jack 10, the jacks, the 10s. Aces could call here.
And let's not forget, you know, all of a sudden our backdoor spades may be less attractive to us if we're Nihom. Some equity denial associated.
Yes. If Tom Hall had 9-8 of spades here, I think he wouldn't jam.
5 seconds.
Right. So eventually the fold does come.
Somebody talked.
What do you mean? Oh.
You just had it. He flattered you with aces.
So Tom Hall winds up in fourth after that one, just shy of 10 million in front of him. And I think Nihom was playing off of the snitchery from Mamon.
Yeah.
In that pot against Rokas. Meanwhile, back over at the other table, we find ace-jack and ace-10 both hitting the side card. Advantage Konishi the whole way through here. He was the aggressor. Kuzmanos did flat.
Yeah, Kuzmanos can flat with a wide range here in position on the button.
Oh, just look at the post-flop procedures from Akihiro as he chooses to check it. Mindful perhaps of that flat calling range, interacting very well for Kuzmanos and trying to keep a lid on things for the time being. Kuzmanos content to check back. Now on the turn, both players making aces up.
Wow, big spot here for Konishi. Top 2. Could bet big here.
Really bad. 325,000.
Well, this doesn't qualify as big. 325,000. And is it so small that Kuzmanos is going to feel obligated to take us upstairs?
I don't think he's obligated, but he's definitely considering it. He's trying to figure out what the small bet means. Of course, he's now ahead of the range. very much so. So he could also decide to call in position though, and maybe raise some rivers depending on the river sizing. Yeah, I like the just call.
9 on the end. Really changes none of our sentiments about our holdings in either camp. Now, this street here, he can go for considerably larger sizing than he did on the turn.
Yes, I would do that. I would bet big here. You don't have the nuts. Of course, King Queen is out there. But Kuzmanas is just going to have a weaker hand so often.
1.9. Chunky.
I like it. This is targeting ace 10, ace queen. Also ace 9 and ace 8. Yeah, ace 9 two pair now as well. Ace 8 could hero call.
Yeah, Kuzmanas just accepting that he's been put in a position to do nothing but call. Would have been overly heroic, dare I say, to fold this one.
Yes. Yes, after the check on the flop, he just has to pay this off. He doesn't love it against the huge sizing.
Yeah. That's just a hand of poker there, and Marius knows it. So, Konishi calling one in there, putting him up and over 10 million in total. Kuzmanas still in second, north of Bibov and back of Kalabashvili.
Yeah, especially after just calling the small turn bet, he just has to call the river.
This look at the 20K Super High Roller Final Day, which is taking place elsewhere in the room, beyond the stage. See Patrick Leonard along with Lena 900, Nicholas Ashted.
Xuan Liu is there.
Yeah, got a glimpse of her. Boy, he had that super deep main event run. Well, if you don't see him, you surely hear him. Martin Cabral, #1 on Czech Republic's, or Czechia rather, all-time money list. I almost called it Czechoslovakia and took it way back. Yo Viral, saying yo yo.
John Juanda.
Yeah. He's in a Byron Coverman, by the way. Right. Also there. Fahreddin Mustafov to the left of Victor Blom picked up a bracelet, from what I gathered, in our ticker down toward the bottom. Isildur 1, of course, picked up 4 WSOP final tables, and a friend of mine was on the other side of a bracelet bet and was very stressed for the whole summer.
Oh, wow.
It really did feel like Victor was on form and threatening to snatch some jewelry. Meanwhile, looking to snatch 1.6 from all comers.
So you have the all-in triangle, you know.
Is Aishen, who has really just kind of hovered in this small stack territory, finding the aces right on time. Nieholm finding an offsuit jack.
Hang on. Yeah, no.
Just 7 big blinds. Is Jack 9 off good enough to call? I think he would definitely call the Jack 10. Jack 9 seems very close.
Good luck.
Aces, wow.
Good thing I... Not over yet, though.
Yeah, he thought he was getting a good enough price here. Just flipping against all the smaller pairs. Having enough equity against a lot of the range, not against aces though.
Nope. He said he feels like it's a flip somehow.
Oh, God.
What about now?
I look at the turn.
Queen. It's always a queen.
Ace 10-4 top set for good measure, Nieholm.
Okay.
Looking for a little sweat, and instead it's a 9. So this one's all wrapped up, and wow, it was trip 9s. This has been a mischievous deck.
That would have been a gross one if you had
still
ace
hanging
king,
in there.
Ace 10, 4, 9, 9.
Only number 14 on the France all-time money list, but he's climbing up that ladder.
1.4.
10s and queens. running into each other here with Kuzmanos, the opener, being 3-bet by Bebov. This is his third tour of duty with queens, as I recall, on the day. Sun shining down on the Bulgarian. Nothing particularly interesting looks to be brewing in between.
Yeah, these are two big-ish stacks here at this table. I think Kuzmanos is deep enough that he's just gonna call this out of position. He cannot fold, but it would be a little bit too much to get it in here for 12.5 million against Bebov.
So the flat brings the
we need
pot to
all the up by
3.4.
1.6, so I guess that's 3.5-ish now.
King high flop, usually good for the pre-flop aggressor because he has all the ace kings. So I expect a small bet from Bebov here. Could check back with queens, but it would make it a little bit too obvious maybe that he has that sort of hand, so he just c-bets with everything.
And it's a spot where you just don't expect to get check raised a whole lot either on this board. So the safety of that lending to the decision. Kuzmanos, very straightforward, keeping an eye. As a caller on Bebov. Neither party with the club in hand. Second king is desirable from both vantage points. It's actually problematic, of course, as only we know for Kuzmanos, because he's going to be a bit more inclined to continue to pay.
It is, and Bebov can think about betting this again with a second king, making it unlikely that Kuzmanos has one of those. He does decide to bet again and target exactly that kind of hand. He's targeting jacks, tens, nines.
The sizing in particular, too, just very nice from Bebov.
Yeah, interesting sizing. He doesn't want to size up here. He is saying he can have thinner value bets here as well.
But also, it's kind of one of those where if he had a lot of hand, he doesn't want to lose a customer and almost invites Kuzmanos to potentially hang himself if he thinks that it's weak and just tries to bounce back against it. So, cuffed. He deposits 850 as demanded. Jack on the end. Of course, it is an overcard to the 10. Unclear in this line how many Jack X's would be a part of Bebov's range. And did he shut it down? Yeah, just went for 2 streets and that's all.
Yeah, he is a little bit afraid of pocket jacks here as well. Of course, it can still be a king in Kuzmanos' range, he thinks. Play it safe, just check it back. He doesn't want to play a huge pot here necessarily against the other big stack.
Well, some of this, of course, has to do with the circumstances. 2 tables left here in the main event. And while Bebov is among the remaining runners, so too is the American Chris Unikin, who caught up with our Jeff Platt during the last break. Let's see what they have to say.
5 Americans have won the World Series of Poker Europe main event. John Juanda, Barry Shulman, Elio Fox. The great one, the 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Phil Hellmuth and Kevin McPhee. McPhee, the last one to do it in 2015. Big Hooney, the only chance the Americans have this year with 16 players left. Hooney won the 2024 100K high roller at the World Series in Vegas. An exciting final table, an emotional win dedicated to his late father. He's on the hunt for bracelet number 2 and has to be considered a threat to win it.
Raise?
You know, I was under the impression there was an interview. Chris Unikin was notably absent from that particular.
It was a very one-sided interview.
Appreciate Jeff, as always. With or without someone to talk to, he's always bringing us good nuggets of information out there, as the tasty nuggets that are red aces are being dipped into 500K, and Shields, who's showing a lot of heart, pausing on his Jack-10 offsuit, but then stepping aside. Now an offsuit connector for the big of Stormir.
There's a pay jump looming. 16th place gets 60,000. 15th gets 75. That's why some players are taking a little bit longer. As is Stormir here, who has to fold the 4-3 off. Kalibash really just adding.
Yeah, you know, it's begrudgingly that we muck it, but 2 million left. The pay jump, as you mentioned, and the preciousness of those chips with 2 million up top, all coming together. Minus 2 bigs for Stormir there, as he will inherit the small blind. Meanwhile, back over at the
I'm the only American
other
left
feature.
for us. Not going down without a fight.
Nines.
Yeah, Tom will take a few seconds here and then let this one go.
Only American left from the field.
Yeah, 1-9 busy.
You're the only American
New
left
home.
from the field.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling a bit more attached to his holding. Queen Jack suited. 2 million in his
Sounds
stack.
like quarter American. He just doesn't really know it.
No, come on.
Interesting spot. He's deciding, does he want to have a flatting range here? If he wants to flat some hands, then Queen Jack suited would be one of those. He decides to go with this one. He deems to have some fold equity against Maman. This is aggressive.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Look.
Pocket nines, of course, have to call, and Nihon is actually ahead with his Queen Jack suited here, 53% for him. He didn't have to do this, but he just deemed to have enough equity.
Yeah, one of those situations where we're behind but ahead with 5 to come. As far as the numbers are concerned, help needed for the Finn. 4.7 million. Which way is it headed? Certainly doesn't look like Nieholm's way on an ace-8 6 board.
It's always one plus one.
A 10 is fair.
Looking for paint. Unavailable.
Enthusiastic.
So a 6 outer
You hear the flick on
with 1 card busy for Nieholm. And he finds it!
Oh.
I guess that's the one
Jack
time.
of diamonds.
2.1.
Allowing him to keep his seat. I'm glad to see him still here.
Yes.
He really is a guy, I think, that if given the opportunity in terms of a chip stack where he can continue to play the kind of poker we've observed, is going to be a fun one to throw into this mix.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Unsurprisingly, of course, when you consider the talent on offer out of Scandinavia. But again, a lot of those guys like the 4-card stuff, Karai.
Right.
Pot Limit Omaha is part of the elementary school curriculum. See that? I was bluffing on that one. Meanwhile, no bluffs here. That is indeed a glimpse at the 20K Super High Roller, where Sean Deeb, unsurprisingly, is in the mix. Player of the Year in 2018, and most recently in 2025, a year in which Benny Glauser won 3 bracelets, and the Grinder won the PPC and the main. So consider just how solid his summer went. I want to talk about solid runs. How about Jesse Launis? An incredible spin. John Kite, although technically I've been advised by him that Yon Shite is the correct way to pronounce that. Having a little fun. Part of our vlogger team, Xuan Liu of Canada. Looks like she's deep into a serious moment there. Walking around that particular event during the break, by the way, it really was, where are the spots? Kind of, you know, and just...
Yeah, you know everyone at every table.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your deepest run in the main?
44 or 42nd or something.
Blind versus blind. Square
really.
off.
Yeah, I mean,
It's big, but it's
different.
Not, it's
Open
not,
ender for
it's
Ozzy
not gonna be all
Pauskas.
That's different, yeah.
No pair anywhere.
And Ju is going to raise a lot of hands pre-flop here as well, just putting immediate pressure on Asipauskas. He doesn't have to raise
Nothing
every
like the
hand,
USA,
though.
man,
Just glimpse
you
it in
know?
with King 3 this
Yeah,
time.
man. Hell yeah, brother.
Asipauskas doesn't want to play a huge pot, just checks it back.
Europe just doesn't do it like us, you know?
Nah, man.
$250, the lead from Zhu.
We're
He's
more
done this
relaxed.
on
We're
other
more
occasions as
relaxed.
well, where he kind of just
Low-key.
stabs at the ace
Yeah.
high board here. This one a little bit more
Less about
texturized
the
than the
show.
previous one
Yeah.
that I'm thinking.
Yeah, he didn't have to bet here. He
You don't
could have
have
just
Tom
checked
Muth
it here
and
with the king
Randall
high.
Emmett making
Trying to show down.
extravagant entrances.
And Asipauskas could have missed, but instead he hits.
Oh, I'm going to make an
Front door
extravagant
flush
bet here.
arrives, but he has the nut straight. Nobody has a
Coming
flush
and
draw,
doing
so he's
Cartwheels
locked the
and
pot
fucking
up.
backflips.
I like it.
I'm gonna come drunk.
Drunk?
Yeah. 2 pints.
And now Zhu really should check this one.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any equity. And Asipauskas, no diamond in hand, but the straight and being checked too. Knows he almost always has the best hand. And with the straight here, you basically always want to bluff, no reason in checking back and trapping and making his opponent maybe on a flush draw get a free river. So he's debating how much to bet.
Settles on a $500,000. Now I'd like to tell you that Zhu's done with his hand. Certainly it doesn't possess any of the attributes of one that should do something courageous, but you see him just looking over, sizing Rokas up. He's got this big stack.
Yeah, he still just should fold this
Yeah.
one, though. Really nothing going on for him.
But remember, he's a man that's brought us some check raises that we didn't necessarily expect, and he's got all of the chips with which to make everybody think twice. Asipauskas back to an 8-figure stack now. I think Zhu has a good deal of respect for Rokas' game.
Yeah.
Rightfully. Meanwhile, the other Lithuanian, Kutsmanos, defending his big blind against Peter Kovesti. Then raise open. Jack 8-6 board, top pair for Marius.
Bad flop for Kovesti's actual hand here. Nothing going on for him. He's debating whether to just c-bet with his range. He's going for it, really just praying to take this one down. I think he didn't have to c-bet this one. It hits the big blind pretty well. And I don't think you want to just c-bet everything here. Kutsmanas here between call and just raise, get it in here with a king jack.
1-3.
1.3 million. The check raise here, and this is disheartening for Kovesti. No immediate flush draws, and you kind of sense the atypical nature of a check raise from the big blind in these spots. Just a lesser pursued line. So some thought being given, but no spade out there, and the hand is turned in.
Yeah, and Kovesti knows that Kutsmanas doesn't need to have two pair here for value. He can do this with a single jack with a good kicker. So yeah, easy fold for him.
It hasn't been an easy day, though, for the German. He did find a double when he needed it, but now finds himself with just 3 million as Marius moves north to 12. Just 3 chip denominations in play now. The pinks, quarters, the greens, 100Ks, and those grays, which are far fewer in volume out there, the $500,000 chip. Hard 6 now on the button for Hangtao Zhu. Everybody expects this man to be opening a wide array of holdings on buttons. So many chips in front of him. 500 declared. Now Asipauskas with the king 10. Considering.
Yeah, I don't think out of position against the big stack you want a big flatting range here. Maybe you want to flat with some hands. King 10. Probably not quite good enough with, and instead he decides to use this hand as a 3-bet bluff. I like it.
2.2. Are there specific properties of the King 10 offsuit associated with the choice here? Or is this just looking over at Zhu and going, you have a lot of open and folds in your range?
Yeah, both of those things. The King 10 is of course blocking some of the value range. It blocks Ace King, Pocket Kings, and Pocket Tens, and those are the reasons he uses this.
Threes in the muck.
They get a hand and then they fold.
Yeah.
It was like 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, just not good enough to call with. He probably would have called with like pocket fives. It was a big 3-bet though, so he was between jamming and folding, and jam would have been quite a lot, so he decides to let it go.
And you know, the lack of durability on the King 10 offsuit is of course in part responsible for Rokas' choice to size up there. Wants to clear some of those cuspy ones. Back over now to the other table where Garcia finds nines, and he may find himself being asked for the rest one way or another, as Kavesti has ace king. He is covered. I believe that's the only stack shorter than Garcia's at this table.
Yeah, just 12 big blinds. So this is early position against early position, but still only one way to play this hand. He's putting most of his stacks in. And Garcia, should it fold around to him, doesn't necessarily love this because it's these early positions. He knows a hand like pocket sevens maybe wouldn't rejam here. So his nines aren't looking as good as usual. But it's only 12 big blinds. He's a short stack as well, so every chip very important to him.
You cannot overstate the degree to which the reality of being sat here in this event can magnify and amplify the pressure and the consequence of every one of these decisions.
I think I would call here with the nines. They're just a little bit too strong. Tens definitely in there. I think I'd get away from eights.
Wow. Disagreement from Garcia as he concedes, and perhaps a little bit of this is under the gun +1. Kavesti doesn't have a lot of chips himself.
It definitely is, yeah.
Respect being shown. Maybe we think bottom of range is something like an ace-king. None of the under pairs we would hope to be up against from time to time, and a lack of position in an inflated one there.
Yeah, ace-queen is in there as well always, though, I'd say. So, yeah.
So Kavesti scrapping. There it is. 16 remaining. The pay ladder will come once that 16th player busts. It'll be worth 15,000 euros as 60 will become 75K. And that record-shattering prize pool of 13 million euros achieved by virtue of half the price point. Multiple day ones, multiple bullets, and multiple investments by many of those who continued to try to find a bag, an opportunity to lay claim to the money in this one. You spoken to anybody about who fired the most barrels? Are there 12 bullet people out there?
Oh, I actually don't know. Did you hear anything?
I know for sure there was people that fired 3 on each of the first 3 day ones, and then I lost track on day 2 where you could still max late reg. Zhu, ace 10, ace shen, ace 7 suited. Then raise open. Oh, and he's decided that he's going to rip it over the top of this perceived overactive stack of Zhu, and what a delight for Maman.
Yeah, another one of those relatively loose rejams here by Ace Shen. He notices that Zhu is opening so many hands.
This is VPIP related for sure. The boss stacks range very wide. And for Mamo, just because he's been opening a lot of hands doesn't mean every now and again he can't find one. I'm talking, of course, about Zhu. So he's going to have some considerations. How do you like your ace-king here? Just jam and accept fate?
Yes, yes, you always have to jam here.
Okay, he saved me, I think.
This is really deflating, of course, for Aishan because he knows his ace-7 of hearts is just never going to be good. Easy release for the ace-10, and perhaps we're going to release the Frenchman into the wild unless he can realize some of this 31%. $8.95 million in the middle. In the hopes of Aishan as well. Heart in the window is pleasant, as is another one behind it. Both players making the ace means a 7 will do the trick, along with a heart.
Wow.
And there is the black 7 as the stick works its way to this turn. Mamon could return the favor with a king. Instead, it's a 5, and Aishan says, not so fast, fellas. Life not fair.
Another lucky double for him. He seems a little bit embarrassed. Almost.
I'm weird like that, too. I don't like, because I know how it feels on the receiving end, I don't like giving people ugly beats.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
But I guess we have to remind ourselves more often than not,
Get lucky.
Yeah.
our opponents aren't encumbered with such sentiments. By the way, I feel like Momo has kind of made himself a bit of a villain out there in this brotherhood. It is the deep runners in the main after the comment versus Asipauskas calling the floor over. Let's focus, though, on Thomas, number 14 on France's all-time money list, EPT Barcelona main event champ. Last year, that 10-5 PLO result, one that you didn't mind either. We talked about how dangerous he can be with a stack, and he is trying to put one together. Meanwhile, we put our eyes back on Garcia. He let go of 9s against a 3-bet from Kavesti. Here he is jamming his ace-4. Kavesti thinking about an ace-7.
Yeah, I think he has to call this just 11 big blinds, blind versus blind. All the aces go in here for Garcia. And Kavesti knows he's never hugely ahead here, but just has enough equity against range. And yeah, great spot for him.
Almost 6 million in the middle. The Spaniard on his feet.
Look, guys. Like.
Chops available, of course, in case we can't make a winner.
Chop is coming.
Jack 9 deuce. Garcia needs a little help. The deuce for the chop. Queen introducing added pathways to such outcomes. Oh, and there's another queen, so let's carve it up.
Forgot to pay.
Shoulder shrug from Kavesti.
Fair enough.
I forgot to, to write. Big mistake.
Boy, Garcia really, despite the double there, looks like he's a man who's had the weight of the world on his shoulders for a long number of days. Unclear how many day ones he was involved in, but truly the tanks can run lean at this point in a main event, you know? Unclear from what time zone people are coming, whether or not jet lag is still being combated.
Yeah, even if you've just played one day one, it's still like the 5th consecutive day.
And it's hard. I mean, you know, with each day you get deeper and deeper, and it can be tough to get down to sleep as the excitement kind of starts to course through your veins. I'm sure you can recall back in 2021 how sleepless your nights may have been as you began to contemplate and visualize.
Yeah, you're starting to sleep worse and worse. You're eating at weird times. Yeah. Just so much stress for so many consecutive days in a row.
Well, so little stress pre-flop for Brandon Shields, who has had a stressful downswing. Off of 6.8, he brings them in raise. Kvesti with Jack-10, pausing briefly. Now Kalabashvili with Ace-9. Awful spot to find yourself in here, but 250 and C3 seems like the straightforward path.
Yeah, some of the even weaker Ace-X hands he could consider a 3-bet bluff with. Ace-9, just good enough to call.
Oh no. 9-8 tray, and Kalabashvili, especially with an ace of diamonds, isn't going to be going anywhere for the time being. Chips will be lost, absent assistance, of course. Shields feels good.
Yeah, this is a bit problematic for the Georgian. Let's see if Shields wants to c-bet here. Would certainly be the standard play. He could consider checking back here sometimes. Maybe you don't want to c-bet your whole range, and aces is one of the hands that sometimes would want to trap here. He decides to c-bet 550,000. And now, not a super obvious decision for Kalabashvili whether he wants to just check call or check raise this for value and equity denial.
Well, he goes with the check raise. And Shields doesn't mind it one bit, especially given that board texture where it could just be a man asking questions of a couple of overcards with a semi-bluff.
Yeah, certainly Shields likes to see this check raise. It's not clear whether he wants to get it in, though. If he was a little bit shorter, I think he would just come over the top. This deep, I was going to say he could just call as well. He thinks his aces are just a bit too strong and vulnerable, so he clicks it back.
Yeah, and I think also you kind of remove 9-3 and 8-3, so the 8-9 certainly is on our minds as the one to watch and be worried about, but there's so much texture, as I pointed out, that I think Shields is looking to just get more chips into the middle as things stand. 2.3 million of them to be exact, another 900 being pondered. And Kalabashvili decides to do the work for him, and this is, of course, the upside to what Shields has done. He's on his feet because it's uncomfortable, and he knows that there's a pay ladder right now. He's looking over at the other table to see if one is in progress, whereby using these time banks to allow someone else to bust could prove profitable. Once he decides that's not going to be on the horizon, he does end up making the call, and you see him rubbing his palms together as he can taste this 14 million. Sweet things can turn sour quickly, though. A 9, the immediate path to victory for Kalabashvili, as he doesn't pick up those backdoor diamonds. Nor does he pick up the 9. And Shields back in familiar territory. And that is going to be bad news for the rest of the field, Koray.
Yeah, and after losing the big one with the ace-5 suited, where he thought it could have been a misstep, he's very relieved to be back to 14 million here. And yeah, Kalabashvili, that was a huge decision to just go with it here. It makes some sense on these kind of flops to be as aggressive as possible, because there's so many bad turn cards for your hand. Maybe it was just a little bit too much to get it in, though.
Well, you can appreciate a man wanting to reduce his decisions. Sometimes we leave the door open because we're trying to be cautious, and then weird runouts leave us putting a winner into the bin. No Knows a thing or two about victory, does Brandon Shields. 58th currently on England's all-time money list. That's not something that suggests that he's not a champion at heart, just something that implies just how long poker has been played there and how much money has been won by so much of the talent hailing from behind the Union Jack. Meanwhile, all hail Zhu. That has been the order of the day, and looking to subjugate somebody with ace-king of spades. He makes it 500.
Tikacek is going to fold the 5-3 of diamonds here. Yeah, everybody waits just a few seconds now. Still the same pay jump. Maman with a real hand in the small blind.
Ace Jack of clubs, poorly timed.
25 big blinds to start the hand for him.
Oh, and he's decided to rip it. Karai, was this what you expected?
Wow, this is against early position. It's the chip leader though, so he thinks again that he's opening so many hands that he has to jam with the ace-jack suited.
Yeah. And this time, Zhu woke up with one. Maman knows that when call is declared that quickly, ace-jack of clubs doesn't fare particularly well, and in fact, it is a 2-to-1 dog. The nation of watchmakers and chocolatiers, now is the time for something sweet for Maman. And that isn't the flavor he had in mind. 8-4 deuce. Another deuce on the turn. Chopportunity. 8 and a 4 would bail us out. Jack for a dirty double. Consequential pot here.
Yeah, man.
And the 6 of diamonds is going to bring Mamon's run to an end and bring everybody into a pay jump of 15,000 euros. A 75K is now guaranteed. The final 60K bundle being delivered to Maxim.
Yeah, he took a big risk there, 25 big blind rejam, but he knows more often than not it's going through, and even if called, he has some equity.
Most likely, yeah. But his turn size is just kind of big.
I hate it on the turn so much.
It is kind of big for ace queen.
So it's like, I feel like it's more like...
Kudzmanas. No rest. The show goes on. Opening under the gun with the queen jack. Kavesti asking questions with the suited ace. 1.3 off of a stack of 3.9, by the way. This is some dedication on display against an under the gun open. He does catch Kudzmanas down in range.
Yeah, this is a cool find here of 16 big blinds.
Look what it does to Stormir's ace jack off in the big.
And Stormir has less than 10 big blinds, but I think he has to get away from this.
Yeah, under the gun open, and then somebody 3-betting said open off of a fairly lean stack of their own. I'm not sure that I feel too fondly about ace-jack.
No, ace-jack does very poorly against the value range of Kavesti here. Kudzmanas can still have a hand as well. We've seen Stormir put it in pretty loosely pre-flop before, though.
Giving this one a thoughtful chew.
This would work out very nicely for him, but I think he needs to get away from this. He does go in.
I think maybe the prospects of a triple
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
also on his mind. He'd be saying goodbye to a couple of bigs.
Kavesti hates this. He has to call only 1 million to call 4.4 in there.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent outcome for him. He had the best hand regardless of who stuck around. While he's at risk.
I'll pay you 500,
Too late.
500 euros
He's
if I win
feeling
this
pretty
hand.
good.
Or if we chop.
Maybe just a very nice read from Stormir here.
Did Kavesti just offer to pay Stormir 500 euros if he wins this hand? Consolation prizes being offered up.
Do you? All right, never mind.
Jack 5-4. It's going to be tough to pull off. One club out there.
Oh.
Make that 2 clubs and a wheel gutter for a chop. All of a sudden, Stormir has to hold his breath a little bit. This time, the deck is showing mercy to the all-in player.
We fold if we haven't got a pay jump.
I think so. Feels a little almost like chip easy.
That was an interesting exchange. Brandon zeroing in on the idea that if 16 were still remaining, would you have been less inclined to get your chips in there with that 15K ladder?
Yeah, it does play a little bit of a role.
Like I know you have bluffs. So.
That's a good sick jam.
Perhaps a future in politics, by the way, as Stormir frames it up as a respect jam. Yeah, I know you have bluffs. Sipauskis under the gun, loaded for bear. Nothing interesting brewing thus far.
Yeah, this table just 7-handed now after Mamon's departure, while the other table is still 8-handed. So this table will play a few more hands per person. And being the big stack here especially, even against under the gun, I think Zhu can continue here with the 6-4 and see a flop. Okay, he respects Asipauskas.
Yeah, I mean, Rokas has a good bit of chips and has shown himself to be ferocious. Disheartened perhaps to only be earning the blinds and ante with aces. Meanwhile, heartened by the double, Stormir now in the small blind, jams into Kuzmanas. And he'll earn himself a couple more bigs, trending in the right direction.
How much was it?
1,425.
Big old jam. Big old jam.
Yeah.
It was a big jam. He didn't want to raise pre-flop and have to decide himself after getting jammed into. It has worked out for him today so far.
He said there's probably no jams there, but he found one. Hey Shen finding an ace-10. Opens under the gun.
Nieholm with a nice looking Jack-9 suited. In these positions he just has to fold though. This is Big Hooney's big blind, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. Also has to be taken into consideration, the big stack and the big blind. Asipauskas with a suited ace here on the button. He will
A bit less than 9.
is asking for a count. He knows he will play the whole hand in position. does have ace-hand covered. So he wants to play pots post-flop. That's why he comes with a call.
You know, there was a period of time where I remember a lot of people referred to under the gun as the new button. They would leverage that position in order to open wider ranges and be able to clear a lot of good hands. It does seem like that's no longer on offer as much as it was once upon a time. Ace-9 suited, pipped here. And not exactly a fan of this board. Ace-Shan, though, has the ace of clubs.
Yeah, and that's an important card to have here. In general, the 7-6-4 is pretty good for the button. He will have all those sets here. He has 7, 6s, and 4s. He will flat all of those pre-flop. Ace-Shan doesn't necessarily open pocket 4s, for instance, in that position. So he's probably going to check here with a huge amount, if not all of his range. And Asipauskas, he doesn't have aces, kings, or queens, but he has a lot of pocket pairs. And even without a backdoor flush draw, decides to just take a stab here. He expects to win the pot right here very often. And if Ace-Shan had ace-10 without the ace of clubs, I think he would fold right away. Oh, okay. I would have expected him to do something with that important card.
I tend to agree. I mean, okay, maybe the check on the flop, we get it, but departure on the heels of it.
I'm surprised at that fold. It was a small bet.
You know, at the same time, do I really want to play one that's growing against Asipauskas with all of those chips that he has? And do I expect to be able to get to showdown that often without big commitments, unimproved?
I will play all my chips.
Not always, but sometimes you have to call on the flop even if you think you'll fold later in the hand.
Yeah. Maybe that's another one of those examples of the impact of the moment here in the main. Meanwhile, ready for impact is ace-9. All in for Kavesti. Will someone find a calling hand? It's down to the blinds. Kuzmanos can't indulge. Bebov, queen, 4 of hearts. One big invested already, 5 more to take a peek, and he's going to give his man a spin.
Oh, I'm surprised. How much is that? 7 big blinds?
You'll make
yeah,
me, huh?
6 and 10.
Maybe he likes you very much. Yeah, we're that.
Yeah, right. It's going to cut one of 2 ways, Peter. Either this call is because he does like you, or because he doesn't, but one way or another, it's going to come into focus on this flop. And
I know what you're thinking.
The ace-9 is the focal point. Uh-oh.
Thinking is enough.
Hearts on this occasion not so lovely for Kavesti, but a clear and clean 7 of clubs on the end will secure the double up to 3.5 and change.
Why? How do we do this? Torturing ourselves.
Not many other experiences you can have in the world like this, right?
Ah, it's great fun, loving it.
Yeah, more often than not, the short stacks seem to end up with the best hand after the river here.
Try telling that to some of those that have been bounced out of this one. Bebov can afford to be doubled through. We rack them back up. Newly minted 3.6. Not going to get involved here.
Dieses Scheißspiel Fassung.
Yeah, Kalibashvili briefly considered opening here with the queen jack offsuit. He could have.
That's an ugly ugly one on the button for Kuzmanos, who certainly has attacking on his mind, but maybe not with this weaponry. King 4 suited though. Bebov ready to go.
Yeah, Garcia here in the big blind. Short stack, just 10, 11 big blinds.
Finds an ace. Is any ace enough?
Ooh, this is close. Ace, you want to go with almost every ace. Ace deuce seems a bit close here.
He's going to give it a think.
You're never really ahead a lot with the ace deuce off here. You're very slightly ahead of the jamming range though.
He does wind up making the call, and he is going to be a small favorite. 12% advantage over King High. That's a good feeling for Garcia. We've seen this before. The Spaniard on his feet, but each time he's taken his seat. Will this be another occasion?
You sound confident. Feels like you're manifesting it.
King of spades.
You're right about the chop.
.6 in the middle. No kings, no fours, no clubs. No problem for the time being. For Garcia's ace deuce, and then no sooner do I say that than El Rey says hello on the turn, and then the ace says hello on the river. How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
He had the wheel gutter,
Max emotion.
but he did it the hard way.
I think since GG bought WSOP,
GG.
this is for sure. He changed the algorithm. I think of all tables, this is the most.
Very Greenstein on the
Not there,
river.
not there.
Uh-huh.
I haven't played on that one yet.
Okay. That's like quite a reasonable run out. Here it's just like.
The emotional roller coaster continues to be ridden by Antonio Garcia.
Big blind.
Nieholm, early position, activates.
4 minutes.
Yeah, this is probably the weakest hand he opens with. Queen Jack offsuit, just trying to steal it.
Still 4.
How much you got? Go boo.
Ace-shen.
Is there any other
Big
shorties?
ace-6 off.
Yeah, this is close again. Nieholm will open with a lot of the dominating ace-x's, of course, so it's not
He
really
just called.
great with the ace-6. He's just
What do
getting
they got?
such a good price that he
Four.
decides it's good enough to
What?
c3.
Leave a chip behind the tank.
Really?
And here come those three.
Like
Why not?
they'll
After the
enforce it
defense,
time
ace-5 deuce rainbow. This is all Ace-shen.
Over here, we respect the game. We
Yeah.
don't get it in with King 4, Ace 3.
And Nieholm will
Actually,
just
just
bet
gotta
this
shove it
very
King 4.
small,
Yeah, that
hoping
was
to
a-
take it down. Ace-shen will have missed most of the time. Nieholm can represent the ace very credibly.
I was just needling you, mate. I was just needling you.
It all worked out so
Next
far.
time, just hit a king.
I honestly don't know how it did. What did he have? He had ace 10.
Bets 400k, and Ace-shen with basically the
significant
weakest
hand.
ace-x that he can have. Might want to just check call
He
here,
wants so many
and not
all-ins.
check
Right,
raise
looks like he
with
doubled
every
up.
ace-x that he has. I think with a very good ace, he might just check raise right away here.
Cool.
But yeah, makes a lot of sense to check call this one.
And obviously, Nyholm would have much preferred to have taken it right there with the 400K investment. Doesn't find a path to victory on the turn. Aishan has this one locked up, unbeknownst.
Aishan will check again, and Nyholm has a spade in his hand, and we've seen Nyholm barrel a lot of the time when given the opportunity. So I think this is definitely crossing his mind here as well.
He's not afraid to steal a pot.
No. And he knows an ace is unlikely to fold, but he could target 5x, deuce x. Something like king 4.
Decide to check back. Makes a pair of queens as backdoor spades show up.
Yeah, Aishan doesn't only have the ace, he also has the ace of spades, which makes him feel even better about his hand, because Nyholm cannot have a hand like ace-8 of spades here. So Aishan knows that he often has the best hand now. Grabs value chips.
What's he come with? 800. Not that it's of real consequence, given that Nyholm is not going to be raising, regardless of the size. But will he be calling?
Yeah, this is just south of 40% here. He could bluff with a hand like Jack 3 of diamonds that could appear on the flop maybe. Just trying to do a cheap bluff here.
You know, I said he's not going to be raising. He's showing a lot of heart, Karai. I see the jack of spades.
Yeah.
You know, in the line, we have 2 spades, we open, we stab at the flop, check back to realize equity and get there isn't impossible. But of course, Aishan has an ace of spades of his own.
Yeah, it's not out of this world should Nyholm decide to jam here. I think he's more between call and...
Oh my goodness.
No, he's not.
He's found the jam. I don't care how this one plays out. If this man is sent marching or if he pulls this pot in, you just have to give him the credit he deserves. This is so much more difficult in this specific spot of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. I've harped on this point so much on the day, but it must be taken into account.
Wow, incredible. I don't know what to say. He's showing so much heart here. He's using this jack of spades, obviously, as a flush blocker.
He's showing other body parts as well. You know, I don't think I need to elaborate, but more than just heart went into this jam.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the queen, it has some showdown value. You could maybe do a little bluff catching against a big blind defense. This is incredible. Trying to maintain stoicism as Aishan dresses him down.
Yeah, the queen of clubs blocks a hand like queen deuce of clubs.
That's not the hand, that's a time bank. It was flung in there like a disgusted muck, but the cards are still in front of Aishan.
Very difficult spot for Aishan. But he does have this ace of spades.
I mean, not to suggest that Nyholm wouldn't be willing to jam king high flush, jack high flush, right?
No, he would. He probably would jam pocket queens as well. Pocket queens certainly possible here. He would see bet the flop, check back on the turn, now jam on the river after rivering a set.
And by the way, before anybody get presumptuous about if Thomas were to fold a winner here, it being horrible, ask yourself how you feel about ace-6 here.
Very difficult spot. What do you think, Ali? I think he's got a call. What do you think?
I don't think I would call. Call me chicken man, but I'm I don't think I call. Unless I had specific knowledge from having observed all of that which has been broadcast in reference to Nyholm's willingness to make these sorts of moves without it, that might tip me into the direction of call. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, chat? We calling A6, we mucking it.
Ashan doing the math. What are the possible bluffs? It could be king jack with the king of spades. Is it something like pocket tens?
Pot laying 2.5 to 1, let's call it. This is an absolute pressure cooker of a spot. And down goes the winner. Yuna Nyholm has left his mark. Uh-oh.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Thomas knows it might have been a bluff. Does he show it? He did show it. What a savage. He even went so far as to show it.
He's my new hero.
I was just going to say, we're not supposed to play favorites in the booth and keep things very objective. But I think a lot of new fans were picked up in that pot by Yuna. What a beast. Still just 12th to 15 runners, but with more chips than he had moments ago as he puts Ashan into the bin, who's just one click ahead of him in 11th. A look at the entire field on a single screen, and it doesn't take that long to scroll through them. Heng Tao Zhu continues to be your chip leader. Blinds will be going up, and Karayana will be stepping out as David Tuckman and James Dempsey are going to carry you through to the final table. Stay close. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
You got another 100 there, Chris, on the rail.
What?
On your by your time bank.
Thank you.
Check. Seven bets, 800,000.
Sorry. Thank you.
Five seconds. Seven bets, 2,500,000, 2.5. Five seconds. Three costs.
Oh my God. I'm really folding set.
4,525,000.
How much is it?
4,525,000.
have tens. What do you think about that? Music to your ears. I mean, sixes. I don't know. So fucking disgusting, man. I mean, I guess sixes. What would you do with King Jack? King Jack of diamonds.
Floor. Can he talk about his hand? He said I have tens. He said he has tens. Can he do like that?
Can do that.
Heads up. Okay. Just
6 plus. Seconds.
$3 million. 3 million.
C2 raise 3 million. Seconds.
all in.
Sit 4 raise all in.
Oh.
And sit 2 call. All in and call table 2.
Wow. Kings. Wow. Good luck. Feeling lucky?
Huh?
You feeling lucky?
I won with ace-5 against tens yesterday, so maybe karma is coming out.
I hope so.
I don't know.
Good luck.
If this is it, this is it. Seems safe.
8 of spades. You cannot be that on the turn.
True. Oh wow. Almost.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Welcome to the Golden City, home of the largest castle complex in the world, the Lenin Wall, and an extremely narrow street, but most importantly, the home of the World Series of Poker Europe. I am David Tuckman. Joining me today is James Dempsey as we head inside the King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. And it is getting down to the nitty-gritty, as they say. Just 15 players remain, 2 million euros up top. And everybody navigating their way to try to get to this final table. We take a look at table one. Hang Tao Zhu is leading the field. Everybody chasing him at 30.5 million chips. Jan Tikacek, the homelander from Czechia, down to 4.4 million. Just 14 big blinds. Blinds are 150,000, 300,000.
Here we go. This was all about. What a stack this man has built, huh? 31 million chips this stage of the tournament. I think there's like a little under 160 million in play. So we're talking.
He's got an average stack if we were like five-handed.
Yeah, serious contender at this point. That's like
serious contender, no doubt about it. Tikacek in the cutoff with ace-7. We saw Nihom there, and if you saw that last hand before the last break, just so fascinating the way he put himself out there.
Yeah.
At this point of the tournament, just so impressive.
Dinner break after this?
75, yeah? 1 hour? Okay.
650. What do we got here? Huni. Queen Deuce on the button, getting after it.
Yeah. Chris is going to go 650,000. He's got chips as well, 15 million. Tom Hall has put on a show all week long for us. Day 5 action.
Yeah, this is.
You make day 5 in any tournament, you've done well.
Yeah, yeah. No one's ever made a day 5 and been disappointed. 5 seconds. Yeah, this is one of these spots where, you know, Huni opening up with a really bad hand here, Queen Deuce, but once you get to this stage of the tournament, 2 tables left, the ICM pressure just builds so much that the big blind doesn't get to defend as liberally as they did before. So, you know, you can open up when you're a big stack more hands. I mean, Queen Deuce is out there, don't get me wrong. But it doesn't look as crazy as it would look, say, with 60 players left in this tournament, then I'd be very much against it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tom Hall does flop. Pretty good hand here, top pair with a flush draw.
Yeah, great flop for his hand. And Huni with enough to check back, try and get to showdown. Nice. But maybe try and elicit a bet later, but...
Chris can only win this now with a queen.
And again, we're at that stage of the tournament, right? I mean, we're fairly deep now. Obviously, when it goes check, there's 1.75 out, that we've got 8.3 back, but we're disincentivized to open up lots of action. when we're on Tom's kind of stack side, right? We want to just play small pots.
So exciting to get to this point. You watch these players battle day in and day out, and you get to know some of them through their play, through their antics at the table, and now you see all the pressure on them.
I like
the
that
moment they really just going for it here, and look at this.
Yeah, I really like that check back from Hooney. He recognizes, you know, a lot of situations you might think, well, I check back flop and then the opponent hasn't bet the turn, so they can't have a king. But he knows that Tom can still have kings here. He knows that Tom doesn't really get to call light too often. So with that particular hand on a 3-heart board and having that kicker, sharing the kicker on the board, he just happy to check it back. I like this. Now Tom, you'd imagine, with a clear bet.
6 is full of kings, and Big Uni here with a full house as well. Bit of a cooler, actually, at this point.
Yeah, as played, I mean, Hooney's just got no decision.
Oh, look at this. Nearly pot. There's the call, and this is a big one for Tom Hall.
Yeah.
4.6 million in there. Hall now up to 11 million. Chris down to 14 million. We are off. This is level 32. We are playing down to 9. You can see in the top left corner of your screen, 15 remain out of 2,617. This is what you play for. And whether you're a cash game player, a tournament player, or just a poker novice, this is the exciting point. It's just, your adrenaline is going. Brandon Shills.
Yeah, he's
leading this with 14 million.
He's had a hell of a day so far, hasn't he? Obviously, 5-bet jammed ace-5 into the jacks earlier, having had a very big stack, but then has now recovered and built that all the way back up, and is now leading the way on this table. Obviously, you don't want to be on the same table as you. Over there with 30 million, you come over here, you get to be the one who applies most of the pressure, and look at this.
Yeah, certainly more chips over on the other table, table 1, as opposed to this table, which certainly I'm sure Brandon is pretty happy with. By the way, I do want to be clear as we see Brandon raise this up with pocket kings. Oh, Garcia's got king-queen.
Yeah, king-queen in the cutoff.
I know a lot of you out there were Annette Oberstad fans, Sheena Okamoto fans.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I figured we were going to fold, but we know Brandon gets after it, and he may have elected to use that as a bluff, the king-queen off combination.
Yeah,
You're sub 20, you do get to have the occasional 3-bet fold there. I mean, he might just play a strategy that he has no 3-bet folds at this stage, and therefore, you know, that's not going to go. The king-queen's not going to be used.
Mystery hand here for Kovezdi. And he is all in. And this could be Kovezdi's tournament.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Still don't know what Kovezdi has. He's all in. We could get a double elimination here in theory.
Yeah, and I mean, Caleb Bashvili is sub 40 blinds tuck. He might just jam.
Oh, my. So an under the gun open with kings. Kovezdi moves all in on the button. Does that complicate things for queens?
It does, but I mean, for the amount it is, 2.9 million, he's loving getting it in against 2.9 million. The concern is obviously, of course, the opener under the gun who covers you. Yeah, he does go in.
Go all in.
I think I do the same.
Caleb Bashvili.
Wow.
Shills calls. Kovezdi at risk. Kalabashvili at risk. This is a 26 million chip pot.
Yikes.
What have we walked into, James?
Lucky 7? Yes, I agree. That will be a very good start after
this
the break.
is grim for Kalabashvili.
1,000 euros if I
Oh,
want.
wow. And what a...
He couldn't do anything.
11 million chips.
A lot of lucky queen. No spades.
Nightmare scenario. Kovezdi with 7, so 3 pocket pairs.
How much did
Brandon Shills, a chance to eliminate 2 players and have a massive chip stack.
Yeah, I've just been talking about that spin up he's had. Remember, it was against Kalabashvili that he lost the ace-5 to 2 jacks.
Eight, 8-5.
It's pretty clean.
No suits out there. There are some turn cards that might give Kovezdi a little bit more equity. That is not one of them.
Yeah, it's drawing dead for the 7s.
Yeah, the 7s drawing dead, going to the river. Kalabashvili does not hit the queen on the river. The kings hold. Wow. And what a hand right out of the gate Brandon
I mean-
more than doubles up and eliminates 2 players, and just like that, we're down to 13.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that for Kalabashvili and for Brandon Shields there, that's going to be the biggest pot they've played in their lives. You know, if you broke this down
From an
into
equity standpoint?
and how many euros that's worth. Obviously, you know, for 2 sevens as well, but playing off a shallower stack, but those two having these powerhouse hands in kings and queens, and that happening, that pot is worth like hundreds of thousands of euros in equity.
With 9-7 diamonds was the winning hand.
Oh,
So I got
this is a
10.
pretty good hand too.
We head over to the table. No time to tell stories today. Aussie Paukas. Well, it's Rokas with 12 million chips, a healthy stack as well, 40 big blinds. 75,000 euros in the pocket, by the way, for Kalabashvili and for Kovezdi, as they are eliminated in 15th and 14th. 13 remain.
It's a memorial.
Memorial.
I wonder if Tom looks to play this hand up against Under the Gun, a very strong player, but he has improved his chip stack. Yeah, I was expecting him to fold. Like, it's just off that chip stack, you just have to play so tight. It's kind of boring in a sense.
Yeah, Unity home, especially at this point of the tournament, right?
Yeah, it's just you just want to get to the final here if you're in that kind of 11 million chip stack. There's a bunch of stacks shorter than you.
Only one player has more chips than Brandon Shields, and it's this gentleman right here. And he has been the chip leader or among the chip leaders for the last couple of days.
And this is like another reason why for Tom it's very hard to get involved with the 2-3s, because this player's to add behind you, and it means that Asipalkos is opening on that big blind. And I was about to say, I thought we were going to see the defend of the King 8, and I was going to say if these stacks were the other way around, I wouldn't like the defend. Like, but because you're chip leader, you kind of over-realize equity a bit, so I thought he might still defend that King 8.
We're just popping back and forth here. Another big hand.
28.8.
Yeah. Careful, Brandon.
Watch yourself.
This feels like a must 3-bet spot. I have to say, pop it up to 1.5 million, something like that.
Antonio Garcia just raising minimum on what was what about an 18.5 big blind stack. Deep enough to 3-bet and fold still, right?
Yeah. This is just, you just got dealt, Brandon's been dealt one of the hands here where he just has to 3-bet and
especially with
gonna
his
get jammed
stack,
on.
right?
Yeah. And you're just going to get jammed on and you have 3-bet folds.
Yeah. That's a nice little pickup for Garcia.
But if you sit at the table, you think, man, this guy just won that big pot. Suddenly he's chipped up, and now the next hand he can play, he's 3-bet me. You're like, okay, we see you. And like momentum-wise, table image-wise, Garcia's just bang, straight back over the top. See the turbo fold.
And look at this.
Oh my God, what
the
is going
hits
on?
just keep on coming. Big uni with a big hand, pocket kings. Tom Hall with ace-jack. So this is hijack open, button ace-jack. Both players fairly deep.
Yeah, this kind of like the last hand, really. I'd expect to see him go for a 3-bet fold here.
5 seconds.
I have to remind myself exactly what the stack sizes are behind.
Yeah, blinds 150,000, 300,000. So Hall with 40 bigs. Gonna 3-bet to 1.9.
No, it's obviously a much bigger size. Like, this is a very different situation to what Brandon just had, right? Brandon's attacking at a shorter stack, goes smaller, whereas Tom is attacking another medium stack. So you just want to go bigger because you're just trying to dissuade them continuing. You don't want them, you want them to have like a real tough decision if they've got a hand like King Jack suited. You don't want that hand to continue. I mean, obviously we see we've got Ace Jack here, but that kind of hand class, you know, like a pretty hand, you want it to fold. Unfortunately, he's got a very pretty hand.
He does. True story. Pretty hand for a pretty player. James Dempsey, David Tuckman calling the action here. This is level 32. We're down to 13. We're playing down to 9 tonight. And
I feel like he's just going to click it. I think that's the play here. So we're starting this hand 40 big blinds deep. You don't want to allow. You can get trapped, you take it post flop, but then some really bad things can happen. You bust out in a spot where you wouldn't have. Yeah, I really like this click.
Yeah, out of position as well.
Yeah, you recognise that Tom doesn't have that many hands he can 3-bet call it off with, so therefore you do get to have some bluffs here. And obviously, when we've got bluffs, we need to balance with the absolute goods.
Would you call those chips gray or silver? What are those?
I'm going with grey.
Gray, okay. Gray, silver, either way.
Cloud
silver
coloured.
foxes.
It's like the British sky.
The British sky. There you go. Well, the British sky. Those are worth 500,000 each. And Hall says bye-bye. Says thank you very much. Take my donation. Chris back up to 16 million. Hall back down to 10 million.
It's crazy we're getting dealt with these situations.
Unreal. There's a look at Chris's bio. All-time money list in the United States, number 40. We talked about his 2024 World Series of Poker 100K High Roller Championship for $2.8 million. Very emotional. He dedicated that to his late father, who had died the year before during the World Series.
Yeah, Hooney, which is like an absolute OG of the online poker streets. The tournaments, used to play a lot with him, and some dealings with him through the years. Great dude.
Pick up the action here on the flop. Garcia opening. Kuzmanis just calling.
He's also the guy that a lot of poker players owe a lot to. He was one of the very, very early Bitcoin adopters, and was a Bitcoin preacher. Like, he just wouldn't stop talking to people. You've got to buy this. You've got to buy this. Please buy this. Please, just begging. And I mean, I was like, leave me alone, dude. But he he got a lot of people in at a very low price. So there's a lot of people owe Big Hooney a favor.
Yeah, there you go.
What have we got here?
As I look over my vineyard, I toast him every morning. We've got ace high for both players. We've got a gut shot here for Garcia. Kuzmanis does have the ace of clubs. And a gut shot. I'm sorry, and actually Garcia with a double gutter.
Yeah.
My bad. So Garcia with the double gutter, Kuzmanis with the gut shot, and the ace of clubs. Check, check. 2.8 million in the pot. Running fives. And they're going to chop this up. Both players with fives, ace, queen, jack. Unless somebody bets at it.
I think they might chop it up. I don't think either's going to be...
So while they decide what to do, I want to be clear, because I know a lot of our audience...
Hang on. He's going to bluff with this ace-9. This is a pretty narrow one. Just let's see what size he goes.
950,000.
Yeah, out of the big blind, he did check call the flops, right? So...
Is this designed to... This isn't the biggest bet. I'm trying to backtrack this one. Is he trying to make a hand like 6s, 7s, like 8x fold? Trying to make it look like a jack. That's the size he's gone here. He's widening his value range to include jack x. And look at this, makes a better ace high fold.
Yeah.
That's the other thing you do with this bet, of course. Make a better ace high fold.
Ace 10 folds, maybe ace king folds.
Yeah,
as you pointed out, 6s, 7s.
It's just a clever thing, right? You say people make that mistake a lot. Oh, bluff, I've got to bet big to make the fold, and you don't. You bet small, you can represent more hands. Of course, you give your opponents a better price, but there's an equilibrium in there somewhere, and you've got to do your best to find it.
Yeah, for sure. We pick up the action here on the flop. Chris and Hall once again backing it up here. Big uni with the ace jack. Hall with 7s. 7s in the lead for now. This was an under the gun +1 open. Big blind call. Seven still good as Tom Hall checks it back, picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, obviously pretty good flop for the 7s, but it's not really one that +1 gets to bet too often against big blind. And these two players obviously know their fundamentals. So that's why Tom checks that back. You know, if he played this hand in isolation, he'd love to bet with that hand. Needs a bit of protection. Has some future value down the streets. But against a player as capable as Hooney, you've got to play you got to play ranges.
Right, and going back to what we've talked about all week, you see a lot of inexperienced players, recreational players, betting the 7 simply because I've got to protect my hand.
Yeah.
I have to protect it. And you point out the reasons for not betting it.
Yeah. And now, obviously, the river comes off king. if Tom had no hand, he could perhaps bluff here. I think 7's obviously good enough to check back. He might actually even go for some real thin value against a 4 or a 5. Maybe that's the play he goes here.
No, he's happy to get the showdown. 7s are good here. Tom Hall back to 11 million, so at some point I'm going to get this out. I know many of you out there, Annette Oberstad and Shinya Okamoto fans. I want to make sure that it's very clear that you and I, when we left the booth last night, they were still in. Ali and Ajad came in, and they were both eliminated.
You're blaming Ali and
Corey
for that.
Listen, I am not going to connect the dots here for people. Okay, I'm just going to merely point out the facts.
I think you've literally pointed from one dot to the other and said draw a line. Like, I mean,
listen.
Okay,
if you want to come to that
the ink down yourself, you know.
If you want to come to that conclusion, that is up to you. I just want to point out. Listen, for those of you who are hoping for Annette Oberstad to make the final table and maybe be our first repeat World Series of Poker Europe main event champion, well, hey, don't blame me. Or my friend James.
Sondra gets the high-five dealer here.
Sondra. Go to 1.6.
Yeah, I thought he may just rip. But again, it all comes down to what your overall strategy is here with like this stack size. If you're someone who's going to have 3-bet folds here, then you do need to obviously have some non-all-in 3-bets and like the best ones, of course, kings, aces, and then ace-king suited does really nice actually. But I think there's ace-king offsuit, we just have to go all in. But with ace-king suited, you can risk your opponent peeling. And you're just setting up for your opponent to make a mistake as well. This is nice.
Kanishi has been impressive throughout the week. From Japan, our lone player remaining from Japan.
Yeah, we just have to
Queen
swallow
Jack
this
offsuit, kind of dusty.
Yeah, we just got to swallow this one. But let's see, we've seen Sondra do some really weird stuff pre-flop, and that may be playing in the mind of Kunishi. But the Queen Jack off just doesn't really have any of the properties we want from a hand that is going to 4-bet jam. Like, if Storm was bluffing here, you want him to have a King Queen, King Jack type holding, Ace Jack. And, oh no!
Oh, but he goes all in anyway.
Oh no!
And what a moment this is!
He's going to be thrilled to see it's Ace King.
Yeah, I mean he's at least live. It is Stormire who is at risk, by the way. So Andre Stormire at risk, 11.4 million in the pot. The Norwegian wins this 2 out of 3 times. Important thing is, does he win it now? Maybe a misstep here from Kanishi. But does he get bailed out? There's a jack.
Wow. What a moment. What a moment for both of these players.
Yeah, this is Stormire, I guess, got what he wanted, right? But can he get help on the river? He needs an ace or a king. 5 outs. 1 card to come.
Sorry, bro.
It is not the 9 of spades. And just like that, the Norwegian bows out in 13th place. Stormire eliminated with ace, king of hearts. He induced it.
Good luck.
But unfortunately, didn't get the run out he was hoping for, and he is eliminated in 13th. He'll take home 75,000 euros for his troubles, and we're down to 12.
They're absolutely flying.
Yeah,
we might be done in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to, hold on, let me call up, make some dinner reservations.
I mean, wow. What a moment for Kanishi.
Yeah, Kiro, a little bit of a misstep, but got bailed out.
I'm not sure. Brandon saying, I didn't think you had that hand. Oh, wow. What is going on? I know we're ping-ponging between 2 tables, but we're seeing a monster every single hand.
Yeah, no, this is, I have to imagine at some point there will be a lull. We just haven't gotten there yet.
I mean, the dealers have chosen violence today. And we're now on the on that pay bubble. I see a lot of people in the chat asking the payouts. Currently it's 75K, but top 11 jumps up to 100K.
Yeah, 25,000 if you can get past 1 more spot.
But you and I were discussing this earlier today before we came on air. You know, these spots, 11, 10 left, you're guaranteed 100. If you can just set it up to 7, you get 245K. You 2.5x your money. It's like so crucial if you're one of those middling stacks here.
Yeah, it is really amazing when you think about it. It's like just surviving an extra 3 spots. It's like playing this tournament again and coming in 11th.
Yeah, and then doing it again.
Right. It is insane. Hall under the gun with queens. Actually folds around to Thomas Aishan, the Frenchman. in the big blind with kind of a double gap suitor. It's well, he's got enough that he's going to flick it in, even against an under the gun open.
Yeah, this is one of the hands where you can definitely look to fold. I mean, I don't know what the situation is with the baby stacks around. If you know there's someone on a really small stack, you would definitely fold this here, given you're on that immediate 25k pay jump. But
I mean, and here's the issue. I mean, you flop a pair.
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah.
I mean, short of flopping 2 pair or some sort of monster, what's the play here when you flop 1 pair, which is, you know, a good result, by the way.
Yeah, and especially because you're up against Tom's under the gun open, and I believe Zhu's the one on the button who's the chip leader. So he's going to have to open here under the gun, you know, fairly solidly. So then you get a lot of tough spots like this where you flop 1 pair, still face a bet. I wouldn't be surprised if he just folded here even, like when Tom's aside to c-bet on this kind of middling board. Let's see though. It's only 450.
Onishen was on the wrong side of that really, really creative bluff at the end of the last level. He value bet ace-6 and was raised off it. Very.
Okay.
And look at this.
So this is the concept we were discussing the other day, right? Where sometimes you see these bottom pairs that just want to fold because of the way the action is. They then make like pretty nice bluffs. So that's the route he's going with.
Yeah, unfortunately,
it's like a bluff that's not really designed to make anything better fold, but it just denies all the equity of the hands that are already out there and can improve in kind of sneaky ways.
Right, there are very few turn cards he is going to like.
And I think Tom just goes all in here, which is another thing where it's kind of nice for Asian because he's not going to get sort of like trapped into bluffing any further. Let's see. Yeah,
all
I like
in.
that. Well played, Tom.
And Thomas very quickly folds. He's down into 3.4 million chips, or just 11 big blinds.
He just told you. He told you his game plan.
We got no kind of like, we didn't get to dip our toes into the water. We just jumped in the deep end. Hand after hand. Sondre Stormare, the Norwegian, just eliminated, and he is with Jeff Platt right now.
Well, Sondre, we were just talking off camera. I told you you were a blast to watch. How do you feel like you played throughout the course of this tournament?
Well, I tried to be very aggressive, but at the same time stay calm and not like be too crazy, just right on the line. I haven't picked up a lot of very good cards the last day, so I had to try to make it work with whatever I got, and yeah, managed to put a lot of chips in the middle.
How difficult is it to stay calm when you are this deep in such a big tournament?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I've had some experience, not with this sort of deep run, but but yeah, I'm just trying to kind of meditate and just follow my routine and not do anything different. Just try to think of it like it's something very typical, a usual day, and yeah, try to just stay in the moment.
What's next for you? And not to be results-oriented or anything, but it does really look like that you belong in these higher buy-in events.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm for sure going to Cyprus in August if there's an event there. Yeah, I don't know really. What's next for me? I'm going to check when's the next flight home. And if it's nothing today, then the bomb pot tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, that's my plan.
Have a great rest of the trip here. Have a great trip home, and we do have a little event in Vegas this summer. I'm just saying. And maybe we can talk Sondre into that. Back to you guys.
What's going on in the summer? I was actually just putting in my calendar Cyprus in August, right? I had that written down. What's going on in the summer?
There's 2 Tom Halls. He's moved table.
What is going on?
2 tables are 6, so
yeah, they balanced it out.
He's come round, so he was the one that was selected for.
No, a little more eventual.
Okay, thank you. So battle of the ace-8s. Kuzmanis in position. Hall in the big blind. As we say goodbye to the Norwegians.
Yeah,
Sondre Stormare in 13th place.
I would say just as a caveat that, because he didn't mention the World Series in the summer, but Norway is one of those countries that I believe the the tax is very punitive if he was to come play in Vegas. It's why you don't actually see that many Scandinavians compete at the World Series of Poker. They get double tax. They have to pay in the US and in...
That's why the World Series in Vegas is easier.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
get rid of the Scandinavians.
There's been some notable exceptions. Of course, Nicholas Astate were referencing the other day, Peter Eastgate, some of these guys, but and of course Espin. But it is a difficult tax
when they
system.
come over, they just win, right?
Yeah.
So
But I think you have to, if you plan on winning the World Series main event, you've got to make sure you're not living in one of those countries when you go.
I think it's incumbent upon us to keep the tax laws bad so we can keep the Scandinavians out. Is that the game plan? Okay.
I agree.
Right, they're just too good at poker. We head to a turn, a bet, a call. This is, well, it's going to be chopped if we get to a showdown. We saw a similar hand like this yesterday.
It was, but it's sort of a little bit different because Tom can certainly have some sevens here, and even Kutsmanos could potentially have some sevens as well, opening from the cutoff. So it's not like that spot was like neither of them could really have a seven.
Okay, so this
that was a fun hand.
Right, this is not apples and apples. Okay, fair enough. So Hall gonna bet.
This was a sorry, I was rabbiting on about taxes. So he check called flop and now led turn. Yeah, it's kind of fun. The bottom card, like I say, that's the one he gets to have some of. So he bets here because he's going to bet with a 7. Yeah,
450 to 2.7.
Yep, I like this.
There's the call. That little silver chip.
Again, this is
the British Sky.
The British Sky chip.
I like
there it is. That's funny. Obviously now their kickers come back alive, albeit they have the same one.
3.6 million.
And it's a really bad card for Tom to see, you know. One of the hands you want your opponent to get curious with on turn is a king.
Now we've seen chops not get chopped many times.
Yeah, we're going to see this one get chopped.
I'm
going to go out on a limb. This is going check. I'm in deficit from my lost points on mystery hands.
Yeah, you are.
I'm willing to bet a point on this one. Like
you're willing to bet a point for this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Check.
Okay, good call. You get a point.
I trust these guys.
You get a point. They are going to chop that one up. Every hand, even the chops, you can feel the tension. It is palpable.
It is.
12 remaining. We stop at 9. As you pointed out, the next player eliminated will take home 75,000 euros. The remaining 11 guaranteed 6 figures.
The old 6-figure bubble.
Well, ace-8 again. This time it's Thomas Eischen. Chris raising in the hijack. Thomas on just 11 big blinds. Is he thinking of piling it in there?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's thinking. He's surveying the stacks behind. And he's looking at that pay bubble, and he's looking at the other table to see if there's anything going on. He's looking at a lot of things. He needs more than 2 eyes.
He's taking it all in. It's important to scan. I like it. Looks like he'd be a safe driver.
Yeah, maybe.
I would absolutely get in the car with him.
I mean, you uninvited, or you
know, that would be
weird.
weird.
The guy's just driving on the street, and you're going to open the door and help yourself?
You just made it weird. 1.3 million in there.
I think he's just going to fold now.
I mean, you think maybe it's the pay jump is influencing this?
I'm just trying to see, like, you see how his eyes are fixed on the other stacks there? Yeah, the fact he's on a direct pay jump.
And this pay jump, by the way, 25,000 euros.
That's the stack he's looking at there, so it's...
Nihon.
Yeah, very similar. He does go for it.
No.
But he looked genuinely pained.
Yeah, he thought about it.
I don't want to be like the results-oriented guy because we can see the cards, but it didn't look like he was acting to me.
Where's the timer?
So I take the clock from the screen. And press.
Nihon out of the way. Hang Tao Zhu with Jack 10 suited. A pretty hand, but not really in the face of a 3-bet.
Yeah.
He's going to throw that his way.
3,250,000.
Pauskas.
This is close as fuck.
Going to get out of the way as well.
What's up with that long tank, though?
There we go. It was genuine.
So it's a tough thing.
Definitely could just
we
be
know it was
dominated
genuine because we
here,
know the
or-
cards, but
5 seconds.
5 seconds already. Thought you didn't have a clock.
Yeah, it is tough because he's the overlay in the pot, right? He's got a call 2.7 to win 4.6, and he knows there's going to be a whole bunch of Broadway combinations in
You
here.
just shoved so many worse hands than I have right now. That long tank, though.
true.
What's the
He
long
does.
tank? You're not sure if you want to go with it or you just trying to look tricky.
great insight into what Chris is thinking here.
Yeah. I still feel like he's going to let this go. It's 11 blinds and ace-5 suited. Kind of does all right against every hand. You know, you can see here, even here it's behind, but it's got 35% right, and it's dominated. This is the thing about these hands. They
So how much
perform
more
well,
is
but
it? 2.6?
it's a lot to give up. You potentially double up
Really not
tricky
sure
opponent
what
on your
I'm supposed
left.
to do here. I beat all the king, queen suits.
This makes this game great. Yeah, he does have those. But he also has better suits or aces. He also has ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, all these kind of hands, all the pocket pairs that are better than fives.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, unless he's up against aces, ace-5 suited, really very rarely doing badly, and Chris eventually does find the fold button. Thomas wins that one.
Yeah.
Last hand he played.
What'd you have?
Not so good.
Queen 10 suited or something?
What did you have?
Ace 5 of diamonds.
Did you? Okay, good fold.
You had ace 7 suited or something?
Okay, Tomas, we saw you thinking for a while in that last hand before break. Is that something that you keep on your mind for a while? Because we won't find out for a while if you made the right decision, or can you let that one go and just move on to the next hand?
I mean, I know I made the wrong decision because he showed his cards.
Oh, he did show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, now you know.
No, I know. I'm feeling pretty pissed.
Okay.
Because he was bluffing, you know.
Right.
Thing is, time banks are going so fast, 30 seconds, and I realize I have only 2 left, and I'm like, I'm not going to put the 6 of them on this decision. I have to make up my mind. My instinct was to call, honestly, but I don't know, like it goes too fast, and in the rush of the decision, I just folded, you know, like. I think without time bank, more time, I think I call. But it's the game, you know. We play with the same rules. Yeah, it's okay.
And do you feel mentally ready for the next level? Like, can you get past that?
Yeah, it's okay. I will play with 20 blinds. I'm better with 20 blinds than 40, so I'm fine.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
How did you double anyway?
Got to really appreciate Thomas Eischen talking to Jeff there. That was an interview, by the way, during the break. So that was before this hand. That was during the break, right after he got bluffed and shown the bluff.
Straight after, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right after the bluff. So a lot of credit to Thomas for giving us the time with that one. But yeah, I mean, he's a pro. Listen, and he knows he's playing against other pros. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat to your opponent and go, "Oh, nice play. That's a nice play."
Yeah, exactly that.
And I have to imagine you watched that hand. I watched that hand.
Yeah.
Really tough spot with ace 6. I mean, that's such a tough spot.
For your opponent to find that move, you know, sometimes you have to fold the best hand. You get bluffed. That's if you I made the joke the other day, but if you're not getting bluffed, then you're going to be losing a lot of money.
Right. I mean, listen, if you're never getting bluffed, you're probably going to find yourself next to me. Right? Is that what we said?
We have seven players.
You don't last long in the game.
Blind jam is like 3 million.
I told you what I had.
You got to love it. We're getting action there.
You can whisper it to me. I won't tell these guys.
You were behind.
I love Chris here, man. He is just he is town squire. He is holding court for everybody. That last hand, the ace 8, ace 5 hand before the interview, lovely to see them talking. You know, you get a little insight into what they're thinking, how their brain works.
That's what you mean?
We're behind.
He had like threes or something. Fuck.
You were dominated. Don't worry.
Was I?
You were dominated.
Okay.
All in?
All right.
All in
Not
from the
lying
small
to me, all right.
blind. That is Rokas.
Pretty dumb to lie,
here we go.
if you're gonna say
Oh.
that.
Yeah, this
Take a
is,
check.
This is we
Yeah,
play.
what a dream here. Just under 13 big blinds. Jan Tikacek, the I believe the lone player from Czechia remaining.
Yep.
Is at risk of elimination, but in great shape. He's a 2-1 favorite.
How did you do? Got it.
Kind of a hand that plays itself at this point, though, right? Blind on blind.
Yeah, yeah. That's Palka's gonna jam far wider than this. This one is a pretty good hand for him.
Oh, clubs.
Oh, there's a 7. 3 clubs out there. Take a check. Looking for a 10 or a club.
Oh, wow.
Was one peep too low.
What a moment this is for.
1 card remaining. 8.5 million in the pot. What a spot here for Jan.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts trips.
Wow.
For Rokas. Aussie Pauskas. Eliminating Jan Tikacek in 12th.
Yeah, great run. Great run. Just so painful when you fall this close to a final table. You know, you could smell it. Obviously, in his home country as well, you kind of. It doesn't really make a difference, but it kind of does. You wanna perform on home turf, and by far his biggest live cash. Before today, it was $6,000, and now he's
That's
cash
amazing.
for 75,000 euros. So you know. We see in these fields, we see a lot of great players, but some people are playing genuinely life-changing spots where they don't even have to win for the life-changing moments that happen. And he was obviously one of those and took it like a champ.
Yeah, well said. You know, it's a moment that obviously hurts now, but in retrospect, weeks from now, he'll look back at this 75,000 euros in his pocket, as you said, his biggest score. The ways to connect with us here on YouTube, of course, on X, Facebook, and Instagram during the World Series Poker Europe and going forward. You heard Jeff mention Vegas. Yep, that's less than 2 months away. We will be in Las Vegas.
Crazy.
For the World Series of Poker. Yeah, it's crazy.
I might be around 28.
And, well,
oh, hang on.
Rokas picks up some chips,
I've
ace
stopped counting
5,
after 20.
and
Yeah, and there's a very good chance he's not done to the 3-bet here.
2.1 million.
yep, 2.1 million. Gonna go 3x.
Yeah, and
Did it say 2.1 or 2.5?
I think it's a 2.1.
That's what I thought as well. Okay. Graphic is incorrect. I apologize for that. By the way, the remaining 11 players are all guaranteed 100,000 euros.
15,950.
Yeah, look at this. This is where it gets interesting, because this hand is certainly not done yet. Ace-5 suited.
5 seconds.
You've heard it here first. If it's not, we'll give you another point for this one. You can get out of the negative.
He does not want to fold Ace-5 suited, cut off the button when they're playing 50 big blinds deep. Hooney made it a healthy size, right? 2.1. Yeah, there we go. Here comes the click.
Wow. So the 3-bet to 2.1, the 4-bet to 4.2. Rokas ready to dance.
Yeah, I think he's made it 4.1 over 2.1. Obviously, the graphics thinks 4.1 is not a legal raise, just because miscommunication perhaps from backroom the dealer. But so.
And there's the all-in. Doesn't even wait very long.
Huge pickup there for Hooney. What a dreamy scenario that is. You take out. These two are even in chips, basically, right, to start this hand. And now you suddenly got 7 million chips in separation. Nagan, you're right. Now that player has to play that much tighter because you've got a big stack behind them. So it's not just this hand. It's future hands that Hooney's going to make this one pay for.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Christopher not only has position on that player, but also has position on the only player at this table who actually has him covered.
You just got it in the spot that just is so good, you know?
A little bit loose earlier, and then he just went on mega lockdown.
Chris is having the time of his life. Yeah. He is having a good time, and it's good to see. Nikolai Bibov in a small blind, going to call that raise from Kuzmanis.
Sometimes
Spaniard to the Queen 3.
You're not supposed to win.
I imagine is going to muck it.
You gotta believe.
You do have to believe.
Yep. Relinquishes his cards. We got heads up. Very few multi-way pots at this point in the tournament.
Yeah. Getting involved with the 10-9 suit here up against the button. That's not what you're looking for.
Yeah, nothing there for either player. Kuzmanis' ace-king still very much in the lead.
I just remembered you maxed late reg, right? It's like
I've been at risk once, and it was like immediate. You know, that was like.
And a quick check.
You hear
like
that?
55
fold. What is that?
Tom Hall said he'd been all in at risk once in this whole tournament.
That's impressive. It sounds like Phil Hellmuth. Very Hellmuthian thing to say. I mentioned Shiina Okamoto earlier on, just a fan favorite. It's only time before she hits a big score. She's with Jeff right now.
Well, Shiina was kind enough to come back the next day and join us. So we saw that crazy hand, the full house against quads. How would you describe how you felt after that hand?
Just after I busted, it was really disappointing because I think there is nothing more exciting than winning the WSOP main event. And I had been mentally steady the whole time and staying above average without big swings. So, but for now, I'm really satisfied because I don't regret my play at all. And I'm very proud of myself doing well.
As well you should be. You mentioned the importance of a WSOP main event. Did you feel any pressure when you were running deep?
Actually, I did feel nervous, but not pressure. Tournaments always involve a lot of luck.
Yeah.
So I don't think we should feel pressure about something that involves luck. And we can't perform beyond what we have prepared. So I just focused on doing what I needed to do.
You have a lot of fans out there. They're all in the chat. What do you say to those people? What does that type of support mean to you?
I'm really grateful. And after I busted, I got a lot of messages, even from people who I don't know. And I read all, and they really lifted me up. Yeah.
Love that. Well, we loved watching you play, and we'll see you in Las Vegas this summer. Okay, guys, let's send it back to you.
Shiina finishing in 37th place, earned 40,000 euros, but more importantly, I would say earned the respect of everybody watching her this week. She is definitely a player on the rise. Head over here, Thomas Aishen, all in for 3.9 million with King 10.
Yep, 13 blinds. A little different now because that mini bubble has popped. Everyone guaranteed the 100K. Next jump comes at 9.
Now you get the final table bubble.
Yeah. But it's like, it's just that little bit for it. I think he's still jamming this King 10 of clubs anyway, but it's just that little bit more comfortable, you know?
Hang Tao Zhu, by the way, has not played a hand in the last 45 minutes that we've seen.
Yeah, since we joined. And look at this. Nasi Pauskas just wakes up with ace-queen.
Yep, Rokas. Ace-queen in the big blind does make the call, and as you can see, a 3-2 favorite to eliminate Thomas Aishen.
These guys, both familiar with the big stage.
An ace, a 10, a little bit of something for both players. I don't think Aishen is particularly happy with it, though. He's now 4-1 dog with 2 cards remaining, and there's a king. Look at that, but he's not out of the woods yet.
Hold up.
Rokas has picked up a royal draw with the Queen of Hearts.
So many outs, they've gone behind the main event
Too many
day
outs,
5 banner.
but the 8 of clubs is not one of them. Thomas Aishen doubles up to 8.1 million.
I've never seen that where we've got so many outs, it goes behind the banner with the tournament information before.
Yeah, we needed 2 monitors for all those outs.
Well, there we go. Thomas Aishen up to 27 big, so now potentially a force in this one. He's not one you want to keep around. Like I say, I've seen these guys. They've seen this guy play many a high roller.
It's almost untouchable.
Well, Brandon Shills with King 3 in the hijack, and not particularly great hand, but he's got 29 million reasons to bet it. And he is going to pop it up. Garcia, one of the shorter stacks still in. Him and Nieholm, I believe, are the 2 shortest.
Yep, but that double that just occurred, so yeah. And he's got, Garcia's got, I mean, he's going to fold this hand. And you've got Tom behind. Brandon just using his chip on the chip, making 600K. And these are the spots now.
This is the exact hand you just mentioned earlier on, where if it was reversed and you had King 8, you would not call.
Yeah, because like this is the thing. So Tom's sitting here and he's looking, and he knows that, you know, Brandon just gets to go pretty hard on him post flop. He's going to defend, but this is really hard for him to like realize his equity going down the streets, even though he's up against that wide range. And of course, we're playing. We 6-handed on this table, I believe. Yeah, 6-handed this table, 5-handed on the other. So there was one fold before Brandon opened. Check, check. Tom picks up that pair. Let's see if he wants to open the action here. Again, the bigger disparity it is between you and your opponent, the harder it is for you to open up the action because they can just go after you. So kind of if you've got more chips to the other person, you get to open up the action. If you've got similar, you can open up with more. Once you up against a stack that can really hurt you, and it doesn't hurt them as much to try.
I want to be clear to everybody.
Careful.
You can actually do whatever you want. It's just not strategically advisable, right?
It's true.
It's not against the rules.
It's not against the rules.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, maybe it is against the rules. I don't know. Like I never get this deep. So.
Look at Tom Hall stepping out a little bit.
Yeah.
Gotta like it.
Nice.
By the way, of the
Nice
11 remaining players, quiz time for you. Of the 11 remaining players, how many have a bracelet?
The 11 remaining players. Let's have a look here. We've got Hooney. I'd imagine, like... Tom Hall has one, I'm pretty sure.
Hold on a second. You think about it. Chew on that for a second while we see this. Nihom all in on the button for 13 bings.
Yeah.
Hang Tao Zhu in the small blind with pocket sixes.
Yeah. And he's got Asipalkos behind. Maybe we can just call here. Asipalkos has got 12 million, I think, after that 4-bet bluff he made a minute ago.
How many times?
And Asipalkos has to play so honest if Zhu calls here.
Sure.
13 blind, sixes just does all right. Like we're up against the ace deuce through ace 5, the small pairs.
And at this point, if you really don't mind if the chip leader knocks out somebody, right?
Yeah. If you ask Asipalkos, you're thrilled to see this. You almost want to look down at no decision like that. 3-4. You either want to be top of range or bottom of range. You don't want a tough one.
No, we've got a race here, and it's for Nihom's tournament life. He is a incredibly entertaining player. He has put himself out there time and time again. And if you ever got chips, watch out. But he's going to have to survive this run out. He's got a pair of 10s.
There we go.
Good start for him. 8.4 million in the pot. Can Nihom hold? Neither player with a heart in their hands.
Not gonna lie, that looked like a 6.
Any red 6 will do. Otherwise, Nihom doubles up. 7 of diamonds. And a very dangerous player now is 8.4 million chips. Still sub 30 big blinds, but a little bit more dangerous. And we've seen this all week, by the way, from this player.
Interesting Zhu there, obviously chip leading this tournament. Well, I suppose not quite now. Brandon Schultz has ever taken it, but certainly leading this table. I know he's in for just $10 this tournament. He won a $10 tournament that got him to like 125.
Won a $10 tournament on GG.
A $10 satellite that got him into like the 125 that he then won to get into like a 1K that he then won to get a 10K package to
What a crazy parlay that is.
Yeah.
That's what you dream about, right? You turn $10 into 100,000 euros. That is insane. Did you come up with the number? How many bracelet winners we have in the final?
I'm sure of at least 2 of them, and I'm going to throw out maybe between Asipalkos and Asian, maybe they've won on one. So I'm going to go with 3.
5.
5, really?
5 have 1A bracelet.
Wow. Okay.
I'll give you the names in a moment.
Wow. Poor me.
Brandon Schultz.
Poor effort from me.
That was good effort. Just bad execution.
Thanks.
Your effort was spot on. I never question your work ethic. And blind on blind here. Neither player with anything, and Kuzmanis gonna keep Brandon honest. Does make this call. 4.3 million. Jack high is good. Both players with backdoor flush draws. And Kuzmanis has now picked up a straight draw and a flush draw to go along with the best hand.
Yeah, this should be a Shields shutdown. But then Shields kind of has a rep for not shutting down. So let's see.
Pre-flop, by the way, Shill's open raised. Kuzmanis called.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that is different. Sorry, I just assumed. I didn't even look at the pot size. I just assumed this one was limp call, but that does change things. Like Shields can continue to rep, but I mean, he still has to shut down most of the time. When Kuzmanis calls a king-queen board, he's likely got a king or a queen or an ace high, and now an ace comes. It's like, okay. As it happens, Kuzmanis has got one of the weakest hands he can have, but I still expect him to check back this as well. And checking back doesn't mean he can potentially bet the river himself. And also, he can just check back here, recognizing Jack High's good a lot.
Well, he does check back. All that, and we get the check. The 6 of hearts doesn't change anything. Neither player with a pair. And can Shill's bet now? I mean, he's got a terrible hand, or does he just say, you know what, I don't have to win every hand?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to bet once we've checked turn, I think. But he could have told the story, I've raised pre-flop, I bet flop, and then keep barreling. But once we give up on the turn, it's then hard to reactivate on the rainbow 6.
And he does check.
Now I wonder what Kuzmanis does here. It's kind of has one of the worst hands he can have, which usually means this is a hand we want to bluff with. But on the other side, he just has the best hand a lot. And what do you get to fold? Maybe you can make a 4 or a 6 fold. Yeah.
It's considering instead he checks. And
I like it, even though we're kind of right down the bottom of the hands we can have. I like the check. We just had the best hand a lot.
Yeah, look at that. He's going to, and by the way, it's a 4.3 million chip pot that he won with just Jack High. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. The winners, by the way, the bracelet winners in our field.
Well, hang on. So I know Tom has got a bracelet. I know Hooney's got a bracelet.
That's a good call.
I'm going to guess that.
I'll give you a hint.
I was thinking, I was kind of counting Asopalkus and Aishen maybe have one between them. I think one of those two has got one.
Well, Rokas does have one,
okay.
yes.
So
he was our day 3 chip leader, Rokas.
And
Asopalkus
Aishen got one then? Aishen? What's going
on
here?
What's going on here?
We're seeing
this is the 20K super high roller, by the way. They're right near the bubble. Oh, not like that.
Not like that.
37 places get paid, and Martin Cabral. Wait, he's not talking though. I don't understand. Jesse Lonis at risk.
Okay,
This is the direct bubble, by the way.
I feel like I can drop a spoiler. I've got a feeling we're about to see something dirty.
No. It's just gonna, oh, you did.
I tell you why. It's because just before we came on air, I was having dinner in a restaurant around the corner, and Jesse was sitting at a table for one.
Oh, there you go.
He could have busted out just inside the money, actually, to be fair, but.
Wow, so we see the remaining 37 players, by the way, including Sean Deeb, are all in the money in that 20K super high roller. Cabral, Jesse Lonis are the bubble boys, respectively.
Okay, so Asopalkus was one. So you're going to tell me there's one more, did you say?
Yeah, Aishan, by the way, has not won a World Series bracelet. He has won an EPT.
Okay, so there's one more. Kuzmanis? Kuzmanis got one?
I said Rokas, Chris. Yes. Marius Kuzmanis has won a bracelet as well.
Cool. I knew of 2. I was assuming there might be just one more in there by volume. But both the Lithuanians have got them, huh?
Nihon going to take it upstairs with Jack 10 offsuit under the gun.
Getting a little frisky now. He's got himself some chips.
Oh, round 2 for these two, maybe? I would imagine so.
I think we just call this one.
Go ahead and start working on that. You're good with
Does
playing
make the
through,
call.
right?
Yeah, I just told him, like, don't order me.
Okay.
1.6 million.
We should confirm with the other table before you tell them how to order, though, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'll go work on that. Sorry.
Neither player connect.
Thank you.
And I assume they're talking about whether they want to take a dinner break. Sometimes when you get really close to the end of the day, if all the players agree, they can either get rid of the dinner break, make it shorter.
I think it's the real nice thing when you get to this stage in poker tournaments that the players kind of grow in power as you like. You see there's 22 minutes left on the level, they're supposed to go on dinner, but if they're like, hey, we're a couple away, if everyone just wants to play on and go for dinner afterwards, then they should have that opportunity.
There's still nobody with a pair, but that's a pretty sexy card there for Yuna Nihon, who now open-ended with the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, he looked at that King 8-6 board, he saw the connectivity of it, and he thought, There's a very good chance of a bet here I'm getting called. And at the moment, I've got nothing. But I can check, and lots of good cards can come off, like a 10, a jack, an ace, a heart, a 9. And one of those has really materialized in the queen of hearts. You may see him bet now, because if bet here, it makes it really hard for just a rag 6 or rag 8 to continue.
1.6 million in the pot.
There's a lot of facial expression going on there. Checks back, makes a straight. Oh, what a card it is.
Wow. I mean, most people are betting that turn and probably winning it there. Instead, he checks it back, makes the straight, and in the process, Thomas Aishen hits his ace. By the way, these players have battled when they have less chips. Now they have a little bit more. Still, again, sub 30 big blinds, but a little bit more room to maneuver post-flop. And by the way, we saw the interview. We saw the last hand before the end of the break.
Yes, this is repetition vibes to it.
I'm really glad I saw that hand, and I'm assuming everybody else saw it as well. It was Aishen betting the river with what was a weak ace and then getting raised.
Yeah.
And then tank folding.
Yeah, and he
was bluffed in that spot. This time, Nihom's got it.
Yeah, and this is quite difficult because Nihom pre-flop raiser, check flop, check turn. You think, right, if he's got a flush, surely he bets the turn.
It blocks a straight too, right?
So yeah, he blocks a straight, but also like a jack 10 just bets the turn like some of the time. I would argue a lot of the time on that particular turn card, especially if it had a heart. So he's thinking, what other hands could do this? Could this be like ace 8? That makes sense. Ace 6.
I was going to say, what's the worst hand he has here for value? Is it ace 8? Is it ace 6?
It's 2 pair, and the only 2 pair you can really have is aces up. So yeah, I think it has to be ace 6, ace 8, maybe even ace queen actually. I feel like a queen is probably happy betting turn, especially a nut queen. But certainly ace 8 and ace 6 make sense.
I take always the wrong decisions.
He used a lot of his time extension cards. This is worth mentioning. He used a lot of his time extension cards to make the last decision before the end of the break. He doesn't have that much time here. And this time he does make the call. So 2 times raised by the same player. He folded when he was ahead. He calls when he's behind. That's got to be frustrating for Thomas Aishen. And well done by Yuna Nihom, who's up to 12 million chips.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of cruel the way poker gives you the same decision again. You know, that happens so often. You kind of...
Poker is a cruel, cruel mistress.
Yeah.
That is... And it's almost too soon. Like, wait, really? Again?
You know,
this just happened like 20, 35 minutes ago.
I love my golf. And it's like, you miss that sort of 3-footer that's just like a left edge part. And you know the next hole, you're going to have a 3-footer left edge part. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, but I can decide for
Ooh. We got a big hand here. Look at this. And these guys are deep.
Yeah.
So Shills has Hall covered. Hall with 50 big blinds.
Yeah, and these two have got reps against each other, let me tell you that.
How much is going to go in pre-flop here?
Oh, is he just flat? I think he just flat.
He just flatted. Wow. He just flats. Is he thinking maybe somebody is going to squeeze behind, or is he just trying to keep the pot small?
There are some stacks behind that can squeeze, but he's also recognizing that Tom's going to have to play fairly honest under the gun at this table, given the fact that you've got Shields and Kuzmanis behind him. And then he's also just factoring the fact like he doesn't want to get in a guessing game where he has to work out for 50 blinds where the jacks is good. Like, is Tom 4-betting me light? So
keep in mind, though, we're short-handed. I mean, it's
like
6 and 5, and we only have 11 players remaining.
If they were 38 blinds deep, for sure he's 3-betting. But at this depth,
you want to play a little bit safer.
He's just playing that little bit safer because he doesn't want to get in the guessing game. Like, I'm the chip lead. Does he think I'm just doing this because of this? Blah blah blah. And
Garcia's all in. Garcia, by the way, that brought Garcia in. He would not normally have been in this spot, but that does bring him in. He flops top pair. The deuces are in there for Kuzmanis. That's not relevant in this spot. But Garcia's tournament life very well could be in a line here. Chills has got pocket jacks.
3, 2, 2, 5. 3, 2, 2, 5, yeah. Thank you.
Just when I said you don't see many multi-way pots, we see a 4-way.
Yeah, obviously Tom can't do anything with the 2 players behind him.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly flop for Ace King, no heart.
I think what Tom's doing here is just using, he's not thinking about calling, he's just using the max amount of time because with that stack size, he just wants to get to the final table. He wants to be a little bit freer. He wants to play fewer hands than the other table. He was never thinking about calling Ace King.
I would think, okay. Yeah.
Shields just with an easy call.
Yeah, I mean...
You're still like, obviously, you know, you love your hand, but there is still a player behind you, so you just call here. And again, Kuzmanis plays honest against you. You can't really have any bluffs if you call here.
He does make the call. Kuzmanis out of the way, and Garcia at risk. We could be at 10.
3, 2, 2, 5.
Do we make it to the dinner break now? That's the question.
Yeah. Big pot.
Antonio Garcia, the Spaniard, stands up. He needs help. Any 9, any queen. Running spades. A possibility as well.
Oh, straight in there.
There's a queen. And now it's Brandon Chills who needs help. He needs a jack or a 10.
Oh, he's given him a nice hand before the river's dealt.
Overkill.
Oh, wow. Look at that run out. Garcia. Full house.
He got there twice, eh?
The big sigh there for Garcia. He doubles up, actually more than doubles up. He's up to 9.3 million. He was one of our shorties.
Yep, now back up to over 30 blinds. Comfortable. Thriving. What a moment. What a moment to catch some heat.
And it's just decision not to 3-bet pre. Certainly reasonable, but
yeah.
It's just interesting to see how it affects everything going forward.
Yeah, obviously he's got punished there for it. If you 3-bet pre, the hand wouldn't have played out that way. But then if you 3-bet pre, he was going to get 4-bet, and you'd have to make a decision for all of it.
Don't look now, but
yeah, I went to check.
Rokas,
It was like 1.4 thousand or something.
Oh my Osiponkus is suddenly down to 6.8 million. He's one of our shorter stacks.
And then
it was quite
they only gave it to you for
yeah,
one night.
he lost the ace queen, didn't he, against king 10, and he lost the ace 5 4-bet. Yeah, so but I think he must have lost a little pot maybe in the interim as well. Because he certainly was. I thought he was still sort of around 9 million, but.
He was as high as 16 million not that long ago, earlier this level. Hang Tao Zhu with the gut shot.
Yeah, he's got a gut shot, but you know, Asipakos isn't going to be able to get 2 out of line from this seat playing 5 hand. He's going to give him some respect at the same time. He's got to draw to a 5-card hand, so to speak. I like this, actually. If we're going to play it, get aggressive. 2 million.
What's the reason for that? Is it just because his hand's not worth really much, and it's just I'll either win it here or the hand's done?
Yeah, it's like, if say he was going to call the 800 anyway, he's basically investing an additional 1.2 million just to try and win it here. And you put so much pressure back on this hand of Asipakos, because you just ask him, hey buddy, is this the hand you want to end your tournament on? Like with day 5.
And I assume, is he done with it unless he improves, or maybe a diamond comes off?
Maybe a diamond, yeah, maybe a diamond. And there's also like a 5 or a 6. Obviously improves his hand as well, right? He has he could go straight low. Let's see how he does this.
Wow, we didn't lose a player, I guess, huh?
Continues. The king and the jack of diamonds both on board. So Asipakos doesn't really have a flush unless it's the nut flush. It's not like he's in here. Maybe queen 10 of diamonds, actually. So you could just bet small here, and then jam some rivers even still, but obviously already the stack to pot's getting pretty low.
And he is going to keep betting here.
Yeah, he's gone small, 1 million.
This bet.
This is nice, because now Asipakos is just in a complete guess spot.
Is this bet setting up a shove on the river?
Yeah, well, it's so shallow by that point, right? It'd be 7.6, and you'd be betting 3.8. You know, you're betting half pot. It's half pot jam on the river.
I'll find out, I guess. 7.6 million in there.
I tell you, if you're in Rocco's seat now, you just want to hear the word check. That's all you want to.
Oh, and look at that!
Well, he's going to hear the word.
He had a gut shot, catches running diamonds. 7.6 million in there. Awful, awful run out for Rokas, who had a peak of 16 million about 45 minutes ago, and it's been all downhill since and a rapid decline, unfortunately for him.
I wonder if you can even try and go for like a block here. His plan A was making a hand. His plan B was bluffing, and plan C, I promise you, was making a flush. This was not the way he saw this hand going.
I was trying to rep the flush, not make the flush.
Yeah, it was like, I'll start off with a straight draw. I'll potentially rep a flush. Oh, I've made a flush. Okay. Now he's just trying to work out like what to do against. You know, Asapaukas can easily have, you know, the ace of diamonds. Pardon me. Bet the flop. Call the check raise.
And one of the remaining Finns in the field.
At the same
Hang
time,
Tao Zhu.
I wonder if he thinks, would the two pairs have just jammed over me on the turn for just half pot more? That's what he's thinking. He's like ace jack and ace king in there. Or would they have raised me on the turn? Thinking, is there any way I can get away from the 8 of diamonds? If I check and my opponent goes all in, could I just fold? Can I just trust him to have the queen of diamonds or the ace of diamonds? This is funny because he had in mind what to do on lots of rivers, but this one is the tricky one.
He checks.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do.
And now Asapaukas has to decide: does he want to turn his ace into a bluff? Does he think he can work? He only has, as you pointed out, a half pot size bet left. Does he save his last 13 big blinds, or does he go for his babies? Does he try to rescue his children that are in the pot?
He's got to work out, right, what was you check raising on the flop? Does he have some sort of 2-pair? If he has the 2-pair, would he have just bet so small on the turn? And I'm not sure he would have done. Like, he could have, if Zhu had 2-pair on the turn, it was reasonable for him to just jam, to be honest.
2.5.
Yeah,
And
this
look
is
at
so
this.
nice. This
Rokas
is world
dials
class.
up a bluff, 2.5 million.
Look what he's recognized here. He's like, I just don't think I have the best hand a lot of the time, but I can still represent the nuts really credibly. I would have bet the ace of diamonds on the flop. I would call the check raise. I would call the turn bet.
What's the worst diamond he would bet here for value?
A queen of diamonds. Yeah.
So if he had ace 10 of diamonds, he would not be betting, you don't think?
I don't think he'd bet the 10 of diamonds.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, I think the chips are just too valuable. Like the time you gain, because also you bet 10 of diamonds, it's really hard for your opponent to call. Like you see here the struggle with the 8 of diamonds. Look at this last time bank going in.
Yeah, that's certainly relevant. I mean, we are not done yet. We are playing down to 9. If you use your time bank and you have not decided, your hand is dead.
This is great. This is just amazing play from Asapaukas. Like I say, it's so tempting.
Finding
You're
the
like,
bluff here? Yeah.
I've got top pair. I could just check back, and it's like I've got showdown. But do you? Do you have showdown?
Oh, looks like Zhu wants to let it go. This would be huge for Asapaukas. Does he get it through?
Oh.
No!
And actually, that's a raise.
Oh my god.
Like he did say call.
Well, I say call when I put the chips down. I mean, but it depends.
I didn't hear you.
It doesn't matter. The cards have been exposed at this point.
Right.
But technically, he's put in, you know, about 5 million in chips there without saying anything.
Doesn't matter. Even if it's a raise, he's not going to call. He saw his hand.
Okay, if it's a bluff, then yes. But he didn't say call.
Yeah.
Just wanted to yeah. Oh, I was like call. Yeah, but yeah, it was a raise.
He definitely did not say call before putting the chips in, but it's irrelevant in this instance because the cards were both exposed straight away.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, you're all lucky that it was a bluff.
Yeah, because there was not saying call. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if Rokas was not bluffing, if he wasn't bluffing, that could have been really interesting.
He'd be forced to put in the other. It's not huge. It's 1.3
Another
million.
1.3, but still.
But it's 1.3 million chips. You know. It's
and what a turn of events here. So our day 4 chip leader, Hang Tao Zhu, is yeah. Look, he has not had many struggles. He has been He has had it going on for the most part of it.
No, I was like, call.
Sorry.
His chip flow has been
chip
positive.
Before I said call, so.
Because I was looking at you and I was so sure you didn't say that. Okay.
Yeah,
It'll be fun to watch on stream and see.
It's your hand. I don't
know.
know.
I definitely said call, but I don't know if I said it before.
If he said call, it was very quiet. We did not hear it.
Yeah, he didn't say call. In his head, he's saying call. This is the weird thing, you know. That's high stress environment.
It was clear it was a call. That's the intention behind it. Fortunately, it didn't cost anybody chips. But, you know, obviously in that high stress environment, you certainly understand mistakes get made. Again, fortunately, nothing happened there. But for Rokas Asipaukis, that is a nightmare. I mean, you got to give him credit. It didn't work there. But to find the bluff in that spot.
You saw how long it took for him to call with the diamond. He just really didn't want to call.
Yeah.
And he was getting 3-1 with that hand. So you imagine if he had his 2-pair combos, he may just have folded.
Kuzmanis has got a lock on this one. Flop to 10, turns trip 10s, has the 9 of diamonds as well. Hall drawing dead. Lithuanian Marius Kuzmanis, one of the many talented Lithuanians that we saw all week. And you pointed out maybe the next poker powerhouse.
Yeah, it's just it's insane. Like I've referenced this before. I'm actually I've forgotten the number, but Lithuania population. Here we go, just under 3 million, and there's like. There's about 7 or 8 guys who play super high rollers.
2.2 million of them play poker.
Yeah.
Right. Listen,
Nice
Grandma Bertha in Lithuania will smile for you. She'll make you a pie, and then she'll take all your money.
Yeah.
She's deadly. Watch out for her. We are hurtling toward a dinner break. Again, not 100% sure if these players have decided to take a dinner break. I do believe they are. Once we find out exactly how long the break is, we'll let you know. That's if we get there.
Yeah, if we get there.
All the beans.
Here we go.
All in out of the small blind.
All the beans declared. Jack 9.
Yep, the beans are in there.
Oh, wow, what an unraveling this has been for Rokas. 16 million of like few orbits ago. And it's the situations haven't. It's not really been. You know, there's no glaring mistake or something. It's just he got dealt in some fun spots that he has to do some stuff in.
Yeah.
You get the ace queen, very unlucky with, of course, against king 10.
And not out yet. I mean, it's a 2-to-1 dog here. Our day 3 chip leader does jump ahead. A lot of turn cards. Scary for him. That's not one of them. Look at that.
That'll do.
That'll do. Asipaukis does survive. Again, day 3 chip leader. Has 1 bracelet to his name. Has a lot of work to do if he wants to get that second bracelet, but still in there with 11 remaining. Yeah, we saw over the last hour just a series of hands. The ace-5 hand, you kind of said, yeah, he's not done with it. You predicted that.
Yeah,
just kind of ran into it, unfortunately.
It's like one of those. You say, oh, he didn't have. He had to play that hand, and you know, it's just. The game's kind of weird like that.
Yeah, Big Uni's not always going to have ace-king there.
Yeah, it's just having a lot of folds. Big Uni has a lot of folds when you 3-bet the button to cut off when they're that deep, and to fight that, you have to have some 4-bet bluffs, and we always say the ace-5 suited loves to bluff.
Brandon Shills. Still a lot of chips, but not quite where he was. He was up to about 29 million at one point. Courtesy of that enormous hand. And look at this. We got a raise, we got a call, and Kuzmanis with ace-king.
Oh, yeah, baby. Here we go.
Time to tango for the Lithuanian.
I'm going to go fairly sizable here against these 2 stacks.
Yeah, he's got over 50 bigs.
Yeah, you just... I mean, not just with this hand, but with all hands you favorite from small, you just want neither of these players to really get to play peels. So, like 2.5 million seems like a good number.
2.8. 2.8 million.
Even bigger.
2.8 break.
Like it. Tom's like, really? Like, kind of got the hand that that really does want to play. Ace-Jack suited. You got Brandon just flat the button. Now, again, we just saw Brandon flat a moment ago, just jacks. This is slightly different, obviously, the hijack the button, but not massively so.
How often is Kuzmanis getting out of line here?
Oh, yeah, he will be. He will be. Like, not as much as he can do when there's like 60 players left as he can when there's 11, but he can be getting out of line. That's a nice fold from Tom. But it just shows the power of 3-betting in this spot as Kuzmanis, right? If you can make Ace-Jack suited fold, and you probably going to make the 2-8s fold. It's a weird one, because Shills may just go for this though as well.
Yeah, to your point, he just flatted with jacks. This time he flats again with 8s, but
I'd like to see
does put it in the muck.
If he had 10s there, if he didn't 3-bet the 10s pre and had 10s there.
Nearly kamikaze.
Pink chips 25K, green chips 100K, and British Sky chips are 500K each.
Or smoke.
It's smoke, I like that. Smoke chips.
I think
the 2, right?
Huh?
The stream
Another
it wasn't you, that was
all
one of the two.
in for 1.6 million. That's just 5 big blinds. So. And yeah, he's gonna get looked up again, I imagine.
But the stream will have 90 minutes break
Hopefully
also,
not.
so the audience also have to like wait through it back. Yeah.
How much? What?
It's super annoying for them. We could just play until for the stream.
Well, for the stream, they prefer to play through it, probably.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because imagine everybody has to do something for 90 minutes.
We have an all-in and a call.
How much is this?
We do have an all-in and a call.
Just let
Thank
him
you.
do it, my friend. Let him
No,
cook.
seriously, he's great. I'm gonna go to dinner now.
Yeah.
Let Chris do the job.
Well, we might. Oh, let me tell you after this hand.
Excuse me?
5,800,000.
What's the shortest of your stable?
True, now back over 30 milli.
Yeah, 32 million.
Dinner's going to taste good.
He is letting, yes, no doubt about it. His dinners have tasted good for the last 48 hours. And it is, once again, Rokas Asipaukas, who is at risk.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little harder. It's the one live card. Nothing against Mr. Asian, but I'd like it if both of these players could win this pot.
It's going to be difficult for both these players to win the pot, but
You know what
I understand your sentiment. 3.95 million in there. Another ace. By the way, running aces, another ace. One more ace. Come on, give it to him. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
The
actually,
eights
I just
hold.
suddenly realized there was a chop out there, right? The case 8 would have meant both players could win in this pot. Yeah, it was possible.
It was possible. You are right. The case 8 would have been that. Unfortunately for Rokas Asipaukas, that did not happen. He's eliminated in 11th place. The Lithuanian takes home 100,000 euros. He has really put on a show. Has one bracelet to his name. I don't think there's any question that he'll be earning a second one at some point in his career.
I think actually, did I just read the
staff break?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has my bracelet.
Yeah,
I was
we get to
looking,
decide. Yeah, that's what
he won his beating Alex Keating heads up, and it was denying Alex his second bracelet. I misread it earlier.
Well, there you go. With that hand, we will go to break, players. Taking a dinner break. It'll be a 60-minute break when we come back. Level 33 here in Prague. Heng Tao Zhu is pacing the field with 31.8 million chips. We're getting down to 9 tonight in Prague. See you in 60.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
First time all tournament, I feel like.
It's too slow.
Yeah. I mean, I like it though.
Yeah, I don't.
For a tournament like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, normally I don't. But for this, I like it.
Do we have dinner after this?
Yes.
Yeah.
75 minutes.
75?
Yeah.
Nice.
Right?
Dinner after this? Dinner break after this?
75, yeah? 1 hour? Okay.
650.
5 raise 650,000. 6 pass. Seconds. 8 call. Check.
How much did you start with? 10?
No, less. 9 million.
Nah.
Pre-flop, 9 million.
Yeah.
Check. 5 check. Seconds. 8 bet, that's 1,450,000.
King.
5 call. And 8 win. seconds.
All in.
All in. $2,925,000.
All in.
Yes, all in.
Oh, what the?
Nice spot.
This is huge. Wow.
Double knockdown, maybe.
Wow. 7.
Lucky 7.
Live suits.
Lucky 7. Lucky 7.
Lucky what?
Lucky 7.
Lucky 7? Yes, I agree. That will be a very good start after the break.
What did I?
Dealer, 1,000 euros if I win this hand. Cash on your hand.
I got a lucky queen. No spades. How much did you jam?
I jammed 2.9 or something. Hmm.
Can I?
GG.
Nice.
GG, man.
Sounds good.
That's a big one. GG.
That was sick.
GG, man. Wow. Yeah, GG, man.
You guys played.
GG, man.
It's
Good game. Thank you.
Chipping. Skill game. Skill game, everybody.
And I won this bracelet with Mount 7 Diamonds, was the winning hand.
Okay.
So I got a tattoo of my dad and the bracelet.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
We raised 600,000.
I don't like tattoos typically, but that's worthy of a tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to always make fun of people that had playing cards on their tattooed
but
on their
that
body.
That's like.
Yeah, it's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah.
4 pots. 5 pots.
It's a memorial. Too.
Memorial, yeah, memorial.
6 pots. Five seconds, 8 pots. One pass.
Sorry.
Seconds. And 2 pots, 3 winners.
Yeah.
Race.
28.8.
600,000. 3 pots. Seconds.
1.35.
It is 1,350,000. 5, 6 pots.
Rolling.
Rolling. 5, raise 600,000. 6 pass. Five seconds.
Million 850.
1,850.
Yeah.
8 raise 1,850.
1.85.
One pass. Two pass.
How much is that one?
13. Pretty sure.
Five seconds.
$3.8 million.
3,800,000. Five seconds. 8 pass. 5 win. Seven pass. Five seconds.
Raise.
It raised 600,000. Pass. 12 pass. 5 pass. Five seconds. Pass. Check. seconds.
950.
That's 950,000. Five check. Eight check. Five check. Eight check. Five check. Eight check. Hold on.
During the breakfast coming up, we're going to do a chip race of 100 other chips. So we can have one player.
8 wins.
By all the 100 other chips. Thank you.
Three race 600,000. Seconds.
1550.
There is to 1,500,000. 1,550.
Morning. Morning.
It's all in.
Ja.
You're live. Best time to see you when he snap calls.
Queen, Jack 9, 2 hearts. Let's go.
You're crazy. Could have said 10-8, but no. Ooh. bra. Unlucky.
That happens. I've been lucky this far.
Good game.
GG, and good luck.
GG. Nice playing with you.
Nice playing with all of you.
Eight raise 600,000. One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass. Five pass. Six full. Six check.
Man.
8 bet 450,000. Five seconds.
1.3.
Six raise 1,300,000.
Units in 1C, use time your own, set your players on 75-minute intervals. 75-minute intervals in 1C. During this break,
5 seconds.
you press 100 images. You want to stay within this process, you want to open to. If not,
8 raise any. And 6 pass.
He just told you he was playing honest poker, no set, no bet.
Set of 10s.
He just told you.
8 win.
He told you his game plan.
You said set at 10?
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck. Anybody else I would have bluffed. No.
Seconds. One bet 450,000.
Ace-8.
It's a funky run out.
Yeah, interesting river. Good block again, doesn't seem very good.
Five seconds.
Put in.
6-6 is all in. That's 3,250,000.
It's the timer run.
Sorry?
Where's the timer?
The table is shut down. So I take the clock from the screen. And pass. It was all shown. Thank you. So one pass to pass.
3,250,000. This is close as fuck. What's up with that long tank though? Oh man. Definitely could just be dominated here a lot.
5 seconds.
5 seconds already? Thought you didn't have a clock. Six-handed. Oh, you just shoved so many worse hands than I have right now. That long tank though, what's the long tank? You're not sure if you want to go with it or you just trying to look tricky. So how much more is it? 2.6? Really not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I beat all the king, queen suits, king, jack suits.
Five seconds.
Fold.
Show us.
I made a mistake. I should have folded pre-flop.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you have?
Not so good.
Queen 10 suited or something?
What did you have?
Ace 5 of diamonds.
Did you? Okay, good fold.
Raise to 600,000.
How did you double anyway? Tell me later.
Yeah, it's whether or not.
Yeah, yeah.
Recheck. 700,000. How much? 700.
Open kings under the gun. When we had seven players. The small blind jams like 3 million.
I told you what I had. Tell me what you had. You can whisper it to me. I won't tell these guys.
You were behind.
5 seconds. One touch.
The fuck yeah. This is A7 suited again. Ace 8 suited. I was behind, but like we were flipping. That's what you mean?
We're behind.
You had like threes or something. Fuck.
You were dominated. Don't worry.
Was I?
You were dominated.
Okay.
All in?
All right.
Freeze all in.
You're not lying to me though, right? Pretty dumb to lie because you're gonna.
Finally, some emotion here.
Oh shit.
Seed for call.
Good
All
luck.
in and call table 1.
Wow.
I'll take a chop.
How did you do?
I got it.
You take a chop?
You're nervous.
I guess you have to.
Oh, whatever. I take that long, yeah. Oh my goodness. All clubs, though.
We're still flipping.
I think I was
Would you
one
take a
pip.
chop?
Was one pip too low. GG.
I like you, man.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't see the need to. But it's so special that it's almost untouchable.
Just pray they don't make it a re-entry one day.
It'd be sacrilege to change it.
check, I bet.
Yeah.
All in.
Resolute. 3,900,000.
How much?
3.9. Five seconds.
How many time is final table? 6? Getting
Where do you
short.
live?
Huh?
Where do you live?
I live in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yourself?
In Malta.
Oh, Malta, man. I've been to Malta. I like it there.
Mm-hmm.
Went to some tournaments there a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I slow rolled you with 6s.
Don't do this to me, please.
What?
Oh, you got suited. You already got a royal flush on deck. Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that looked like a 6. Bending from this angle.
4.
3.9.
There's 4.
It really kills my chances of convincing the other table with no dinner break.
I'm sorry.
I would like a dinner break. I'm fine with that. But
Everyone's cool with that? So play at least one more level and then decide?
I'll tell on break. I'll tell on break.
You'll decide on break?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, the break is dinner. That's the thing. So, like...
Yeah, but I can decide for 20 minutes, right? I can think for 20 minutes, right?
Yeah. So you'll decide right before the break?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Cool. Cool.
How?
$3,225,000.
3,225.
3,225, yeah.
Thank you.
Glad to see you not fold. 3-2-2-5.
3-2-2-5.
Oh, straight in there. Nice hand. Overkill. You got there twice, eh?
Every bag. It's like I've been playing till fucking 1 a.m. every day, you know? Like,
That's true.
We actually have a night.
No, I got you, yeah.
Yeah.
And every day I've been sleeping like 5-6 hours only.
Yeah.
For the last
Same.
3 days, so.
Started at
That's my whole life.
4-3.
That's how much I sleep on average. But
I wish I still had this sweet. Yesterday, did I tell it the story? So
No.
yesterday after we finished, I booked hotel.com, the room from here.
Uh-huh.
And I went to the cashier and said like, can check in. And they had fully booked the whole place. So, but I had already paid, so they had to give me the suite.
Sick.
Yeah, I went to check. It was like 1.4 thousand or something.
Oh my god.
Got it for the 105.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then
it was quite.
They only gave it to you for one night. They gave it to you for one night, or no?
I only booked it for one night. So.
Oh fuck.
$2 million.
2 raise. 2 million.
Wow, we didn't lose a player, I guess, huh? Oh, he doubled up. Who doubled? That guy again in the corner? Someone double up there?
Yep.
Five seconds.
1 million.
2 bets, 1 million.
Dealers in GG Millions finish the hand on a second players on 75-minute dinner break. It's 75-minute dinner break in GG Millions.
Seconds. 5 seconds.
$2.5.
Call.
Too close. Okay, sit down.
It's a race.
Oh, it's a race?
Oh my god.
Like he did say call.
Well, I say call when I put the chips
No.
down. I mean, but it depends.
I can't. I mean, I didn't hear you say
There was-
call.
I mean-
It might be because of this.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, it
that's what I
doesn't
did,
matter
yeah.
because he's not
Yeah,
going to call.
but he's not the call.
It doesn't matter.
He's
Even if
not
it's a
the
race, he's
call,
not
Yeah,
going
if
to
I
call.
race,
He
it's
saw
not
his
call.
hand.
Ah,
He knows
okay,
he's
if it's a
beat.
bluff, then yes. But he didn't say call. I just wanted. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like call. Yeah,
Sorry,
but
yeah.
yeah, it was a race.
Intention was,
You're lucky he has
Was
a
a call,
bluff
yeah.
because it was definitely a race.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
intention
Yeah,
No, it's okay.
Yeah, you are lucky that it was a bluff. I
Yeah,
guess.
because there was not saying call. Yeah.
Technically, the chips should have said race, but the intention was.
Oh.
No, he didn't say anything. That's the he didn't say anything.
Yeah, no much.
No, I did say call. No.
I didn't hear you say call.
No. I was looking at you. You just
Did
put
you
the
hear
chips.
call?
The problem is that it's not.
$2.8 million.
2.8.
8.
2.8 race. 7 plus. Five. Five.
Nearly kamikaze. Would it be good or bad?
Say that we don't go to dinner.
And the,
What do you mean?
And the
You
stream.
were one of the two, right? Huh?
The stream will also.
Oh, it wasn't you that was one of the two? He's all in right now. We might be done in 10
But the stream will have 90-minute break
Hopefully
also,
not.
so the audience also have to like wait through it, right? Yeah.
How much?
What?
It's super annoying for them. We could just play until for the stream.
Well, for the stream, they prefer to play through it, probably.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because imagine everybody has to do something for 90 minutes.
We have an all in and a call.
How much is this?
This is 1.6.
Look.
5,800,000.
Well, we might. Oh, let me tell you after this hand.
Excuse me?
5,850,000.
What's the shortest at your stable?
Nope.
Ace?
Yeah, ace will do it.
That'd be cool. An 8 would have been cool as well.
Yeah, bro.
GG.
Well, guys.
Good game.
Good game.
How much do you got? How much do you have?
10.5.
10.5?
Yeah.
And then what do you have now? Like 8? 9?
9, I would say 9.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Welcome back to the Mother of Cities, historic Prague, the home of the 2026 World Series of Poker Europe. We are on the precipice of the final table. 10 players remain inside King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, and we are going to eliminate one. Get to a final table and come back tomorrow. I'm David Tuckman alongside James Dempsey. Take a look at table one. Heng Tao Zhu has been leader for some time right now. He was day 4 chip leader, and he is still the chip leader with 31.8 million.
And I was wondering what was going to happen, because obviously We lost Asipalkos just before the break, which meant we had a table of 6 and a table of 4. So one from the table of 6 had to go back to this table. And I just noticed on that graphic there, it's Mr. Tom Hall. So he's gone back to this table. He was at this table, moved to the other table, and now he's back here.
So we're playing musical chairs, and he's the one without the chair each time.
Remember earlier, he was that side of Hooney. Now he's upstream of Hooney. So yeah, he's bouncing around. He's just doing his bit, you know, showing his face.
Does he want to be upstream?
He would rather be downstream for sure.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's a bad alteration, but especially when Hooney's got 20 million.
What a week of poker, and to think it has come down to this: 2,617 entries, and we are one away from a final table.
Yes.
I was going to say the next casualty takes home 100,000. Make the final table, and you'll earn at least 140,000.
Oh yeah, that'll do. Yeah, shame we have to lose one of these players. Is what it is. It's a poker tournament. 10 must become 9, and then 9 must become 1. Tom here, king high. So it's check, check, flop. You can just see him checking this again. He's got enough hand to check, call a bet.
And blind on blind action. Each player with a gut shot. King high in the lead for now.
And Hooney happy to check back his jack card as well, thinking that's best most of the time and doesn't dislodge anything better and finds some help on the river.
And where it was likely good, well, now it can beat those king highs. It can beat a pair of threes. If somehow you're there. Has the check mark. 1.2 million in the pot. Blinds now 200,000, 400,000.
Yeah, Hooney gets to go for value now.
And suddenly those 8 million chip stacks that looked so big earlier on.
Yeah.
Now suddenly just 20 big blinds. And even Hall, for that matter, just 30 big blinds.
Yeah, little pauper of a stack.
Chris going to go half pot on this.
Yeah. 1.5 blinds.
So 2 tables of 5. How... Look at the call with the king high. There you go.
Yeah, I think we just got to call king high. We have so many hands that we're checking to give up with.
I don't even know how to put the chat on YouTube. What did they say about this?
It's a dangerous place to go. No, home. Don't go into the chat, my friend. You don't want to read it.
No, don't go there. Just avoid it. Say no. 2 5-handed tables. The blinds come around real quick.
Oh, yeah.
How do you adjust? How do you adapt as the chip leader? How do you adapt if you are the short stack?
Well, this is one of these things, right? So the chip leader is the one who loves this scenario. They get to raise a lot. You see here, there's not a lot separating Kuzmanis and Shields, so it just depends for those two on their seating positions. And Kuzmanis is like one to the left of Shields, so even though Shields has slightly more chips, Kuzmanis loves this situation, and they get to push on the other stacks at the table. And then, yeah, as a short stack, you're just in hiding. You're just desperate to get to that final table because, as we mentioned earlier, you know, there's 10 left. You're guaranteed 100K. But if you can just survive, you know, 3 spots, you get 245K instead of 100K. If you survive 2 spots, you increase your payout by 85K. It's so crucial at this stage.
Yeah, we are at the point now where every eliminated player, if it's not you, just puts more money in your pocket.
Yeah, yeah. It's nice. You always root for the big stack if you're out the pot. And we're going to see quite a lot of this now, blind on blind stuff. You see those other players just getting out the way. They don't want to try and steal the blinds. They just...
Well, especially with these two.
Yeah. So you see a lot of folding around to the small blind, and the small blind's going to limp most of the time.
Kuzmanis has got to love this. The fact that it's kind of him and Shills, but that he's got position on Brandon.
Yeah, he'd rather sacrifice a couple million chips in the chip counts and be on the left of Shills. Like he's got the slightly better position in this tournament. And that, you know, that few blinds can change so quickly.
Right. Like when Shills folds, Kuzmanis can really get busy, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And Shills has to be aware that when he does open, he has to deal with Kuzmanis behind who can play hands because he's got that 50 big blind stack.
1.45.
Shills is going to go 1.45.
Over betting.
1.5, pardon me. I thought you said 1.45.
Big overbet.
1.5 into 1.1. Kuzmanis with just a pair of sixes.
Yeah, I don't think this is saying squarely straight, but it's saying, you know, I've just made aces up or I've got a straight.
Kuzmanis with plenty of time extension cards if he needs them. There are some players that don't have that many.
Yeah.
And it certainly is it's relevant at this point.
Refresh, of course, coming tomorrow. But yeah, it could be in a spot if you run out of time cards now, because there are going to be some difficult situations in the near future as we get towards this final table. Because Kuzmanis really not a believer with just like the worst hand he could ever consider calling with, right? The lowest pair he can have.
The fact that Shills went over pot, you mentioned he doesn't necessarily just need a 10.
No.
What's the worst hand here then?
I think aces up can do
Aces
this
up,
size.
okay.
Like, and it's, you know, he's going to limp a lot of those hands from the small. Not ace king, ace queen, but he might do sometimes just go for limp raises, but ace 6, ace jack possible. And then like lots of 10s are possible still.
Does get it through, and Shills now with a 3 million chip advantage over Kuzmanis, but out of position against him, as you pointed out.
You hate to fold. You hate to fold.
Yeah.
I waited, by the way, for the penultimate day to drop the Mother of Cities line.
Did you like
that?
I heard it interesting. I was like, the Mother of Cities. I was like,
Yeah.
where's that one come from?
It's just another... Prague is it should be like city of many nicknames.
The city of many cities. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's got to make his mind up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it out there. Prague, sort it out. Figure out what you are and stick to something. Be good at one thing.
I don't think this player would be upset with me saying this, so I'm going to quote her. We saw Ite earlier this week playing poker, obviously a great poker player in her own right. She actually mentioned she got to play against Thomas Aishin, said that he was the best player she's ever played against.
Yeah, it's high praise.
I mean, coming from Ite, that is
played
very
with a lot
high
of people.
praise.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very high praise.
This is an interesting spot for Aishin. He's got a wheel draw. He's got backdoor hearts.
And he decided to raise pre-flop. We're just talking about how you're going to see a lot of small blind, big blind limp-in situations when playing 2 tables of 5. And he did fold around to the small, but electing to pop it up.
Why aren't we seeing the button raise a little more and use that position?
Just because everyone's, apart from the big stacks, incentivized to play so tight now with 10 left. It's like
even though we're 5-handed.
ICM does some weird things. If you look at the graph of when it becomes important, when it becomes less important, these spots where you're 2 tables going into 1 are where it gets really big.
Yeah. Nihom, one of the 2 remaining Finnish players in the field, does make the call with a pair of jacks. Not a surprise. Pot now 5.8 million.
Oh my!
Hello.
What?
How did that work? Well, you know what? Round 1 went to Nihom. Round 2 went to Nihom, but round 3.
Yeah.
Aishin.
I wonder how he.
Finally's payback.
I wonder what he's going to do here, because obviously we can easily get it in with 1 more bet, so he doesn't have to bet here. You're thinking, like, Nihom doesn't have many strong ace-X, right? Because it was a raise from the small blind. Nihom would have just jammed some of those.
He's actually going pretty big here. I mean, not
Yeah,
huge,
1/3.
but considering what he has left.
Yeah, but this is fun because, you know, Nihom knows that Aishin knows that Nihom doesn't have too many strong aces, right?
I
So
know
the
you know
jacks
what I know,
suddenly-
and you know that. Yeah.
It's one of these weird situations that the jack is way stronger than it would usually be for that reason. I think he has the call here to keep him honest for another street.
Does make the call. 9.8 million in there. This is a big one.
Yeah. You have to have some hands that call turn that would fold river.
5 of spades on the river.
Yeah, again, obviously, you know.
It's not a club.
I would have said to you the deuce doesn't change much on this board. Neither does that 5. As it happens, obviously it does in this instance, but it's not really supposed to be too relevant.
Right. Because I just don't want to break routine.
For me, it was just like, we played.
No, I'm with you. Like,
What's Tom had for dinner?
all day I've been thinking I would love it to get down to FT instantly.
Yeah.
And just like.
And then we
have
busted the guy.
Our
So now
first
it's one
evening
person.
off, you know.
Yeah.
Everything but 1 pink chip.
Yeah.
Nihom has raised him twice on the river. If he chooses to raise here, it won't work.
Interesting, actually, if he does play this, does he go for that chip? I'm trying to think.
Wow, and he makes the call.
Wow.
That is a huge pot. What a turn of events here.
Yeah, Aishen was way out of the house and now finds himself with 15 million chips.
I saw a jack.
He showed it because I think for a moment he thought it was all in. And obviously, if it's an all-in and call, he has to show. As it happens, it wasn't an all-in, so he does have the right to muck the hand.
You were loving that, huh? On the flop, you're like, uh-oh, what have I got myself into?
Oh, you got it.
And then on the turn, you're like, oh, shit. Let me just bet 2 million now.
Yeah, Niham thought it was hilarious as well. So tell that one again, Hooney.
That's a great joke.
You got any more?
Aishen now up to 37 big blinds, 15 million. He is just below average now. And it is Yuna Nihom, who is our short stack now. Not many chips at all. We'll head over to the other table, table 2, Kuzmanis in the small blind.
Once again.
Nikolai Bibov, we have not heard from him very much. Bibov on a 12 million chips, 30 big blind stack.
Yeah, just another one of these blind-on-blind encounters.
Yeah, every one is.
Yeah, it's going to script.
It's like you played this game before.
I've just seen a lot of tournaments. Jack 8 deuce makes sense for some check throughs. People could bet there just because your hand doesn't have much chance of improving, and it does warrant a little bit of protection. If you're up against 6-7, for example, it's a great result to make that hand fold.
Kuzmanis checking it once again, king high. Sometimes the best hand. He's got a gut shot as well. Nikolai going to check it again here. 1.2 million in the pot. The river's a king.
Yeah, once we check flop, I kind of like checking turn because there's less concern for getting outdrawn. Right, there's only one more card to come, so.
Kuzmanis does draw out though. Any king, any 9, any 10 would have done it for him. The king will suffice. Now I imagine it's time to get a little bit of value if you can. 900,000 is the bet.
Good fold.
Yeah, the Bulgarian lets it go.
Yeah, it's not like Kuzmanis can just willingly always bluff that particular river, right? Because Bivov's going to be checking back. Like when King High's won the hands, he's checking back to try and get to showdown. So when a bet gets fired out on that card, it's not always as easy to be a bluff.
The Barbie chips are 25,000. The green ones, of course, for money, 100,000, and the British Sky Smoke, they call it.
The London
500K.
Sky, we'll go with the London Sky. We've got Barbies and we got the money chips.
Haven't you done that when you're like painting, and you go to the?
Do you think I do any painting?
No.
I
What was I
someone.
thinking? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't even know. I don't know what I was thinking there. We've got an all in here. We've got an all in. It is 8-ish big blinds, slightly more than 8.
Did Tom say I don't think I'm calling?
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. Obviously, it serves him to knock someone out, but also just losing those chips himself is not ideal. King 9 suited will be a bit more palatable.
5 seconds.
And you imagine he's pretty well versed with exactly what he should be calling with.
If I was in a situation like this and wanted to know the answer, Tom Hall's one of the first people I would ask, right? He's very good at this stuff.
If you're wondering if it was right or not, if Tom did it, it's right.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Nihom shoving 10-7 off suit.
Yeah.
I was one chip off calling.
Yeah, Queen 9.
No, there's 40 people back at our place watching, and if I didn't shove that hand, I would not.
What did he say? Is one off calling?
Yeah, I think he's saying
King
10 is calling.
Yeah.
So if you wonder until later, it's only purely because of that. It was 10-7 off.
Okay.
Yeah.
10-7 off?
10-7 off, yeah.
That's what you just shoved?
Yeah.
But that's like a certain hand?
It's a finished thing.
It's not even finished, it's our thing. If we go down, we go with that one.
I don't think
They're willing to let you go down on the dead bubble, the main event final table with
No.
Okay.
You gotta love. They're playing for
I do too.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
I
way
believe
he's
you.
lying about
ridiculous
Well, I
amount of
mean,
money. They're playing for a
reason
bracelet,
why, 'cause next time
and
I'm just
they're
gonna
still having a
turn
good time laughing.
Yes.
But I mean, he would have pulled it 10-9 off. No, maybe
Yeah,
not.
like,
Was he
I
implying
wouldn't
this
lie about-
this
No,
10-7
I
off has
do- I
some
believe you.
sentimental value in a
I actually believe you.
in a group of friends, and that's why he played it? It's kind of wild. But I mean, the,
800.
you know, my experience of playing poker. I mean,
Could I get
you spent time in
spark
London.
that, please?
You're familiar with the old Gutshot Club, Gutshot Poker Room. They had their hand was Deuce 5, and it's like all the players from there used to play Deuce 5 like really aggressive. I feel like it's the same thing.
There's no charge.
Might
They
be.
just decided that's the club's hand, and you go with it.
Everything has been free up here in these tables.
I respect that. I kind of like it.
And the waters are
Raise
free,
here
right?
from Hangtown.
Still. 2 still, 1 spark.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 100K locked up, but let's make sure the waters are taken care of.
800.
Now, earlier on in the tournament, you're real sticky in the big blinds. Less so now.
Less so, but Hooney's got over 50 blinds.
So.
You know, there's of course, Zhu's going to be able to exert a little bit of pressure, but Hooney gets to navigate a lot of rivers without being at risk, despite that.
Well, he's got a pair of sevens. Hang Tao Zhu with the ace king on this king high board. 2.2 million in there.
$600K certainly going nowhere right now. 6 of spades working for us. The 7 of diamonds, obviously a pair.
Call here from Chris. So 3.4 million in the pot. Okay, things are getting a little spicy here. Chris picks up a straight draw to go along with a pair of sevens. Hang Tao Zhu still with the best of it, still a 2-1 favorite.
You could bet really big here. He's got no spade, no heart in his hand. Obviously with ace king, doesn't have any of the straight cards in his hand either. A lot of hands that Hooney calls with on the flop. Kind of
improved.
Pick up a lot of equity there,
Wow.
yeah.
So when you say large, are you thinking pot?
Yeah, I mean, I like just main pot here. And Hooney just doesn't check raise you as well if you bet big.
He's playing it when you say doesn't check raise, you mean he's playing the hand honest.
Yeah, well, like just also if he's got 2 pair and stuff, he's not going to check raise. You know, the situation of the tournament being what it is.
But unless he has 6-8.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't check raises those combo draws either. It's just kind of he has to play pretty honest.
Right.
He went 2.5. I mean, it's sizable. I think it could have gone bigger. You just see Hooney continues here.
Yeah, 8.4 million in the pot after a check bet call. Here's the river. Not going to complete anything, although it certainly looks scary.
The good thing about going 2.5 on the turn means he can go for a 3rd street here. You know, it's rare you don't want to go for 3rd street with top pair, top kicker, but there were a lot of river cards that would prohibit you doing so on that board.
Now, we talk about a player having to play honest at the same time.
Yeah.
If everybody knows you're playing honest, well, doesn't that give us a chance to be maybe a little dishonest?
It does. It does. Let's see what Zhu decides to do here. He's got no time banks.
Million.
What did he say?
5 million.
He has no time banks, so...
Yeah, hang on.
He did say 5.
He announced the river bet
Yeah.
5. That has to be the rules.
Now-
500,000.
Oh, he
Yeah,
said 5.
I think this is one of these things with. Let's see what they come up with.
But he has to. That's the rule. Like you have to announce the bet, or it goes down to the lowest possible bet.
Yes,
That's the rule.
but we do consider the pot size. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah.
Andy because
Ask Andy. Call Andy up here.
but normally we consider.
I think this is.
Okay. Well, I would like to get a higher ruling.
I think
The ruling is
right.
correct. It's like no. Actually, I think Chris is wrong. Actually, this has come up before in the past. It's like
Okay.
That's the rule.
I think when someone says 5 and it's like clearly they meant like he's not betting 500k into an 8.5 million chip, but when he bets 5, he clearly means 5 million. I think this is one of the things where you have to allow your tournament directors
to make
some common sense rulings
and understand what the intention of the player was.
And I don't think Hooney's anything wrong here. I think he's obviously got to look after himself, and
I mean, the reason
you know.
I think she was. I think she was really disappointed he has no time banks.
Yeah, because that's why he said it quickly. He just went like 5, and you know, especially when you're playing a game where like not everyone speaks English as their first language and stuff. I think you have to allow a little bit of leeway for common sense to come through here.
Both the redraws.
Andy Tillman is the tournament director. They're going to call him up and get a ruling here.
Yeah, and that's the right thing to do. Like they want to make sure.
In fairness, by the way, 5 million probably does not get called. 500,000 actually is going to cost Chris 500,000. He doesn't know it, but he wants the 5 million.
It's quite funny actually. Yeah, Hooney just saying there. Obviously, this is buying more time. Hooney's like chatting away, but he's like, maybe I should be thinking about what to do against 5 million in case that's the ruling. You know.
Pot size. Andy ruled that. Okay. Sure. I would have liked for you to call Andy up here though, not go ask him like that. But it's okay.
So you and Andy agree.
Yeah.
And that seems like common sense.
Made the,
Pot's 8.4 million. He's not betting 500,000.
I remember this became a thing. I remember there was a big debate about it a few years ago, and it was like some people were like, well, if you haven't stipulated, then it has to just be the lowest number it could be. But it was like, come on, that's just, you know, it's straight up silly. It's obviously.
But until, by the way.
Obviously, it's angleable. That's the thing.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Until somebody goes, no, I wanted to bet 500,000.
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of induce.
But then you just wait for see what they bet. You know, like.
It's the Mayweather.
I just keep letting you bluff me 2 days in a row.
No, he's
Chris
just
lets it go.
Oh.
Not a bluff.
Not a bluff.
And Hang Tao's you now up to 37 million.
I didn't know about the.
Can you ask Andy to come here?
I didn't know about the ruling myself. So.
He's very unlucky actually, because the ruling was 500,000. He had 500,000 more.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So the ruling saved Hooney 500k.
I'm not trying to take sides. I just think like the discretion thing is a good thing. It's like a good small print.
I think everything should be
concrete.
Well, no, I think it should be intent.
Nice to see Tom backing up the ruling.
Yeah, I tend to agree, by the way. I mean, I think you just have to give our tournament director some leeway. Garcia's all in, the Spaniard with pocket 8s, all in.
Yeah, it's pran jam.
Just 13 bigs here.
You just want to see it go fold. Let me stay alive a little bit longer.
Unless somebody has 7s. He doesn't want to call them 7s. He's okay with that.
But you're just happy to take that down. Have another Orbit's rent.
It does get through. I just think we have to allow for our tournament directors to use their common sense. Like, they've been in and around the game for a long time, and there are situations that just aren't going to be covered. In the whole gamut of the game, at some point, something's going to come up that's just not covered.
There are so many situations as well. Like another classic one is the rule that everyone thinks exists, which is if a player closing the action just calls on the nut with the nuts on the river.
And why is it different?
It should be a
3
penalty,
times the
like an
WSOP
all
last
penalty,
time,
one
they made
penalty.
them go the
It's
lowest
not a
number.
hard and fast rule. It's a
table.
most often that is going to be a penalty, but there are situations where there are situations where the person shouldn't get a penalty for calling with the nuts on the river.
I think it penalizes a lot of recreational players,
it does,
and I'm really against it.
Say you're in a tournament like this, on a final table tomorrow, and you're the chip leader with 8 left, and someone goes all in and he's 1 chip behind, you got the nuts. And now you're going to be a massive chip leader if you call. Yeah. You just call because you keep that person in with the 1 chip. It means you get to win the next few hands. You get to exert pressure.
During one of the PLO events this year, there was a bubble situation where the chip leader wanted to keep Nicky P in and actually gave him a walk when he only had 1 big blind left.
Yeah.
Or half a big blind left.
Yeah.
And to anybody who understands poker, it made total sense. Some people were outraged, like, what's going on here?
Yeah. And this is
the chip leader, it behooves the chip leader to keep that short stack in there.
Exactly. And it'd be crazy to give that person a penalty after that.
Well, yes, 100%.
Not that one was penalisable, but checking back the nuts in the river tends to be. Anyway.
Sometimes a recreational player doesn't even know they have the nuts.
Yeah, that's the worst one I saw. I a hand in the World Series main event many years ago, and a player just called the nuts against me on the river.
So what is the
Hooney
rule?
steals
Because
that one.
At the World Series,
And hold
3
on.
different times this summer, they made him go the lowest denomination on my table. So that's the rule. And that was changed? Because this past World Series, it happened 3 different instances at different tables for me. I wasn't in any of the pots, but it happened. And they made him go lowest every time.
So Andy Tillman, our tournament director here in Prague, dealing with that. Nikolai Bibov calling an open from Brandon Shills with King 7.
Yeah, this shows right the button, raising it up. Bibov, just I mean you do sometimes see 9s just jam here for 30 blinds because Shields is in here with so many hands, and the kind of reverse chances of seeing a flop and then losing chips to a really broad range make you sometimes just jam pre, but calling also is fine in this situation.
Nikolai just desperate to get the showdown, you can tell.
Yeah, he's just like...
And while Brandon has the table covered, it's not by that much.
No.
If he were to lose, if he were to bet here and get called and then lose the pot, suddenly he'd be relinquishing that chip lead, possibly. That's a pretty good run out for Bibov for a couple of reasons. Number one is 9s are still good. That's the biggest reason. But the second reason is Brandon actually has something now.
Yeah, and I like this. He's found a bet. 1 million. He's going to get.
Yeah, and he's going to get value out of it.
Yeah, dreamy. Yeah, I played this hand the
river for Nikolai.
World Series main. Very long story short. Guy just calls me on the river. He didn't realize he had the nuts. Recreational player, and then some idiot at the table starts calling floor, get up, go over the floor. And this guy got given a 1-round penalty. And it's just like, first of all, none of us want that guy sitting out for an orbit. He was not very good at poker.
Right.
Secondly, you made the guy feel like an idiot. When
that's the bigger problem. It's not a matter of just, it's not the 1 round. It's that player, that recreational player, maybe never comes back.
Yeah, he just feels like an idiot. And it's just unnecessary.
Let's turn our attention here. Hall under the gun with ace jack.
I knew that was a bad
but keep in mind, under the gun is hijack.
Yeah.
King 5.
It's 5-handed right now.
Sorry, can I see a second?
Oh my. Hello.
Approximately.
Oh no. Oh no. This could be it.
Do you think Hall goes with this if he races?
I think he might. I think ace jack suited off. We're playing 400k big blind, yeah.
I mean, it's 5-handed, right? These are big hands.
I don't see how he doesn't go for it.
Well, the only reason he wouldn't go for it is Nieholm only has 3.3 million behind, right?
Yeah, but it's, no, this is just too much hand for Tom.
Oh, we'll find out. Tom raises to 800. Aishen 3-betting to 2.4. Hang Tao Zhou, my apologies.
I think
the ace-9 in the big blind.
Intent, you know, like what was the intent? So like,
gonna let that one go back over to Hall.
But for me, it just needs to be consistent, right?
Yeah, Tom just going to check the inventory.
Yeah.
He has 9 million.
Yeah, he started the hand with about, what, 24 bigs?
Just like I said, it happened 3 different times last World Series.
I just don't see how he doesn't go with it.
Yeah, it should always be common sense to me. Like
It's going to go into well on this one. Certainly can understand that.
If I'm like running out of time, let's say I'm at 1 second, can I just say bet and then say the amount like 2 seconds later?
All in. All in.
He's going for it. And Hall is all in. Aishen did not 3-bet this to fold.
Yeah, he's just going to get a confirmation count.
Okay, so you just announce bet, and then you get a...
Just a cooler.
That's kind of interesting, too, because...
About 30 minutes into level 33, and it's Tom Hall who might be at risk if Aishen makes the call.
The thing is here, when Tom hasn't been snapped, he's starting to feel pretty good about life. But this isn't a slow roll or a knit roll or anything from Aishen. This is just, we're playing for 2 million euros. There's 10 left. Let me just make sure the count is what I think it is.
Yeah. Well, this is the one hand he wouldn't snap with, right? That's still being
yeah. Like, Tom's thinking maybe this is a flip now.
Yeah. If I make it there first.
You got ace queen.
Aishen makes the call. It's ace-queen versus ace-jacks. It is Tom Hall who's at risk.
You hear Tom say that, and it wasn't because he was being pessimistic. He just knows the kind of hand that Aishen's going to reluctantly call the jam with.
Big pot, 20 million in there.
You nervous?
I am.
Just punts it off with queen 4.
9, 6, 5, 2 hearts out there. Nothing for Hall. He needs a jack. All the jacks are live. King of hearts, and that eliminates one of the jacks. Now just a jack of spades or jack of diamonds, or we're down to 9.
Good game.
The 9 of hearts. And Tom Hall has been eliminated in 10th place, and we are at our final table. 2,617 entries, and we are down to 9.
Wow. So cruel for Tom. The guy's like so underrated, this man, Tom Hall. Those in the UK know, but outside of the borders of the UK scene, doesn't get the love he deserves. And just his weight will go on for him to have that monster score that surely will just come at some point. But nothing he could do there, Tuck. He's just dealt out of the tournament with those blinds and stack situation the way it was.
Take a look at the payouts on the screen there. Tom Hall, our final table bubble boy, and you can see the weight of all of it on him. You can certainly understand the frustration. 5 long days of poker. He battled his way through over 2,600 players.
I'd like to see that. It goes over to Brandon Shields, who we see back in action over here. Of course, we're hand for hand, so another hand going off at this table at the same time.
You feel for him, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. Like I say, with Tom, I was just looking through his results. You know, one of those guys is his previous best cash, $400,000. It was £300,000 an event in the UK, and it's like, how has this man not had a bigger cash since? Just because he is that good. Yep. He just doesn't seem to get the luck when it matters most, deep in these big events.
And he is knocking on the door. Kunishi raising under the gun. Nikolai Bibov making a call out of the small blinds.
Yeah, Bibov.
A couple of smaller stacks, by the way. Garcia.
I'm not sure
and
about this.
Nihom.
Like, Kanishi's opening of 30 blinds under the gun on this FT bubble. So,
as you pointed out, by that, they are playing hand for hand. If somehow a player would be eliminated here.
Yeah, they would share that position with Tom. And Kanishi still with a pretty clear bet here.
He's going to check, though. The board pairs. Another 6 out there. 2.4 million up for grabs. Bibov has picked up diamonds now.
Yeah, see this table. Just realizing now that Tom has busted. So they know they've all made the final table. It's a question of, will someone else bust in this hand?
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. Now Bibov bets 1 million. Kanishi certainly didn't check back the flop to fold.
Oh no, yeah, this is. He's actually. It looks like he's actually raising.
Wow.
Look at this. Little denial. It's an interesting line because you kind of rely on your opponent not doing anything too crazy. And you know, he doesn't. You know, he can check back overpairs on a 10-6-3 board, as you saw him do.
And Nikolai not even going to draw.
So scary.
Kanishi shows him the queens, and
he's like, phew, just so happy just to see a fold.
And that is the last hand we'll see tonight. We have our final 9. Tom Hall, unfortunately for him, he's out. He takes home 100,000 euros, but he is knocking on the door. I feel like it's just a matter of time. Thomas Hall, our latest casualty with Jeff Platt.
Well, Tom, what runs through your mind after a run like this?
It's just tilting, finishing 10th. Yeah. You know, like I think I made pretty good decisions today, and it seems to happen this way a lot. You know, feel all right tomorrow probably, and I'll review the spots.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just annoying. What can I say? I mean, I'm not really. How am I feeling? Devastated. Like, not much else to say about that.
Do you allow yourself, though, to take a little bit of pride in performance, or does that feeling have to wait and now it's more
the feeling
tilting?
is just it's numb, too numb right now to
Yeah.
like feel positive. Like I said to myself, if I finish 6th in this tournament, I'm still not going to be happy. So like it's all this, it's like finishing 14th, finishing 6th, whatever. It's not going to feel that much different. But then you get to this, and you know, I think this is the first time I've really been all in pre-flop in 4 days, and just watching everyone else just blast it off, and all the shorties double every hand. You know, it's sickening, but that's the game.
Appreciate the time.
I've been lucky to get here, and you know, and it is what it is.
I also appreciate the honest
No,
approach.
no-
Thank you
no
for
problem.
revealing that.
All right.
Thank you, Tom. Tom Holler, 10th place finisher, guys.
You could just sense and feel the raw pain in that. I just wanted to go out there and give him a hug.
Yeah, it's funny as that was rolling, I quickly went to send Tom a text because I just want to say great game, and like you just see that, as I said, it's something that happens to him time and time again. He just doesn't seem to get the luck right when it matters most in the tournament, and he has a career covered with these kind of deep runs in massive results, in massive events, sorry.
Yeah, Tom Hall's misfortune is certainly these 9's fortune. These are your final 9. They will come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. That is when the live stream starts tomorrow. And your 2026 World Series of Poker Europe main event champion will be crowned tomorrow. We've got 2 million euros up top. You don't want to miss a second of this action. Been a pleasure, James.
Thank you. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this one. Obviously, Ali and Corey are going to take us home tomorrow during that final table.
I want to thank you all from Prague. Good night.